Chapter 20 Unexpected Event. Within the pitch-black and dense forest, an indistinct campfire was flickering in a quick and lively manner, and it brought strands of warmth and light to the deathly silent night. A few people saw cross-legged around the campfire. Yang Yi had his back to a large tree, and the branch in his hand frequently jolted towards the fire before him. From the conversations they had before this, Yang Yi had obtained a slightly better understanding of the three of them. All three of them were from a city called Green Mountain City, and it was the city closest to the sword sect. Manzi and Qinghong were actual siblings, and a few generations of their family before them were all mercenaries that relied on hunting dark beasts to provide for their family. As for Xiao He, who hadn't spoken all along, it wasn't because he had a cold and indifferent bearing, and it was instead because Xiao He was mute. "Brother Yang, are you really not a disciple of the sword sect?" At this moment, Manzi gazed at Yang Yi and asked with slight curiosity. When they heard Manzi, Qinghong and Xiao He gazed at Yang Yi as well. Needlessly to say, that scene from before where Yang Yi slashed the twin-wing python apart with a single strike had truly shocked them. This sort of strength was absolutely not something an ordinary independent cultivator or the disciple of a small clan could attain. When they thought about how they'd asked Yang Yi to clean up the battlefield, their faces could help but burn slightly with embarrassment. "I can't be considered to be one for now, right?" Yang Yi stopped prodding the fire with the branch and looked at the three of them before he said, "What do all of you intend to do if you encounter that companion of yours, Xiao Yuan, in the future?" When they heard this name, all of their expressions became slightly unsightly. Qinghong grunted coldly while she didn't conceal the disdain on her face at all. She said, "This fellow didn't have pure intentions when he joined us. I originally thought that he was just slightly proud, yet I never imagined that he would be so cowardly. He actually abandoned his companions to seek survival. He'll definitely shoot an arrow through his head when I see him again." Yang Yi shook his head and smiled as he gazed at Qinghong, who was angry. "Looks like that Xiao Yuan who fled by himself has really infuriated her." Manzi shook his head and sighed before he said, "Forget it. Let's just not have anything to do with such a person in the future." "Forget it?" Qinghong said with slight anger, "Big brother, if it wasn't for Yang Yi, the three of us would have already perished beneath the attacks of the twin-wing python. How could we just forget this?" Xiao He revealed a gloomy expression as he casually swung the dagger in his hand through the air, and he used this sort of method to display his displeasure towards Xiao Yuan. As he gazed at the two of them who were angry, Manzi shook his head and sighed before he said, "How could I desire to just forget it?" "Qinghong, you're right. If Brother Yang wasn't here when he fled in the midst of battle, then it would absolutely cause us to be annihilated. However, all of you are unaware that his older brother is a general in Green Mountain City. If we deal with him and news of it spreads, then we'll be unable to gain a foothold in Green Mountain City." When they heard this, Qinghong and Xiao He's lips moved, yet they kept silent in the end. One had to at least be a first Heaven Realm expert in order to become a general at Green Mountain City, and such an expert wasn't someone they could go against. After a moment of silence, Qinghong grunted coldly and said, "We can't let it go just like that. After we return to Green Mountain City, we'll spread the news of him abandoning his companions. Let's see who'll allow him to join their group." Manzi and Xiao He nodded when they heard this. If they didn't do anything at all, then they themselves would feel slightly aggrieved in their hearts. Just like Qinghong had said, so long as they spread the news, then Xiao Yuan would absolutely become the shame of the mercenary world in Green Mountain City. After all, fleeing in the midst of battle and abandoning one's companions were taboos of the mercenary world. Is Green Mountain City close to South Peace City? Meanwhile, Yang Yi suddenly asked this question. The three of them were stunned and didn't know why Yang Yi asked such a question. Manzi smiled and said, "Even though we've never gone to South Peace City, it should be close, because we've sometimes encountered mercenaries from South Peace City that came to the Grand Myriad Mountains to hunt dark beasts." When he spoke up to hear and glanced at Yang Yi before he said, "Could it be that Brother Yang is from South Peace City?" Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at them while seeming to be lost in thought. When they noticed Yang Yi didn't feel like talking about it, the three of them were very sensible and didn't continue asking about it. After a short period of silence, Manzi seemed to feel as if something was off, and he stood up and glanced at the surroundings. The surroundings were completely pitch black and deathly silence. He frowned and thought for a moment before he said to Xiao He, who sat silently at the side, "Xiao He, let's sprinkle some Beast King droppings around us. It's too quiet, and something doesn't seem right." Xiao He nodded when he heard this, and then the two of them walked towards the distance. Yang Yi was thinking about something when Qing Hong suddenly sat by his side. As she looked at Yang Yi, a wisp of an unusual glow flashed past Qing Hong's beautiful eyes. Yang Yi's face was slightly thin, his features were clear, and he had elegant black hair. Even though he couldn't be called a pretty boy, but he was handsome as well. Of course, the key was Yang Yi's strength. Even though he was only a profounder at the 7th rank of the mortal realm, his strength could be described as terrifying. She had a slightly good impression of Yang Yi because Yang Yi's gaze wasn't so invasive like the gazes of others towards her. So, she had looked after Yang Yi all along the way. But when she saw Yang Yi stand in front of her like a god of battle and split the twin-winged python into two with a single strike, she knew that she had a trace of an unusual feeling towards this young man from that moment onwards. In the Southern Territory, the strong were always attractive. When he sensed the gaze of the beautiful woman by his side, Yang Yi turned his head to look at Qing Hong before he said, "What is it? Is there something on my face?" Qing Hong hurriedly withdrew her gaze while her face blushed slightly. Fortunately, it was deep into the night, so it was impossible to see clearly. After a short moment of silence, Qing Hong looked once more at Yang Yi and said, "Little brother, since your strength was so formidable, why didn't you resist when we asked you to clean up the battlefield or when Xiao Yuan ridiculed you repeatedly?" Yang Yi smiled and said, "It's better to keep a low profile. It's fine if one's strength is extraordinarily formidable, but if it's strength like me, then there are at least countless people with strengths that are more formidable than me within the Grand Myriad Mountains. If I keep a high profile, then I would be truly courting death." A year of living as a labor disciple allowed him to understand many principles. If one kept a high profile while not possessing any strength, then one would truly be courting death. Just like manager Su and Du Xiao, if they kept a comparatively low profile on the labor peak, then they probably wouldn't have faced such consequences. A wisp of surprise flashed past Qing Hong's eyes. Living as a mercenary all year round allowed her to witness all sorts of geniuses, and almost all those strong geniuses were extremely arrogant and seemed as if they were deeply afraid that others wouldn't know of their strengths. On the other hand, this young man before her didn't have the arrogance of those geniuses at all, and he knew how to keep a low profile instead. This sort of mentality and maturity caused her to truly be slightly surprised. After engaging in small talk for a while, all the others besides Manzi had gone to rest. Even though the droppings of Beast Kings had been sprinkled in the surroundings, Manzi and the others didn't dare be careless at all. So, they took turns to stand on guard. Deep in the night, the dense forest was covered in pitch-black darkness. Within this pitch-black and deathly silent forest, the campfire in front of Yang Yi was like a ghastly flame that seemed gloomy and slightly terrifying. Suddenly, a hiss resounded in the originally silent forest. It was only a single hiss at the beginning, but it seemed like over 100 in a short moment, and in a short moment later, it seemed like the entire forest was filled with hissing. Yang Yi and the others had awoken when the first hiss had resounded, and Yang Yi was just about to stand up when Qing Hong, who lay by his side, had placed her hands on his hand before lightly shaking her head to him. When he noticed the serious expression Qing Hong had, Yang Yi looked towards Manzi and Xiao He, who similarly had serious expressions, and when he saw them shake their heads towards him as well, he knew that he couldn't move at this moment. He immediately nodded slightly, and then stayed on the spot and silently watched the situation develop. For a time, the four of them were like statues. The hissing didn't end. Conversely, they grew more and more in number, and by relying on the weak illumination of the campfire, the few of them were able to notice numerous things wriggling about in the surroundings. Fortunately, the Beast King dropping were sprinkled in the surroundings, so those wriggling things didn't crawl towards them, and they wriggled around outside the ring of Beast King droppings. As they gazed at those wriggling things, Yang Yi and the others felt their scalps go slightly numb. Those things were naturally snakes. If there were only a few tins of snakes, then all of them wouldn't be fearful at all. Yet now, There were at least over 10,000 snakes in the surroundings. Moreover, there were even some enormous pythons. At this moment, Yang Yi really wanted to ask the beauty by his side about what exactly was going on, but he didn't dare ask her. He was afraid that as soon as he did ask about it, then those snakes would charge over fearlessly. Even though his strength wasn't weak, if he was encircled by these snakes during the night, then even he would only have a slim chance of survival, especially when this was Snake Forest. He didn't know how many snakes there were in Snake Forest, but there definitely wouldn't be a small amount of them. When he thought about being encircled by a dense mass of countless snakes, Yang Yi's scalp felt slightly numb. It wasn't just Yang Yi who didn't understand what was going on. Even Manzi and the others didn't understand what was going on. In the past, they'd rested countless times in Snake Forest, but they'd never encountered such a situation. So, Manzi and the others felt both terrified and bewildered. More and more snakes arrived in the surroundings, and they ceaselessly moved over to encircle them. Snakes crawling over each other and forming pile after pile. Such a scene caused Manzi and the others to shudder with fear. Fortunately, those snakes didn't dare charge through the area encircled by Beast King droppings. Otherwise, all of them would definitely be dead. Qing Hong's hand pinched Yang Yi's hand with force while her forehead was covered in cold sweat. In the end, she simply closed her eyes. However, the countless sounds of hissing still caused her to be unable to help but feel terrified. And then this terror transformed into the strength that kneaded and tortured Yang Yi's hand. Even with Yang Yi's skin that was hard like copper, he still felt pain from this. He turned his head to glance at Qing Hong, yet noticed her eyes were closed tightly, and her countenance was pale while her body trembled slightly. After that, he turned to look at Manzi and Xiao He, and he noticed both of them were in a similar state as well. Yang Yi frowned. He knew that if this continued, then they would definitely go mad from the pressure they experienced under such a situation. Moreover, it was fine while they stayed still now. But once they moved, then those snakes in the surroundings would definitely surge fearlessly at them like tidewater. At that time, all of them would definitely be unable to escape death. Calm down, calm down. When he thought about the scene of them being encircled and attacked by a myriad of snakes, Yang Yi forced himself to calm down. He knew that such a situation had definitely not occurred in the past. Otherwise, they would definitely not choose to rest in Snake Forest. So, even though it hadn't occurred in the past, it had occurred now, and the reason ought to be because they'd offended these snakes. We offended these snakes? When he thought up to here, Yang Yi's brows knit together tightly, and he made great efforts to think of the reason. Swoosh, swoosh. Right at this moment, those snakes had finally disregarded the Beast King droppings, and they charged wave after wave towards Yang Yi and the others. Chapter 21. It was Yang Yi's fault. Besides Yang Yi, the countenance of all the other three of them had turned ghastly pale upon noticing the snakes charging over. Especially Qing Hong, her figure directly fell weakly by Yang Yi's side. As for Manzi and Xiao He, they weren't any better, and their entire bodies felt weak and didn't even have the strength to flee. If it was at an ordinary time, then with their mental strength, they would definitely not be so terrified even if they were facing a few tens of thousands of snakes. However, after the oppression of the heavy pressure during that period of time from before, their nerves and minds couldn't bear such heavy strain any longer. Moreover, coupled with the snakes that densely covered the surroundings, the three of them had directly accepted their fates and stopped struggling in vain. When the snakes charged over, Yang Yi still maintained a calm mind, and he tried hard to think about what had offended this swarm of snakes. Yang Yi suddenly stood up when the snakes were only over 10 m away from them, and he withdrew the twin-wing python's inner core from behind the clothes at his chest before forcefully tossing it away. At the same time, his wrist spun as his sword appeared in his hand. As he watched the inner court fall into the darkness in the distance, the profound energy within his entire body surged. He wouldn't resign himself to death, yet he was clearly aware that if his guess was wrong, then he would probably die. Fortunately, he was right. When that inner core entered into the darkness in the distance, the snakes that were originally surging towards them had instantly stopped on the spot, and then they surged like tidewater towards the direction the inner core vanished at. At this moment, Yang Yi felt a slight lingering fear in his heart. The scene of that dense swarm of snakes wriggling about was an extremely magnificent sight, and they seemed as if they were boundless. Wave after wave surged towards the inner core, and such a magnificent sight had continued for almost over 2 hours before all of them vanished. Yang Yi instantly heaved a long sigh of relief when he saw all the snakes in the surroundings had vanished. Even with how brave he was still slightly terrified when gazing at such a magnificent sight. Not to mention him, even a king realm expert that could fly would definitely perish when facing the encirclement of so many snakes. Under the circumstances where one's opponent didn't possess absolute strength, then numbers were superior. Yang Yi lowered his head to look at the 3 of them who had fainted on the ground, and he shook his head. Even though that situation from before was a hopeless situation, their display was truly a bit too horrible. Had heard that the Sword Sect's outer court exam contained a test on one's mental state, and based on their display, the 3 of them would absolutely not conform to the requirements. After he woke them up, the 3 of them shot their gazes towards the surroundings, and when they noticed there weren't any snakes in the surroundings, they instantly sat up and wiped the cold sweat on their foreheads. In the path towards the martial Tao, one's mental state and disposition are especially important. Your behaviors from before were truly too inferior. Yang Yi felt that there was a need to warn them, because no matter what, all of them were companions that had gone through thick and thin. If he was able to allow their mental states to improve, then it would be a good thing. Their faces instantly revealed slight embarrassment when they heard Yang Yi. There was no need for Yang Yi to say anything because they themselves knew that they'd really embarrassed themselves just now. Even though the swarm of snakes was terrifying, as profounder, directly losing their ability to do battle was truly too cowardly. When he noticed their embarrassed expressions, Yang Yi continued, "I'm not ridiculing all of you. All of you must realize that as a profounder, if you don't have the courage to seek survival in a hopeless situation, then how far can you go on your path towards the martial Tao? Just like what happened moments before. That was a hopeless situation, but all of you shouldn't give up. Even if you die, you shouldn't give up. If you don't give up, then you'll still have a trace of hope. But if you give up, then you wouldn't have any chance. Not to mention the path towards the martial Tao, you wouldn't even have your lives any longer." These were words that came from Yang Yi's heart. Since he was young, difficulties had followed closely behind him like cancer. However, he hadn't given up, and no matter what he did, had never given up. Even if he was reduced to a labor disciple of the Sword Sect and fell from heaven right to hell, he still didn't give up, and it was precisely this mentality of never giving up that allowed him to survive until now. When they heard Yang Yi, Manzi and Xiaohei took a deep breath before they stood up and bowed to Yang Yi. Manzi said in a serious tone, "Thank you. Now I understand why our strengths are so inferior. Even though it's related to natural talent and cultivation resources, but it's mostly because of ourselves instead. Our will isn't firm, and we give up as soon as we encounter difficulty. We deserve to be forever unable to stand above others." Manzi was speaking from the heart. Especially when he recalled the scenes of the past, it allowed him to further confirm his own problems. In the past, he and Xiaohei. No, it should be said that numerous people amongst the mercenaries thought that if they were given cultivation resources, then they would absolutely not be weaker than the disciples of sects and elites of the empire. However, when he thought about it now, this way of thinking was truly laughable. Not to mention anyone else. Just Yang Yi who stood before him had a cultivation that was lower to his own. Yet Yang Yi's strength and mental state wasn't something he could compare to at all. Qing Hong glanced at Yang Yi, and then she lowered her head. She had similar thoughts as well before this, and that was that if she was a disciple of a sect, then her strength would absolutely not be weaker than Yang Yi. But just moments ago, their respective displays within the hopeless situation from before allowed her to understand the distance between the 2 of them. And it wasn't just a gap of strength. When he noticed the 3 of them were slightly dejected, Yang Yi consoled, "I'm not trying to discourage all of you, and I'm just reminding all of you. What all of you need to do now is to understand your mistakes and face them courageously, not become dejected as you're now. In any case, all of you are only a little over 20 years old, and you still have a chance to enter the first heaven realm." Manzi laughed bitterly and said, "Without a fortuitous encounter, we'll probably have no hope to enter the first heaven realm for our entire lifetimes. When he heard this, Yang Yi didn't say anything because some things couldn't be changed by a few words from him. Every single person had their own path in life, and they just had to walk properly on their own path. Meanwhile, Qing Hong looked at Yang Yi and asked, "Right, why did those snakes act in that way?" Yang Yi didn't hesitate to tell them about everything that occurred just now, because he was also puzzled about why those snakes would encircle them. When she heard Yang Yi had thrown the inner core away, Qing Hong frowned and asked, You placed the inner core behind your clothes and not within a spatial ring?" When they heard Qing Hong, Manzi and Xiaohei looked at Yang Yi as well. Even though he felt something was wrong, Yang Yi still nodded under their gaze. When they saw Yang Yi nod, the three of them instantly revealed strange expressions. Qing Hong slapped her forehead and rolled her eyes at Yang Yi before she said, "Little brother, do you know how extremely attractive inner cores are to dark beasts? Inner cores of their own kind are capable of allowing them to advance in cultivation. In the beginning, I thought you'd place the inner core into a spatial ring, but I never expected that you placed it behind your clothes." When he heard this, Yang Yi habitually rubbed his nose and glanced at the three of them before he said in a light voice, "So, in this way, it was I who drew those snakes over?" The three of them nodded forcefully. Yang Yi was slightly embarrassed as it was his own fault in the end. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi hurriedly apologized because no matter what, it was his mistake that caused them to almost be eaten by those snakes. So, he had to apologize. When they heard Yang Yi apologize, the three of them felt slightly embarrassed instead. Even though it was Yang Yi's mistake, Head saved their lives in the end. Moreover, it was unintentional this time. So, now that Yang Yi had apologized, the depressed feelings in their hearts had instantly vanished. Once the ill feelings between them were resolved, they started chatting freely once more. This time, the three of them taught Yang Yi about all the experiences they possessed as mercenaries. For example, what he shouldn't do and what he had to do. Under their guidance, Yang Yi didn't just obtain great gains, he even felt extremely fortunate to have become companions with them. Tempering himself required battles of life and death and ceaseless breakthroughs while in danger. This was Yang Yi's original way of thinking, and it wasn't wrong. However, only now did Yang Yi realize that this matter wasn't as simple as Head imagined. To put it in a simpler manner, if one didn't sprinkle Beast King droppings before resting in the Snake Forest, then even if it was a first Heaven Realm expert that was resting here, the consequences would still be horrible. Because once one entered into battle within the pitch-black Snake Forest, the battle would absolutely draw over a swarm of countless snakes. Under such circumstances, even a first Heaven Realm would definitely perish. Moreover, there were numerous methods of survival in the Grand Myriad Mountains, and these methods had been summarized through the lives of countless mercenaries. Yang Yi committed all of these methods to memory in a serious manner because even though Head come to temper himself, he didn't want to court death for no reason. It was fine to have a battle with a king of snakes, but if he had to fight a few tens of thousands of snakes, then he wasn't gaining experience in tempering but courting death instead. After the trouble caused by that swarm of snakes, all of them didn't rest and chatted until daybreak instead. After dawn arrived, all of them made slight preparations before continuing on their way. Chapter 22 Explosive Increase of Strength. After walking for around 6 hours of time, the illumination within the forest grew brighter and brighter. Perhaps it was because of that inner core from last night, but they weren't attacked by any of the venomous snakes within Snake Forest. However, even if it was like that, Yang Yi hadn't let his guard down because he knew that caution was paramount, and it was best to not be careless in the Grand Myriad Mountains. When they walked out of Snake Forest, Manzi and the others immediately heaved sighs of relief. The horrifying scene from last night had caused them to feel deep fear towards Snake Forest, and they could finally heave sighs of relief when they walked out of it now. Swish! Right at this moment, the sound of air being torn apart resounded. Right when this sound had just arisen, Yang Yi, who was originally by Qing Hong's side, frowned, and at the same time, his figure vanished on the spot and appeared before Manzi before he smashed his fist out. Bang! An ink-black-colored iron arrow shattered into countless pieces. As they gazed at the iron arrow that had shattered into countless pieces, All four of their expressions had changed greatly. Especially Manzi. At the same time that he was furious in his heart, he felt deep fear because if it wasn't for Yang Yi, then he would be heavily injured even if he was able to survive it. Manzi and the others' reaction wasn't slow at all, and they swiftly withdrew their weapons before gazing vigilantly towards the surroundings. On the other hand, Yang Yi's expression was gloomy. Even though had heard from Manzi and the others last night that mercenaries frequently robbed and killed others, had ever expected that it would happen to him so quickly. Clap, clap. Along with the sound of clapping, a middle-aged and bald man leaped down from an enormous tree over 30 m away. There were another 3 men and 1 woman by his side. The woman held an inky green-colored longbow in her hand, and she was the only archer. Obviously, that black iron arrow from before had been shot by this woman. Of course, the most surprising member amongst the 5 of them was that man on the right of that woman. That man was none other than Xiao Yuan, who had abandoned his companions yesterday. The expressions of Manzi and the others became extremely heavy when they saw these people make an appearance. Obviously, they recognized this mercenary group. As she watched the 5 of them walk over, Qing Hong walked over to Yang Yi's side and said in a low voice, "They're the Wolfhead mercenary group, and they frequently attack and plunder weak mercenary groups in Grand Myriad Mountains. Their leader is called Baldi Chong, and he's a peak 9th rank mortal realm expert who's said to be halfway into the 1st heaven realm." The slightly chubby men at his side were a pair of brothers, and they were called Big Bear and Small Bear. Both of them are 9th rank mortal realm experts as well, and they're slightly stronger than Xiao He and me. As for that woman, she's Hong Yi, and she's a peak 9th rank mortal realm expert as well. Moreover, her skill in archery is much better than my own. When she saw Xiao Yuan, Qing Hong knew that they'd come with ill intent and would absolutely not let even one of them go. So, Qing Hong hurriedly gave Yang Yi information about them because only Yang Yi could go against Baldi Chong. Yang Yi frowned when he heard Qing Hong, and he silently calculated the difference in strength between their groups. After calculating for a while, Yang Yi's brows knit together even more tightly because he noticed that they utterly had no choice of winning under ordinary circumstances. That man called Baldi Chong who led the group wasn't inferior to him in strength at all, whereas the strengths of those others by Baldi Chong's side surpassed Manzi and the others. Thus, so long as Baldi Chong kept him busy, then under the circumstances that they fought 3 against 4, it wouldn't be long before Manzi and the others would definitely be defeated. If he didn't fight, then he was confident in his ability to escape. However, Qing Hong and the others would definitely be unable to flee, and if they were unable to flee, then the consequences they faced were obvious. So, at this moment, Yang Yi was in a slight dilemma. Right when Yang Yi was thinking about how he should deal with this situation, the bald man and the others had arrived 10 m away from Yang Yi's group. The bald man sized Manzi and the others up, and his gaze lingered on Qing Hong for a while before he looked at Yang Yi and said, "Good reaction and good strength. Brother, which sect are you from?" "He isn't from any sect." Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan stood out and gazed at Yang Yi as he said with disdain, "He's someone that cleans up the battlefield. Brother Chong, ignore him and deal with all of them. That twin-wing python's inner core and skin are definitely in their possession." Actually, he didn't really want to obtain that inner core and skin, and he wanted to kill Yang Yi and the others instead. After he fled yesterday, had originally intended to return in order to bury their bodies and plunder their possession. However, when he returned to the battlefield, the twin-wing python, Manzi, and the others had all vanished. When he noticed the traces of blood on the ground, he knew that the 4 of them had definitely been assisted by someone. At that time, he was truly in panic. He knew that if Manzi and the others returned alive, then his reputation would be doomed. In the future, not to mention that he wouldn't be able to eat from this rice bowl any longer, other professions wouldn't probably be unable to tolerate him as well. Because no profession desired a companion that abandoned their companions in battle. "You bastard!" When they heard Xiao Yuan, Manzi and the others were utterly exasperated. Manzi pointed his saber at Xiao Yuan and said furiously, "Xiao Yuan, you piece of trash that abandons his companions in battle. You abandoned us and fled for your life yesterday, yet not you bring others to look for trouble with us. You scum! You're truly the shame of the mercenary world." When he heard Manzi, Xiao Yuan's expression was slightly unsightly. Originally, Head advised Baldi Chong and the others to directly make a move against Manzi and the others, and Hong Yi had launched an attack. However, Head never expected that the arrow which was guaranteed to land a killing blow would actually be blocked. Moreover, after Baldi Chong saw Yang Yi block that arrow, Baldi Chong actually didn't continue attacking. So, Manzi had the chance to curse at him now, and it filled him with hatred. When they heard Manzi, the gazes of all the members of the Wolfhead mercenary group towards Xiao Yuan had become disdainful. Even though their reputation in the mercenary world wasn't that great, they'd never abandoned their companions, whereas this person before them had abandoned his companions in battle, and they similarly looked down upon such a person. Baldi Chong glanced coldly at Xiao Yuan. He looked down upon such people as well, and if Xiao Yuan didn't possess an older brother at the first heaven realm, then Baldi Chong would swing his palm over at Xiao Yuan. However, when he thought about Xiao Yuan's older brother, Baldi Chong forcefully suppressed the displeasure in his heart. He directly overlooked Yang Yi and looked at Manzi before he said in a deep voice, "What's with all the nonsense? Hand over the twin-wing python's inner core and skin. Leave that little girl behind as well, and the three of you can fuck off. Brother Chong, you can't let them go." Meanwhile, Xiao Yuan was slightly anxious. However, when he noticed Baldi Chong's icy cold gaze, he hurriedly shut his mouth, and then he hesitated for a moment before he gritted his teeth and said, "If Brother Chong can deal with them, then I'm willing to borrow Big Brother's low-grade profound rank technique for Brother Chong to have a look." Baldi Chong was slightly moved when he heard this because even he hadn't seen a low-grade profound rank technique in his lifetime. After hesitating for a moment, he looked at Yang Yi and the others before a wisp of a cold glow flashed in his eyes, and he said, "Since all of you are unwilling to do as I said, then don't blame me for showing no mercy. Attack." As soon as he finished speaking, he flipped his wrist, and a large saber appeared in his hand. After that, his figure flashed, and his saber chopped down at Manzi, who was in the lead. At this moment, the strength of their mercenary group was revealed. At the instant Baldi Chong made a move, the two men and a woman around him had found their own opponents with extreme tacit understanding amongst each other. Especially that woman. She was the first to release an arrow towards Qing Hong, who was similarly an archer. On the other hand, Manzi and the others hadn't reacted to this sudden change of events at all. Especially Qing Hong. She had only returned to her senses when the iron arrow had arrived before her, and then she dodged to the side. However, she had already lost the initiative, causing her to suffer successive shots from Hong Yi. Right when Baldi Chong charged at Manzi, Yang Yi, who originally stood silently by Manzi's side, had moved. A sword that was suffused with a light golden glow had suddenly appeared in his hand, and then it slashed down like a bolt of lightning towards Baldi Chong. It was so swift that it shocked everyone present in the surroundings. Especially Baldi Chong, who was the target of that bolt of lightning. He was even horrified. Never had he imagined that the originally inconspicuous Yang Yi would actually possess such strength and speed. Earlier, when Yang Yi had blasted that arrow into pieces with a single punch, had indeed been slightly surprised. However, when he noticed Yang Yi's age and had what Xiao Yuan had said, had completely disregarded Yang Yi. He felt that it was definitely Hong Yi who hadn't utilized her full strength earlier, and even if Yang Yi didn't make a move, that fellow called Manzi would be able to avoid it. However, at this moment, he knew that this was of thinking was mistaken. Suddenly, Baldi Chong withdrew his saber and utilized it to block before him. Clang! The sword in Yang Yi's hand that was covered in a golden glow struck on Baldi Chong's saber, and the saber instantly shattered into pieces, whereas Yang Yi's sword didn't lose any momentum and directly penetrated through Baldi Chong's stomach. What formidable strength! Baldi Chong wasn't able to finish speaking before his body was directly chopped into two, and his internal organs and blood sprayed all over the ground. Yang Yi paid no further attention to Baldi Chong that had been split into two, and he didn't slow down at all before arriving before Big Bear and Small Bear that were still stunned. Under Xiao Yuan's astounded gaze, his sword carried a string of golden afterimages as it flashed past Big Bear's neck, and then a head fell to the ground. Yang Yi's speed didn't reduce at all as he arrived before Small Bear next. After Baldy Chong and Big Bear had died, Small Bear had finally recovered from his shock, and he was astounded in his heart as he raised his saber instinctively to block Young Yes' attack. However, just like what happened to Baldy Chong earlier, his saber had instantly shattered when the sword and saber collided, and then another head fell to the ground. In the blink of an eye, Yang Yi had dealt with 3 ninth-rank Mortal Realm expert, and this time, Yang Yi didn't continue attacking, because only Xiao Yuan remained amongst his opponents. When he made a move to kill Baldy Chong, that woman called Hong Yi had put her bow away before turning around and entering the dense forest, and Shed fled so swiftly that it surprised him. As they gazed at the 3 corpses on the ground, Manzi and the others were utterly stunned on the spot. My God, they were at the peak of the 9th rank of the mortal realm. However, they didn't even have the strength to resist before Yang Ye's sword? Had he concealed his strength before this? Is Yang Yi a first heaven realm expert? A string of questions ceaselessly flashed through Manzi and the others' minds. Chapter 23 Bright Moon Sect. Yang Yi wasn't a first heaven realm expert. That was something that was beyond all doubt. The reason Head suddenly become strong was that Baldy Chong had walked over to him, and Head secretly slapped on a high-grade strength talisman on himself. Under the boost from the high-grade strength talisman and his golden profound energy, his strength had instantly risen by countless times. Moreover, Baldy Chong and the others had underestimated him, and it allowed him to launch a surprise attack successfully. Otherwise, with his normal strength, it ought to be possible to defeat Baldy Chong, yet it was absolutely impossible to instantly annihilate Baldy Chong. Yang Yi casually swung his sword before gazing at Xiao Yuan, who had a ghastly pale countenance and was trembling slightly. Right when he intended to deal with this piece of trash, Xiao Yuan suddenly said, Yang Yi, you can't kill me. My big brother is a first heaven realm expert. If you kill me, then hell definitely not let you go. Idiot, you're still trying to threaten me at a time like this? Yang Yi cursed in his heart. With a swift charge, his sword left behind a string of afterimages as it arrived before Xiao Yuan. Xiao Yuan was astounded in his heart, and he raised the sword in his hand to block instinctively. Clang! The Xiao Yuan's sword broke into 2 before Yang Yi's sword pierced through his chest. After he put his sword away, Yang Yi turned around and looked towards Snake Forest before he said in an indifferent tone, Could it be that you intend to play the part of the Oriole? 1. When they heard Yang Yi, Manzi and the others were shocked in their hearts. There are more people in the surroundings? The 3 of them suppressed the shock in their hearts and walked over to Yang Yi's side while their faces were covered in vigilant expression. What a formidable divine sense! After a short moment of deathly silence, along with this voice, 3 figures suddenly leaped out from within Snake Forest. These 3 figures were extremely swift, and they closed a distance of over 100 m in a few breaths of time to arrive 9 m before Yang Yi. It was 2 men and 1 woman. The men were handsome while the woman was beautiful, and all of them were around 17 or 18 years of age. All of them wore white and plain-fitting robes, and a tiny silver-colored crescent was embroidered on their left chest. Even though they were young, Yang Yi's expression was extremely solemn, because even though they hadn't attained the first heaven realm, their strengths were definitely much stronger than Baldy Chong, whom Head just killed a few moments ago. The reason he made such an inference was that their speeds were truly too swift, and it was utterly not something ordinary mercenaries could possess. The Bright Moon Sect. When she saw the silver crescent on their chests, Qing Hong exclaimed with surprise. Obviously, she was warning Yang Yi. When he heard Qing Hong, Yang Yi swiftly recalled everything he knew about the Bright Moon Sect. Besides a colossus like the Grand Qin Empire, there were 6 more extraordinary powers in the Southern Territory. These 6 extraordinary powers were separated into 1 school, 2 palaces, and 3 sections. The single school amongst them was the strongest amongst the 6 extraordinary powers, the Origin School. The 2 palaces were respectively Snow Palace and Flower Palace. As for the 3 sects, it was the Ghost Sect, Bright Moon Sect, and Sword Sect. Of course, these were merely the powers that existed on the surface. The Southern Territory was extremely huge, and there were countless hidden clans and small sections. However, Yang Yi didn't know anything about those hidden powers. When they heard Qing Hong, A man that looked slightly older amongst the three disciples from Bright Moon sect took a step forward, and he nodded to Yang Yes group before he said, "In Bright Moon sect's outer court disciple, Ming Hao. These two by my side are my junior brother Ming Xiao and junior sister Ming Yu. Earlier, we had just left Snake Forest when we noticed you in battle with others, and for the sake of avoiding any suspicion, the three of us didn't show ourselves. However, I never expected that your divine sense would be so formidable, and you actually noticed the three of us." When they saw these disciples from a sect act so courteously, Manzi and the others were slightly not used to it. After all these disciples from sects were filled with arrogance when they met mercenaries in the past, and they looked at mercenaries as if those mercenaries were insignificant ants. Of course, the three of them knew that these disciples from Bright Moon sect were so courteous because of Yang Yi. The strong were respected in the Southern Territory. Earlier, Ming Hao and the others were extremely shocked when they watched Yang Yi fight from the shadows. It wasn't that they hadn't seen such a swift sword in the past, yet a swift sword that carried such formidable strength was rare, especially because Yang Yi had even noticed them, and this caused them to feel even more shocked. When he saw them acting so courteously, Yang Yi didn't give them the cold shoulder. He nodded lightly and said, "I'm Yang Yi, an independent cultivator, and these few people by my side are my companions." When they heard Yang Yi, Ming Hao and the others were slightly surprised. They'd originally thought that Yang Yi was a disciple of the sword sect, but they'd never expected that Yang Yi was actually an independent cultivator. However, this wasn't important to them, and all that mattered was Yang Yi's strength. "I wonder if Brother Yang is interested in training yourself with us?" Ming Hao smiled as he invited. No matter if Yang Yi was an independent cultivator or a disciple of a sect, possessing such strength at such an age was sufficient for them to treat him as an equal. Yang Yi hesitated for a moment, and then he shook his head lightly before he said, "I'm sorry, I still have some matters to attend to." Yang Yi had left the sect to place himself in life and death battles, and he possessed huge secrets. So, he truly wasn't willing to allow others to know about it. Ming Hao wasn't infuriated by Yang Yi's refusal because he didn't carry much hope in the first place. He immediately said with a smile, "Since it's like that, then we'll train with Brother Yang if we have a chance in the future. We'll be taking our leave first." As soon as he finished speaking, their figures flashed and vanished into the distance. Yang Yi was truly a bit surprised by their attitudes. As far as he was concerned, disciples of sects ought to be arrogant, domineering, and haughty people. However, those three people from Bright Moon sect didn't show any signs of this at all, and they didn't even show the slightest bit of arrogance. This felt slightly unexpected to him. Actually, it was still because Yang Yi was too inexperienced. There were numerous arrogant and domineering disciples from sects, yet they were mostly brainless. Those that were able to become disciples of sects mostly possessed good natural talents and disposition. Moreover, most of them were extremely intelligent, and they deeply understood that instead of adding another enemy to the list, it was better to have another friend instead. "Brother Yang, what should we do with them?" Meanwhile, Manzi glanced at the corpses in the surroundings and asked. Yang Yi glanced at them as well before he said with a smile, "We definitely have to gather their belongings first." Manzi and the others instantly started laughing when they heard this. After some brief searching, Yang Yi obtained a few valuable things. They were respectively a small-scale spatial ring, a mid-grade yellow rank saber, 2 low-grade yellow rank daggers, and over 10,000 gold coins. However, Yang Yi didn't attach much importance to these things. It couldn't be helped. The requirements of he who was already a grade 1 talisman master had become higher because of this accomplishment. As he looked at the spatial ring in his hand, Yang Yi was slightly disappointed, because compared to the spatial ring he possessed, it was too much more inferior, but it was better than nothing. After he wore the spatial ring, Yang Yi glanced at the 3 yellow rank weapons within it before glancing at Manzi and the others. He hesitated for a moment before his wrist flipped and the 3 weapons appeared in his hand. He passed the weapons in his hand to Manzi and the others before he said, "These weapons are useless to me, so all of you can have them." Manzi was first stunned, and then he hurriedly shook his hand and said, "Brother Yang has saved our lives on more than one occasion, and those 3 people were killed by you. We didn't contribute at all, so how could we take that from you?" Qing Hong said from the side as well, keep those things. Even though we're really tempted, we have our own principles, and if we took those things from you, then we would look down on ourselves. Yang Yi smiled and said, I'm not giving them to all of you for free. I heard all of you say last night that besides hunting and killing dark beasts, mercenaries are for hire as well, right? He was most worried about his younger sister and mother now. Even though Elder Qian had warned the Liu clan, Elder Qian couldn't be at South Peace City all the time after all. If the Liu clan played tricks in order to deal with his younger sister and mother, then they would definitely be in danger. So, he intended to hire these 3 people before him to protect his younger sister and mother in South Peace City, and Head had this thought since last night. Manzi nodded and said, besides hunting and killing dark beasts, we also accept some work related to being bodyguards or helping others to transport goods. Brother Yang, you mean you intend to hire us? Yang Yi glanced at Xiao Yuan's corpse on the ground and said, Xiao Yuan was killed by me. However, if all of you return to Green Hornet City, then his older brother would definitely not let all of you go. If you're willing, then I want all of you to protect my younger sister and mother at South Peace City. As for the time period, we'll make it half a year. What do you think? The 3 of them were moved when they heard this. Just as Yang Yi had said, once Xiao Yuan died, they would definitely be in danger if they returned to Green Hornet City. Even though the laws were strict in Grand Qin Empire and Xiao Yuan's older brother probably wouldn't dare to make a move against them while they were within Green Hornet City, what about outside the city? Moreover, they were unable to continue hunting and killing dark beasts now because there were only 3 of them after all. When they thought up to here, Manzi glanced at Qing Hong and Xiao He, and when he saw them nod, he immediately said, Brother Yang, we're willing to accept your request. When he heard them agree, Yang Yi passed the 3 weapons in his hand to them, and then he withdrew 10,000 gold coins and passed it to them as well. When he noticed Manzi intended to refuse the gold coins, he said immediately, not all of these gold coins are for the 3 of you. 5,000 gold coins are your compensation, and I need you to pass the other 5,000 to my younger sister and mother. When he heard this, Manzi hesitated for a moment before he nodded. 3 yellow rank weapons were already worth no less than 40 or 50,000 gold coins. Coupled with these 5,000 gold coins and their own savings, it was more than enough for them to gain a foothold in South Peace City. Yang Yi continued once Manzi took the gold coins. After all of you head to South Peace City, let big sister Qing Hong contact my younger sister and mother. Manzi and Xiao He, both of you shouldn't show yourselves, and it's sufficient if the 2 of you hide in the shadows. If danger that the 3 of you are unable to resolve appears, then write a letter to me in the Sword Sect, and I'll rush over as quickly as I can. Manzi said with a smile, Don't worry, Brother Yang. We've done a great deal of work related to protection. If danger that we're unable to resist really appears, we still have some methods to deal with it. In short, so long as it isn't a First Heaven Realm expert, we'll definitely be able to guarantee the safety of Brother Yang's family. Good. Yang Yi nodded, and then he glanced at Qing Hong, who stood by his side. When they saw Yang Yi glance at Qing Hong, Manzi and Xiao He acted extremely sensibly and left first, whereas Qing Hong originally intended to follow them as well, but she was stopped by Yang Yi. 1. Part of the saying where a mantis stalked a cicada yet was unaware of the aureole behind it. This saying refers to how one covets the gains ahead of one without being aware of the danger that lurks behind. Chapter 24. Mysterious Little Fellow. As he gazed at this woman before him that possessed a hot and sexy figure, Yang Yi said in a light voice, Big sister Qing Hong, you seem to have been intentionally maintaining your distance from me since last night. Since last night, Qing Hong's attitude towards him had changed, and she seemed to be intentionally maintaining her distance from him. He knew that perhaps it was because of his strength, but no matter what, had taken Qing Hong to be his friend, and he didn't wish for this friendship to vanish just like this. When she heard Yang Yi, Qing Hong's lips moved, and she wanted to deny it. However, when she noticed Yang Yi's serious expression, she didn't give an excuse in the end and just sighed lightly. It was undeniable that she had a good impression of Yang Yi, and she hoped to take Yang Yi as her friend. However, Yang Yi was a disciple of a sect, and a very promising one at that. Moreover, it was very difficult for there to be any friendship between mercenaries and disciples of sects, and it was none other than because they were people of different status. If it was any other mercenary, that person would definitely feel extremely excited from being able to become friends with a disciple of a sect. However, she didn't think like this because this sort of friendship was mostly done out of pity. When he saw Qing Hong remain silent, Yang Yi continued, "Big sister Qing Hong, I don't know why you've been intentionally keeping your distance from me. However, I want to tell you that I've really taken you to be my friend." "Why?" asked Qing Hong. "I'm only an ordinary mercenary," Yang Yi said with a smile. "I treat others how they treat me. When we entered Snake Forest and while I was hiding my strength, you didn't look down upon me or keep your distance from me as the others had. Conversely, you protected and cared for me at all times. From that moment onwards, I'd taken you to be my friend. If I knew you were so strong, then I wouldn't have poked my nose into your business." Qing Hong rolled her eyes at Yang Yi while she revealed a smile because she was able to sense that Yang Yi had spoken sincerely. Yang Yi smiled and said with a serious expression, "Big sister Qing Hong, I think that friendship isn't something that requires strength, money, or other things. So, some of your thoughts are really bad." Qing Hong wanted to refute him, yet her face suddenly turned red, because when she heard Yang Yi say some of your thoughts, it made her think of something. She had intentionally kept her distance from Yang Yi not because she was unable to become friends with him, but because, when she thought of some things, her face turned even redder. When he noticed Qing Hong's face suddenly become red, Yang Yi was slightly baffled. "I didn't say anything that exceeded what was proper. Why has this bold and straightforward woman's face turned red?" When she noticed Yang Yi staring at her, Qing Hong suppressed the embarrassing thoughts in her heart before glaring fiercely at Yang Yi, and she said, "What are you looking at?" Wow. Yang Yi was completely speechless. He really wanted to say that she was incomprehensible, yet he restrained himself in the end. Presently, Qing Hong seemed to have stopped intentionally keeping her distance from him. So, if he were to say that to her, then he would probably be unable to avoid being cursed at. With a flip of his wrist, a strength talisman appeared in Yang Yi's hand, and he passed it to Qing Hong before he said, "Big sister Qing Hong, this is for you. I'll see you next time." As soon as he finished speaking, he didn't stay here any longer and flashed towards the distance. As she watched Yang Yi's figure vanish, Qing Hong said to herself, "How embarrassing. He's only 16 or 17 years old. How could I possibly have had such thoughts?" When she noticed the talisman with a golden flame on it, Qing Hong's figure instantly froze, and her hands couldn't help but tremble. After a long time, Qing Hong hurriedly placed that talisman behind the clothes at her chest, and then she raised her head to gaze at where Yang Yi had vanished into the distance. She seemed to be dazed as she muttered in a low voice, "A high-grade strength talisman? How could this be possible?" Yang Yi dashed madly all along the way, and he ceaselessly flashed amidst the thick forest like a nimble monkey. During this period of time, had encountered some unknown dark beasts. However, he didn't make a move against them because the grades of those dark beasts were too low, and he intended to head to Nether Wolf Gorge to search for those formidable nether wolves. After dashing madly for a few hours, Yang Yi finally stopped, and then he leaped up a large tree at the side before staring towards the distance. In the distance, the mountain range towered into the clouds and continued without end. It was impossible for him to see the end of it. As he gazed at the boundless mountain range, Yang Yi's expression was heavy as he said in a low voice, "According to legend, there's an enormous dark beast empire at the central area of the Grand Myriad Mountains. I wonder if it's true. If I have the chance in the future, I definitely must have a look." When he spoke up to hear, he shook his head and said with self-ridicule, "If I'm unable to become an outer court disciple 20+ days from now, and if I'm unable to defeat Lu Qingyu 3 months from now, then I wouldn't even have my life, let alone being able to have a look at the Dark Beast Empire." Yang Yi restrained his thoughts and withdrew a worn-out map from his pocket. Manzi's group had given him this map last night, and it was a map of some areas at the border of the Grand Myriad Mountains. Moreover, some dangerous areas had been indicated on the map by Manzi and the others. After sweeping the map with his gaze, Yang Yi's gaze descended onto Nether Wolf Gorge in the end. After he memorized the way to Nether Wolf Gorge, Yang Yi put the map away and was about to get down from the tree. Right at this moment, Yang Yes' figure that had already leaned forward instantly stiffened on the spot, and his gaze swiftly shot towards the distance. A violet shadow suddenly flashed out from the dense forest 300 m away. The violet shadow was extremely swift. No, it should be said to be strange, because the violet shadow was flickering, and it moved around 100 m in distance with every flicker. As he gazed at this strange scene, Yang Yes' scalp felt slightly numb, and he hurriedly held his breath and didn't dare make any movements. The violet shadow traversed a distance of 300 m in the time of 2 breaths and arrived where Yang Yi was. Fortunately, the violet shadow didn't stop, and it flashed past him. Right when Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief, the violet shadow that was already over 30 m behind him had suddenly stopped moving, and then it flashed before directly appearing in front of Yang Yi. Yang Yi's body instantly froze. As he gazed at this little thing that appeared before him, Yang Yi didn't dare move at all. He was deeply afraid of annoying this little thing and causing it to annihilate him. It was a mink that had suddenly appeared in front of him, and it was extremely cute. It was completely violet in color, had a slender and long figure, short limbs, long ears, a round head, and its little tail swayed behind it. Moreover, a gorgeous blood-red lotus mark resided on its forehead. The violet mink stopped in midair while its lively eyes gazed at Yang Yi, and it blinked from time to time. It was extremely cute. However, under the gaze of its pair of lively and cute eyes, Yang Yi didn't even dare breathe heavily, because this violet mink's strange speed had truly terrified Yang Yi, and it was a speed that even experts at the King Realm were unable to attain. After a short moment, the violet mink's brows knit together like a human, and then it took 2 steps closer to Yang Yi. Its tiny nose sniffed Yang Yi's body, and then it seemed to have noticed something good, causing the little fellow's large eyes to instantly light up. Even if Yang Yi didn't know the language of beasts, he was able to sense that this little fellow before him was happy, because the little fellow's expression at this moment was exactly similar to his expression that day when he noticed he could become a profounder. The violet mink seemed to have noticed something good in Yang Yi's possession, and its nose sniffed without end while its really round face revealed an intoxicated expression. Right when Yang Yi was about to flee, the violet mink before him suddenly transformed into a wisp of violet light and entered his chest, and this sudden action of the violet mink caused Yang Yi's mind to instantly go blank. After a short while, Yang Yi hurriedly checked his body, and when he noticed the situation within his body, Yang Yi muttered as if had lost his soul. How could this be possible? How could this be possible? Yes, that extremely cute little fellow had entered into his body, or more precisely, it had entered the tiny vortex dantian within his body. Earlier, when he immersed his mind into his body, he noticed that the violet mink was sizing up the tiny vortex dantian within his body, and its tiny face was first covered in excitement, then bewilderment before finally revealing excitement again after a short moment. The violet mink seemed to be extremely excited, and it flickered endlessly within his vortex dantian like a mercenary that had found buried treasure. Right at this moment, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes before looking once more towards the distance. A black figure flashed out from the thick forest in the distance, and when he saw this black figure, Yang Yi gulped while his mind went blank. Because this black figure was flying in the air, and it was flying without relying on any external forces. Yang Yi didn't know what sort of cultivation realm was required in order to fly without relying on external forces. In any case, experts of the King Realm and the Spirit Realm which was above the King Realm were unable to accomplish this, whereas experts above the Spirit Realm were at the Exalt Realm. The black figure was extremely swift, and it instantly arrived by Yang Yi's side. The black figure was completely pitch black, and his entire body was coiled with black energy. Moreover, the countless strands of black energy that roamed around him seemed like numerous venomous snakes that were prepared to swallow their enemies. The black figure didn't stop, and it flashed towards the distance. On the other hand, Yang Yi's countenance was ghastly pale at this moment. It was because the black figure had glanced at him, and it was precisely this glance that caused him to feel as if had fallen into hell. A feeling of terror instantly enveloped his entire body, and it caused him to be unable to arouse the slightest intention to resist. No. Being unable to even bear a single glance from the black figure caused a feeling of humiliation to arise from the bottom of Yang Ye's heart, and he roared in a low voice before forcefully raising his head to look at where the black figure vanished. He had a firm expression as he said, "I would rather die than fear." The sword of the disciples of the sword sect would rather break than bend, and the disciples of the sword sect would rather die than be humiliated. These words were something the founding ancestor of the sword sect had said, and Yang Yi had committed it to memory. As soon as he finished speaking, the feeling of terror at the bottom of Yang Ye's heart instantly vanished. At the same time, the sword in his hand started to tremble violently. It let out a clear and resounding sword howl before a clang resounded, and the sword transformed into countless pieces. On the other hand, Yang Ye's eyes were slightly closed at this moment. After he finished speaking those words just now, had entered into a strange state, and it was a strange and profound state. Yang Yi didn't know that when he entered into this state, it wasn't just his sword that had shattered. Even the trees in his surroundings rustled as if something invisible was moving. If the 7 peak masters of the sword sect, or the sword sect's master were here, they would know what sort of state Yang Yi was in. This was a state that countless people within the sword sect dreamed of, because this was a state of comprehension, and it would allow one to comprehend the sword intent that no one within the sword sect had comprehended for a few hundreds of years. Swish! Right when Yang Yi entered into this state, the sound of wind being torn apart resounded. The black-clothed figure that had originally vanished into the distance had suddenly turned around, and when he sensed that terrifying aura, Yang Yi immediately abandoned this state and returned to his senses. Right when he returned to his senses, that black-clothed figure from before had appeared in front of him like a ghost. Chapter 25 Attached to him. Yang Yi cursed the entire family of this black figure who was standing before him. Even though he didn't understand what that state was, it was undoubtedly beneficial to him. However, it was precisely this fellow that seemed like neither a man nor ghost that had caused him to withdraw from that state. He truly wished to smash his fist towards this fellow. They were less than 2 meters away from each other, yet Yang Yi was unable to see the black-clothed person's appearance. Because the black-clothed person was surrounded by countless strands of black energy that emanated a terrifying aura, and the black-clothed person seemed to be extremely strange while enveloped by the black energy. After meeting the black-clothed person's gaze for less than a breath of time, Yang Yi immediately revealed a terrified expression while he trembled in a seemingly nervous manner. It was as if he was a mouse that had encountered a cat. "Did you see a violet shadow?" The black-clothed person spoke. His voice was slightly hoarse, and it was slightly displeasing to the ear and seemed like something was stuck in his throat. When he heard the black-clothed man, Yang Ye's body trembled even more violently, and his lips shivered as if he was nervous to the point of being unable to speak. Right when the black energy around the black-clothed man started to expand out, Yang Ye's trembling right hand pointed behind him as he said with a trembling voice, I saw a violet shadow flash by from here, and then it vanished." When he heard Yang Yi, the black energy on the black-clothed man's body calmed down. He went silent for a short while before he glanced at Yang Yi, who was trembling from head to toe, and then he shook his head. He had the intention to deal with Yang Yi, yet he abandoned such a thought when he saw Yang Ye's current state. He truly disdained to make a move against an expert at the mortal realm. Moreover, it was such an inferior fellow. If it was some unyielding fellows, then perhaps he would be interested in torturing the fellow, but he truly didn't want to waste his profound energy on someone like this fellow. It was just like an elephant and an ant. If the ant was careful, then the elephant wouldn't kill an ant intentionally. "Fuck off." The black-clothed man spoke indifferently. When he heard this, Yang Yi seemed as if had received great amnesty. He hurriedly leaped off the tree, and then he dashed madly towards the distance. As he dashed, Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief, and his expression returned to normal. There wasn't a trace of terror on his face, and he felt lucky in his heart. Luckily, I guessed correctly, the black-clothed man wasn't a good person at all. So, if one made an extremely unyielding display to such a person, or show no fear at all, then the black-clothed man would definitely detest the sight of him. Thus, he immediately feigned a weak appearance and made the black-clothed man disdain to make a move against him. Fortunately, Head guessed correctly. When he saw Yang Yi vanish, the black-clothed man raised his hands into the air, and then the black energy around him instantly seemed as if it had come to life and rose explosively. In a mere instant, the black energy swept out 300 m away, and everywhere it passed, all plants and trees seemed like snow that had encountered boiling oil. They instantly transformed into a pool of black water. After a few more breaths of time, with the black-clothed man at the center, everything including the ground in an area of 300 m around the black-clothed man had turned pitch black. It was an extremely terrifying scene. After a short while, the black-clothed man withdrew all the black energy, and he muttered in a low voice, "Why has its aura vanished here? Could it be that someone captured it a step before me?" When he spoke up to hear, the black-clothed man turned around to look towards the sword sect, and he said in a low voice, "Could it be an expert of the sword sect?" As soon as he finished speaking, the black-clothed man hesitated for a moment before he transformed into a strand of black shadow that shot out in the direction of the sword sect. Yang Yi dashed madly all along the way, and he ran for around 6 hours before finally stopping when the sky turned dark. He found a natural cave in the surroundings and concealed the entrance properly, and then he withdrew the moonlight stone Manzi had given him yesterday. Under the illumination of the moonlight stone, Yang Yi saw the scene within the cave clearly. It wasn't small and was roughly able to accommodate a few tens of standing people, and there was a huge number of weeds in this cave. Obviously, this was probably a cave that belonged to a dark beast. When he noticed that there was no danger, Yang Yi sat cross-legged, and then he patted his stomach and said, "Little fellow, come out here. Let's have a proper chat." The little fellow wasn't an ordinary dark beast, and this was obvious from the little fellow's strange speed. However, he was slightly puzzled about why the little fellow had chosen him, and he was especially puzzled about how the little fellow was able to enter his stomach. Wait, not his stomach, but the vortex. This had truly exceeded the scope of his understanding. So, Head decided that he would have a proper chat with the little fellow. After a short moment, there was no movement from within his stomach, and when Yang Yi took a look and saw the state the little fellow was in, the corners of his mouth instantly twisted. At this moment, the violet mink was laying with its eyes clothed within his vortex dantian, and it frequently emanated a light sound of breathing. Obviously, the little fellow has already fallen asleep. Yang Yi almost exploded with anger when he saw the little fellow like this. This little fellow had entered his stomach without saying a thing, and it had even offended a heaven-defying expert. Moreover, had almost been killed at the hands of that black-clothed man. Head dashed madly all the way because he was deeply afraid that the black-clothed man would catch up to him and end him if he was slow. It could be said that he was terrified all along the way, and he wished for nothing more than to grow 2 more legs. Yet the culprit for all of this had actually fallen asleep within his vortex dantian. It was intolerable. After calling out to the little fellow for around an hour, the little fellow finally came out from within the tiny vortex. The violet mink stopped in midair while its little claws rubbed its slightly drowsy eyes, and it seemed to be displeased that Yang Yi disturbed its sleep. After that, it glared fiercely at Yang Yi, and as if that wasn't enough, it fiercely claws its tiny claws at Yang Yi as if it was extremely displeased. Yang Yi gulped. This dark beast is too much like a human. It simply doesn't seem like a dark beast. For a time, he was at a loss for words. After a short while, the violet mink's sleepiness had dispersed, and its lively eyes started at Yang Yi while blinking repeatedly. It seemed as if it was sizing Yang Yi up. Yang Yi took a deep breath and tried hard to calm himself. After a short while, he looked at this cute little fellow and said, Little fellow, you ought to be able to understand me. I want to say that I won't make a fuss about you entering my dantian to avoid calamity. That black-clothed man has left, so you can leave now." This little fellow was very cute, extremely cute. If he took it back and gave it to Little Yao would definitely be extremely happy, or he could sell it, and it would definitely sell for a good price. However, Yang Yi didn't dare do that because this little fellow was too mysterious. Moreover, it would draw the black-clothed man over. So, he decided to part ways with the little fellow. The violet mink blinked, yet it didn't nod or shake its head, and it just stared fixedly at Yang Yi. "You're safe now, so you can go home. Understand?" When he noticed the little fellow's lack of reaction, Yang Yi repeated once more. This time, the violet mink seemed as if it understood Yang Yi, and it shook its little head. Obviously, it was unwilling to leave. "It refuses to leave me." When he saw the little fellow shake its head, the corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched. Even though this little fellow was extremely cute, Yang Yi had still decided to make it leave, because it was a calamity to him, and the black-clothed man might be drawn over again at any time. Moreover, if he allowed the little fellow to stay within his dantian, then it felt wrong no matter how he thought about it. After he made up his mind, Yang Yi continued, "Little fellow, I'm a human, and you're a dark beast. It's dangerous for you to be with me, understand?" The violet mink blinked, yet it didn't shake its head nor nod. "Humans are bad, and they'll roast you and eat you. Understand?" The violet mink nodded, and it seemed as if it really agreed. "Then quickly return to your home. Don't follow me." The violet mink shook its head, and it seemed as if it refused to leave him. "Then what do you want?" Yang Yi was slightly anxious, and his voice had grown louder. When it saw Yang Yi get angry, the violet mink seemed to be slightly afraid. It moved backward while moisture arose in its eyes, and its round little face carried a wronged expression. What misfortune! When he saw the violet mink reveal such an appearance, Yang Yi felt his head ache. He was even more certain that this little fellow wasn't an ordinary dark beast, because a dark beast had to attain the spirit realm before it could take human form and possess intelligence comparable to a human. However, this little fellow before him had obviously not attained the spirit realm. Otherwise, it would have taken human form since a long time ago. It was exactly because this little fellow hadn't attained the spirit realm that he felt this little fellow wasn't an ordinary dark beast. Had never heard of a dark beast that possessed such intelligence before attaining the spirit realm. Even though he hadn't seen many dark beasts in his lifetime, his instinct told him that this little fellow was definitely not an ordinary dark beast. Yang Yi shrugged and said, "Then what do you intend to do?" When it heard Yang Yi, the violet mink grinned, and then its tiny claw pointed at Yang Yi's dantian while its intentions were obvious. "You want to stay inside there?" asked Yang Yi. The little fellow hurriedly nodded its little head. "Why?" This question seemed to be slightly difficult to answer. The violet mink's tiny claw pointed at Yang Yi's dantian, then pointed at itself, and then its tiny claw ceaselessly gesticulated in midair while its little face was covered in excitement. Yang Yi. When it noticed Yang Yi's dazed expression, the little fellow stopped waving its tiny claws about, and then it flashed to descend onto Yang Yi's shoulder. After that, it rubbed its little head on Yang Yi's face, as if they had a very good relationship. Yang Yi sighed in his heart. He knew that the little fellow was attached to him now, and he didn't even have a chance to flee before the little fellow's unusual speed. Never mind. What will be will be. In any case, I already have a mysterious tiny vortex in my possession, so it's fine to have another mysterious little fellow. It's all the same so long as I get used to it. After he figured it out, Yang Yi decided to figure out the little fellow's strength, and this caused Yang Yi agony. Yang Yi stretched out a finger and said, "First rank dark beast?" The little fellow shook its head. "Second rank dark beast?" The little fellow continued shaking its head. "Third rank dark beast?" Chapter 26 Battle. After a period of difficult conversation, Yang Yi finally figured out the little fellow's strength. The little fellow was a 9th rank dark beast, but Yang Yi wasn't really sure of it. In any case, when he raised 9 fingers, the little fellow had finally nodded. As for the little fellow's combat strength, besides the ability to escape, its remaining ability was simply too horrible to look at. The formidable physique that dark beasts should possess was something the little fellow didn't possess. The advantage of an enormous figure that dark beasts possessed was something the little fellow didn't possess as well. In short, besides being able to flee swiftly, the little fellow didn't possess any ability in combat. Moreover, when Yang Yi asked it what it was capable of, besides flickering a few times. The little fellow merely blinked its large eyes. In the end, Yang Yi abandoned his thoughts that the little fellow was a divine beast. Had heard of some legend where some people fell down a cliff, yet escaped death and even obtained the cultivation method and techniques left behind by a peerless expert, or someone that was born with some sort of extraordinary charm and made countless divine beasts to kneel down and submit to him. In the beginning, he thought he possessed some sort of extraordinary charm as well, and he made this mysterious divine beast submit to him. However, cruel reality told him that besides being extremely skilled at fleeing, this mysterious divine beast didn't possess a shred of combat strength. The little fellow seemed to really like his tiny vortex, and the little fellow had transformed into a strand of violet light and entered into the tiny vortex as soon as it finished talking with him. There was a small pool within the tiny vortex, and it occupied an area of about 9 square meters. The small pool wasn't filled with water, and it was profound energy instead. It was full of golden profound energy. When he saw this pool of golden profound energy, Yang Yi felt his heart ache slightly, because this pool of profound energy was something that had accumulated through exhausting a few tens of thousands of energy stones. The most depressing thing to him was that this pool of profound energy didn't belong to him, and he was utterly unable to utilize this pool of profound energy. Moreover, it was even more depressing to him because a violet mink was within this pool of profound energy. Yes, that cute violet mink was happily swimming about in that pool of golden profound energy. When he saw the violet mink take the pool of golden profound energy to be its bathtub, Yang Yi felt especially uncomfortable in his heart. He withdrew his mind from within his body, and for the sake of preventing himself from feeling uncomfortable, Yang Yi decided to stop looking at the swimming mink. After staying silent for a moment, Yang Yi tried to enter once more into that strange state that had been interrupted by the black-clothed man. However, to his disappointment, he was unable to enter that state again after trying countless times. It really can only be chanced upon by luck. Yang Yi sighed in a low voice. Even though he didn't know what that state was, his instinct told him that if he was able to enter into that state, then it would definitely be extremely beneficial to him. However, unfortunately, it was spoiled by that black-clothed man. Bang! Right at this moment, an enormous bang resounded before a colossal black figure charged into the cave from the outside, and then it smashed down towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's expression turned grim. It was too late for him to dodge, so he instinctively smashed his fist towards the colossal figure that was charging towards him. Bang! Shit! Yang Yi cried out in his heart as soon as his fist came into contact with the colossal figure. After that, an enormous force spread over towards him before a muffled groan resounded, and then his figure was blasted flying. Bang! His figure directly sunk into the wall. Pain. Extreme pain. That was what Yang Yi felt at this moment. The bones in his entire body felt as if they were on the verge of falling apart. At the same time, Yang Yi felt fortunate in his heart. He felt fortunate that had cultivated the body refinement technique. If he hadn't cultivated the body refinement technique and utilized his golden profound energy to temper his body, then he would have definitely been transformed into a pile of mush by this attack. As he forcefully suppressed the numbness and pain in his entire body, Yang Yi hurriedly leaped out of the wall, and as soon as he descended, that colossal figure smashed over towards him once again. Yang Yi's pupils constricted as his golden profound energy circulated madly, and his right fist carried a light golden glow as it smashed towards the colossal figure that had already arrived before him. Bang! A muffled bang resounded before Yang Yi was blasted flying again, and he fell once more into the wall. However, that colossal figure was blasted a few steps back by Yang Yi's punch as well. How formidable! As he sensed the intense pain in his right arm, Yang Yi was moved. Under the amplification provided by the golden profound energy, he was actually blasted flying again, and this strength was too much stronger than his own. He would probably not be stronger than it even if he utilized a strength talisman. As thoughts flashed within his mind, Yang Yi leaped out from within the wall again. This time, the colossal figure didn't charge over again, and this allowed him to have a clear look of it. It was an enormous gray wolf that stood before him. The gray wolf's size was 3 times his own, and it was around 2 meters in height. Yang Yi was simply like a baby facing an adult when he stood before this colossal figure. Besides possessing an enormous figure, the most striking features of that gray wolf were its claws, and the 2 fangs that were exposed from its mouth. The gray wolf's claws were around the length of an arm, and they emanated a ghastly and cold glow. Moreover, the gray wolf's front claws would occasionally sweep past the ground, and a few extremely rifts would appear every time this happened. On the other hand, its fangs were over an entire 10 inches in length, and they were slightly curved like the sickle utilized by the god of death to reel the lives of man. It was quite terrifying. A peak 9th rank dark beast. With a single glance, Yang Yi determined the rank of this gray wolf. When he swept the surroundings with his gaze, Yang Yi understood why this gray wolf would suddenly launch an attack against him. This gray wolf was clearly the owner of this cave, and his sudden trespass into this place was undoubtedly a form of provocation in the world of dark beasts. Yang Yi took a deep breath before he stretched his limbs, causing the joints in his entire body to instantly start cracking. This 9th rank dark beast just happened to be a target that satisfied him. The gray wolf gazed at Yang Yi with a ferocious glow in its eyes, and its claws were ceaselessly digging at the ground. It was utterly exasperated by this human that dared to insult its dignity, and it raised its head and howled furiously before it pounced forward. It transformed into a gray shadow that smashed fiercely at Yang Yi. Yang Yi's eyes narrowed slightly when he saw the gray wolf charging towards him. His legs scratched open a deep groove in the ground like an iron plow, and then his figure crouched partially while he stretched out his right hand and clenched it into a fist. After that, his right arm shrunk back while he slowly clenched his left hand tightly as well, and then a dazzling golden glow flickered on his right fist. At this moment, there was a shred of fear on his face. When the gray wolf had charged over to arrive a few inches before Yang Yi shouted furiously as his right hand suddenly smashed over towards the rapidly approaching gray wolf. Bang! The man and wolf fiercely collided with each other in a direct manner. The enormous force from the collision caused Yang Yi's legs to rub the ground as he retreated rapidly. After he dug out a groove that was a few meters long on the ground, he collided with the wall in the end, causing the entire cave to instantly suffer a wave of rumbling. On the other hand, the gray wolf had merely taken a few steps back. When he noticed the gray wolf had been blasted back by his attack, even though Yang Yi's entire body was aching, he was still delighted in his heart, because this gray wolf wasn't impossible to defeat. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi swung his fist and gazed towards the gray wolf in the distance, and then he stretched out his thumb before turning it to point downwards. After that, he stretched out his index finger and gestured towards the gray wolf in a provoking manner. Ow! Even though the gray wolf didn't possess human intelligence, it still possessed some intelligence, and it was furious when it saw Yang Yi make such a provocative gesture. It raised its head and roared furiously before it pounced. A cold glow flashed on its claws, and it carried a strand of the sharp sound of the air being torn apart as it clawed fiercely towards Yang Yi from above. When he saw the gray wolf pounce over, Yang Yi's eyes narrowed, and then his figure crouched partially while he clenched his hands into fists. When the gray wolf arrived before his body, Yang Yi shouted furiously before suddenly swinging both his fists out. Bang! The two of them collided, and then a strand of intense pain came from Yang Yi's fists. Yang Yi let out a muffled groan while a mouthful of blood sprayed from his mouth. On the other hand, the gray wolf was blasted flying as well. However, in the next moment, the gray wolf howled before it leaped once more and pounced towards Yang Yi. Yang Yi's pupils constricted when he noticed the gray wolf pouncing over once more. He suppressed the roiling vital blood in his heart before his right leg suddenly stomped on the ground, and he relied on the counterforce from this and allowed his body to instantly blast forward. His right fist carried the sound of wind being torn apart as it smashed fiercely towards the gray wolf's head. Bang! The man and wolf collided once more. However, this time, the gray wolf wasn't blasted flying again, and it had utilized its claws to forcefully grab hold of Yang Yi's fists. After that, its long fangs stabbed fiercely at Yang Yi's head. When he noticed his fists were restrained and those two fangs were stabbing towards him, Yang Yi was astounded in his heart, and he didn't give it any thought before smashed his leg at the gray wolf's stomach. Bang! The gray wolf wailed from having its stomach attacked, and its claws instantly released Yang Yi's hands. Yang Yi was stunned, and it was precisely this instant of absent-mindedness that allowed the gray wolf's claws to claw fiercely at Yang Yi's chest. Yang Yi instantly seemed as if had been struck by a heavy blow, and his figure was blasted flying. Bang! After flying for a few meters, he fell once more into the wall. Cough! Yang Yi had just stood up with great difficulty, and his mind was slightly dizzy. It was right at this moment that a pair of sharp claws seemed as if they'd passed through space and struck fiercely towards his chest once again. In an instant, the pair of sharp claws were like a storm that was swung countless times on Yang Yi's chest, face, and head. Ding! Ding! When these countless strikes struck on Yang Yi's body, it was like those sharp claws were striking on metal. Not only did they claw open countless bloody marks on Yang Yi's body, the sound of metal being struck resounded successively, and it was like a beautiful musical composition. Chapter 27 Fight. Bang! The gray wolf smashed its head onto Yang Yi's stomach, causing an enormous bang to resound before Yang Yi's body scraped the ground as it flew backward. Rumble. In the end, he collided with the wall of the cave, casing countless rocks to rain down and bury Yang Yi beneath them. The gray wolf would naturally not let Yang Yi off. Right when it intended to swallow Yang Yi into its belly, the howl of a wolf suddenly resounded from outside the cave. The gray wolf's expression changed when it heard this howl, and it didn't hesitate at all to run out of the cave. Right after the gray wolf left, Yang Yi crawled out from beneath the pile of rocks. At this moment, his mind and consciousness were slightly blurred, and he was only able to feel that his entire body was filled with pain. Extreme pain. Pain that went deep into his marrow. If he didn't force himself to stay conscious with extremely strong willpower, he would have probably fainted from pain by now. After a short moment, Yang Yi's mind finally cleared up slightly, and when he noticed the gray wolf was gone, the first thing he did was run. Once he left the gray wolf's cave, Yang Yi found a luxuriant tree and sat cross-legged above it before he lowered his head to look at the state of his body, and Yang Yi instantly gasped at this sight. At this moment, his clothes were already in rags, and his body was densely covered in bloody marks. Those bloody marks crisscrossed on his body in an extremely irregular manner, and coupled with the blood on his body that hadn't dried, it seemed to be extremely horrifying. I underestimated my enemy this time. Yang Yi laughed bitterly as he shook his head. That day, Head killed the colossal Python King with his fists, and then Head annihilated a 7th-ranked dark beast, the twin-winged python, with a single sword strike. This made him think that 9th-ranked dark beasts would definitely not be anything great. However, reality told him that 9th-ranked dark beasts were too much stronger than 7th-ranked dark beasts. Yet Head overestimated his strength and competed in physical strength with a 9th-ranked dark beast, and that was truly like courting death. However, this battle slightly surprised him as well because his physical strength was actually so formidable. Even though there was still a gap in physical strength between him and a 9th-ranked dark beast, it was undeniable that the defensive ability and strength of his body was stronger than a human at a similar cultivation realm. Perhaps even the body of a first heaven realm expert wasn't as formidable as his own. This discovery caused him to feel slightly delighted. Originally, cultivating the body refinement technique was something Head done because he had no other choice. But Head never imagined that when he utilized the golden profound energy to temper his body according to the body refinement technique, it would actually be formidable to such an extent. In the future, his body itself could be utilized as a trump card against his enemies. When the intense pain in his body struck him once more, Yang Yi restrained his thoughts before closing his eyes slightly. The golden profound energy in his body surged and recovered his extremely damaged body. The golden profound energy was like numerous warm streams that flowed throughout his entire body. Everywhere it passed, Yang Yi clearly sensed his injuries healing, and even though it was slightly slow and difficult to notice, he was still able to sense it. This caused him to feel delighted, and then he sped up the circulation of the profound energy within his body. The night passed without him noticing it at all. When a red rising sun arose on the horizon, Yang Yi, who sat cross-legged on the tree, opened his eyes. After consuming 6 energy stones and a night of time, even though the injuries on his body hadn't been healed completely, he was already able to fight. Yang Yi leaped off the tree and descended to the ground, and then he stretched his limbs. As he sensed the abundant, profound energy within his body, Yang Yi beamed from ear to ear, and he said in his heart, "Energy stones really are great, and I can lavishly exhaust my profound energy at will because of them." If he didn't possess the ceaseless provision of energy from the energy stones, then the heavy injury he suffered this time would be impossible to recover from without 5 or 6 days of time. All hail Bauer. When he thought of how he still possessed a few tens of thousands of energy stones, Yang Yi felt like returning to the sword sect and taking Bauer in his arms before giving her a long kiss on the cheek. These energy stones were really too useful to him. After a moment of happiness, Yang Yi's wrist flipped, and a short dagger appeared in his hand. His sword had broken into pieces for no reason or rhyme that day, and he didn't possess any extra swords, so he could only utilize this dagger as a replacement. As he held the dagger, Yang Yi was like a nimble leopard as he charged towards the Grey Wolf's cave, because he wasn't willing to let such a good opponent go. Bang! Within the Grey Wolf's cave, the man and wolf entered once more into battle. The Grey Wolf was truly enraged by this human that had offended it for the second time, and it seemed as if it had gone mad as its sharp claws and fangs swung madly at Yang Yi. This time, Yang Yi acted smartly. He stopped competing in strength with the Grey Wolf, and he used technique against it instead. Now, he stopped attacking the Grey Wolf head-on, and he started to use a hit-and-run tactic against it. So long as he grasped an opportunity, the dagger in his hand would cause a few strands of blood to spray from the Grey Wolf's body. The Grey Wolf's size was an advantage, yet it could be considered a disadvantage as well. Just like this very moment, its size wasn't of any use at all. Not only was it unable to fight nimbly because of it, but Yang Yi had also even taken it to be a living punching bag because of its size, and it allowed Yang Yi's dagger to basically never miss once it was swung. However, it wasn't easy for Yang Yi as well, because when the Grey Wolf occasionally collided with his body, it caused his entire body to feel as if it was falling apart. If it wasn't for the golden, profound energy's ceaseless repairs of his body, he might have already dropped to the ground. The man and wolf exchanged blows for around 2 hours. At this moment, there were already over 10 claw marks on Yang Yi's body, whereas the Grey Wolf's body was densely covered in injuries as well. However, with the Grey Wolf's size and the defensive capability of its body, all of those could only be considered as superficial injuries, and they were utterly unable to injure it at the core. Bang! A moment of carelessness caused Yang Yi to be blasted flying by the Grey Wolf. However, in the next moment, Yang Yi's hood sunk into the wall had leaped out and charged towards the Grey Wolf. The Grey Wolf's eyelids twitched when it saw this human charge once more towards it. Obviously, the way Yang Yi seemed to disregard his life as he fought caused the Grey Wolf to feel slightly fearful. However, even though it was fearful, the Grey Wolf didn't shrink back. If it was any other place, then perhaps it wouldn't fight to the death. But this was its lair, and it wouldn't abandon its lair no matter what. After another 2 hours of fighting, this battle finally ended with Yang Yi fleeing in defeat. Yang Yi had no choice but to flee because the profound energy within his body had been completely exhausted. After all, Head utilized his profound energy with every swing of the dagger, and without the support of his golden profound energy, he would be utterly unable to break through the Grey Wolf's defenses. Moreover, the profound energy had to repair his body, so it was utterly insufficient for him to spin like this. So, he had no choice but to withdraw for now. The Grey Wolf didn't give chase when it saw Yang Yi flee in defeat, and it lay down on the ground instead before gasping for air. Over 4 hours of battle, and coupled with the fact that Yang Yi fought as if Head disregarded his life, it caused the Grey Wolf to be extremely exhausted. Now, it just hoped that this human wouldn't come to its cave again. However, it was disappointed. After less than an hour, that human had appeared once more within its cave, and then another round of battle started. Just like this, Yang Yi fought the gray wolf for a few hours, and then he fled. After his profound energy recovered, he went looking for the gray wolf again, and this continued for 2 days. The gray wolf felt more aggrieved the more it fought, whereas Yang Yi grew excited the more he fought. Every time he returned to battle the gray wolf after fleeing, his combat technique would improve slightly, and this caused the gray wolf to feel extremely and utterly aggrieved. During this period of time, the gray wolf had tried to chase Yang Yi down when he fled. However, it was disappointed. This human before it was simply not like a human at all. He fled as he fought, and he would ascend a tree when he was truly unable to fight any longer. The gray wolf couldn't do anything about this because it wasn't a flying dark beast, and it could only utilize its head to strike the tree. Tree after tree rumbled and collapsed, yet that human just wouldn't fall to the ground, so in the end, it gave up. On the 6th day, the 6th day that Yang Yi fought the gray wolf, he didn't flee any longer. He was already able to fight the gray wolf with ease. 3 days later, Yang Yi had already occupied a superior position in their battle, and he fully controlled the rhythm of the battle. Wu! Yang Yi sat on the gray wolf's back with his legs clenched tightly to its sides, and his fists flickered with a light golden glow as they smashed down towards the gray wolf's head. Every single punch struck firmly on the gray wolf, and the gray wolf's wails resounded within the cave. For the sake of getting rid of Yang Yi, the gray wolf rolled on the ground and carried Yang Yi along as it collided with the walls of the cave. Countless large holes were smashed open on the walls, yet Yang Yi just wouldn't let go, and he would smash a punch onto the gray wolf's head with every opportunity he had. Presently, the man and wolf were competing to see who would be the first to be unable to persist. This continued for around 2 hours when it suddenly went quiet within the cave. The man and wolf were both lying on the ground. Yang Yi was still breathing while the gray wolf was still breathing as well. They gazed at each other from 3 m away, yet both of them didn't charge forward because both of them didn't have any strength left. As the gray wolf looked at Yang Yi, its gaze was filled with deep fear, and what he felt instinctively right now was that this human was even more terrifying than a dark beast. On the other hand, Yang Yi's eyes flickered with excitement because Head defeated a 9th-ranked dark beast under the condition of not utilizing any sword techniques. Even though Head spent almost 10 days to accomplish it, it was still something Head accomplished. An hour later, Yang Yi slowly crawled up from the ground. At this moment, Head already recovered by more than 50%. When it saw Yang Yi stand up, the gray wolf finally revealed an expression of terror in its eyes. It wanted to crawl up as well, but it failed in the end. Yang Yi walked slowly over to the gray wolf while moving his arms back and forth, and he revealed a sinister smile. It's time to dig out the inner core and gather wolf skin. Right at this moment, a violet light flashed, and the violet mink appeared before Yang Yi. The violet mink's little claw pointed at the gray wolf on the ground, then looked at Yang Yi before it hurriedly shook its little head. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he asked, "You want me to spare it?" The violet mink hurriedly nodded. "Don't joke around. Inner cores are extremely valuable, and wolf skin is extremely valuable as well. How can I spare it?" When it heard Yang Yi, the little fellow flashed over to Yang Yi and used its little claw to rub Yang Yi's nose, and it revealed a pleasing expression. Yang Yi felt his head ache when he saw the little fellow play this trick again, and then he gazed at the gray wolf on the ground. Yang Yi was shocked when he saw the gray wolf's appearance at this moment because the gray wolf's body was actually trembling lightly, and its eyes clearly carried fear while it looked at the violet ink. This wolf is afraid of the little fellow? This was Yang Yi's thought at this moment. He glanced at the gray wolf, and then he glanced at the violet mink that was acting cute before he said, "It's afraid of you?" The violet mink blinked, and then it looked at the gray wolf before blinking again. After that, it descended onto the gray wolf's head with a single flicker. When it saw the violet mink descend on its head, the gray wolf's body trembled even more violently, and its body was completely pressed down on the ground. It was humble like a servant. The violet mink patted the gray wolf's head with its tiny claw and then nodded with satisfaction. Obviously, it was extremely satisfied with the gray wolf's attitude. In the next moment, the violet mink swung its tiny claw, and then, under Yang Yi's astounded gaze, the gray wolf transformed into a strand of violet light and entered into Yang Ye's body. At this moment, Yang Yi was dumbstruck. Chapter 28, Unexpected Event. After he returned to his senses, Yang Yi hurriedly checked the situation within his body. Just as had expected, the gray wolf that had originally bashed up to the point of being on the verge of death was sizing up the surroundings within his vortex dantian with curiosity. After being momentarily stunned by the scene before it, the gray wolf revealed an extremely delighted appearance, just like the violet mink had when it just entered his dantian. And then it started ceaselessly roaming about within his vortex dantian. After roaming for a while, the gray wolf noticed the pool of profound energy, and this discovery was extraordinary to it. It seemed like a man that had been hungry for a few days and had finally encountered a plate of meat, and even its eyes turned red. However, the gray wolf didn't charge into it and start bathing in it as the little fellow had. It paced up and down by the side of the pool, and it wanted to jump in yet seemed to be fearful of something. Yang Yi opened his eyes and gazed at the violet mink before him. Needless to say, this was extremely shocking to him. Had truly never imagined that the little fellow could actually send dark beasts into his vortex dantian. Moreover, after the gray wolf entered his dantian, it seemed to be extremely happy, and this caused Yang Yi to be extraordinarily bewildered. Why was the little fellow able to enter his vortex? Why was the little fellow able to send dark beasts into the vortex? Why would the gray wolf fear the little fellow? What exactly was that vortex? Why was it so miraculous? A string of questions appeared in Yang Ye's mind, but he was bound to be unable to figure out the answer. Because after he asked the little fellow about all of this, the little fellow was even more bewildered than he was, and it ceaselessly shook its little head to indicate it didn't know why. Or perhaps it was hiding something. Yang Yi gave up on pursuing an answer, and then he pointed at the location his dantian resided and said, "Can it help me to fight in the future?" The little fellow didn't possess any combat strength, and he could accept this because the little fellow was extremely cute and little. However, if this wolf didn't help him fight, then he wouldn't allow the wolf to eat and live within him for free. The violet mink blinked, and then it nodded. Yang Yi started laughing when he saw the little fellow nod, and he laughed in a slightly complacent manner. It was a 9th-ranked dark beast. A 9th-ranked dark beast as his goon. Just thinking about it was extremely delightful. After his excitement passed, Yang Yi rubbed the little fellow's head and nodded with satisfaction, and then he said, you did very well, little fellow. That gray wolf is your underling, and you have to teach it well and make it obedient, understand?" Yang Yi wasn't stupid. The gray wolf was hostile towards him, yet it wasn't hostile to the little fellow, and it was even very fearful of the little fellow. So, the responsibility of disciplining could only be given to the little fellow. The violet mink blinked and then nodded. People are always in high spirits after encountering happy events. A brilliant smile was constantly present on Yang Ye's face after he left the cave, and had already started thinking of a grand plan. His vortex dantian was extremely big, and it ought to not be a problem for it to accommodate a few hundred dark beasts. If he had around 109th-ranked dark beasts, then he would even be able to crush a first Heaven Realm expert. Yang Yi became more and more delighted and excited as he thought about this, and he seemed to be already able to see the scene of a pile of dark beasts appearing with a swing of his arm. Suddenly, the smile on Yang Ye's face froze. In the next moment, he entered into a dense bush as swiftly as he could. At the same time, he hurriedly held his breath with concentration and made himself into a statue. Swish! Right at this moment, through the spaces between the dense bush, Yang Yi saw a faint black shadow approach from afar with extreme speed. The black shadow was swift like a ghost, and as the black shadow flashed on the treetops, the trees didn't even shake in the slightest. With a few flashes, the black shadow descended merely around 40 m away from Yang Yi. The corners of Yang Ye's mouth twitched, and he cursed this person's entire family in his heart. "You just had to run over to me. How can my tiny body endure the trouble caused by all of these monsters?" The black shadow wore a black robe, and he didn't continue fleeing after descending to the ground. He flipped his right hand instead, and a bloody blade that seemed as if it was forged from fresh blood appeared in his hand. The bloody blade was extremely unusual, and the stench of blood within it was something Yang Yi could smell clearly from around 40 m away. Right at this moment, a white shadow flew over from afar on a sword. Yang Yi's heart thumped when he saw the appearance of this woman. The woman wore a moon-white dress. She had willow-shaped brows, slanted eyes, snow-white skin, cherry lips, and a flawless face that was crystalline like jade. As she stood on the enormous green-colored sword, her white dress fluttered, and she seemed otherworldly, noble, and pure like a celestial maiden. It seemed as if it was a sin just to take a glance at her. The woman was extremely swift, and she was even slightly faster than the blade shadow. In practically an instant, Shed arrived near the black shadow, and she stood on a treetop while she pointed the green sword in her hand at the black-robed man. Moreover, there were a few strands of fierce sword chi flickering ceaselessly on the sword. How beautiful! How formidable! As he looked at the woman that seemed like a celestial maiden, Yang Yi gulped. She's able to fly with a sword, so Shed at least at the spirit realm. Of course, he wasn't concerned about their strengths, and he was concerned about whether the two of them were about to fight. If they were to fight here, then with their strengths, probably the slightest aftershock would be able to annihilate him 10 times over. Fairy Sue, you really do refuse to go away. You've been chasing me for a few days now. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? The black-robed man gazed at the woman that stood on the treetop, and he spoke with a hoarse voice. His voice was extremely unpleasant, and it was like a sharp object scratching on a rock and was extraordinarily jarring to the ear. Bloodhand, why waste your breath? Since your ghost sect dared to come to kill at my sword sect, then you ought to have thought about the consequences. You can dream of fleeing today. The woman called Fairy Sue spoke in cold voice. The ghost sect? The sword sect? Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. This woman is actually a member of the sword sect? Right, she was able to fly with a sword, and her sword even emanating such fierce sword chi. Doesn't that belong precisely to the sword sect? Flee. Bloodhand laughed coldly, and then he looked over to the spot where Yang Yi was hiding. Shit. Yang Yi cried out in his heart when he saw the black-robed man look over towards him. Right when Yang Yi was about to flee, a strand of blood-red light had already struck his chest, and he let out a shrill cry before his figure that just stood up fell flat on the ground again. As expected of you, you aren't even willing to spare a mortal realm profounder. The woman's expression turned even colder when she saw Bloodhand execute a lethal strike against a profounder at the mortal realm. Spare? Bloodhand laughed with ridicule and said, now is the time to fight a battle of life and death, and I don't want any variable to appear. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly slashed the bloody blade in his hand towards the white-clothed woman, and then a bloody glow that was over 30 m long flashed out from it before it shot fiercely towards the woman who stood on the treetop. The bloody glow seemed as if it was condensed into form by countless strands of blood, and a bloody smell of blood effused out from the bloody glow and covered the heavens and the earth. The white-clothed woman's expression remained unchanged when she saw the bloody glow shoot towards her. Right when it was about to arrive before her, the white-clothed woman's figure flashed like a spirit and instantly vanished on the spot. She appeared on the ground next, and the sword in her fair hand carried a revolving gale as it stabbed forcefully towards Bloodhand. Bang! The bloody glow blasted onto an enormous tree behind the white-clothed woman, and the enormous tree was instantly split into two while bits of wood shot through the sky. In the blink of an eye, the sword in the woman's hand was pressing down towards Bloodhand. Bloodhand's eyes focused while his right leg suddenly stomped on the ground, and his figure leaped up. His hands held onto the bloody blade in his hand as it emanated a sharp whistle through the air, and then it slashed down fiercely at the woman. The woman's eyes narrowed slightly upon noticing the bloody blade's approach, and she flicked her sword upwards. Clang! The two of them collided directly with each other, and sparks shot out from the point of the collision. At the instant they collided, a few strands of sword chi suddenly left the woman's sword, and they slashed towards Bloodhand's neck. Bloodhand's expression turned grim when he noticed the sword chi approaching him. Fortunately, Head fought the white-clothed woman a few times now, and had taken precautions since the beginning. When the sword chi left her sword, a few strands of bloody light surged out from Bloodhand's body, and these bloody lights formed a blood-red barrier around him. Along with a few clangs resounding through the air, those few strands of sword chi didn't cause any trouble to Bloodhand before they were completely dispersed. On the other hand, the barrier formed from the strands of bloody light instantly broke up into their previous form and assaulted the woman's face. The woman's beautiful brows knit together upon noticing this, and her body suddenly leaned back like it had been split into two. After that, her wrist spun and the sword in her hand slashed horizontally in an extremely natural manner. At the same time, a few strands of sword chi on the sword had shot out from it, and they shot towards the vital points throughout Bloodhand's body. Bloodhand's eyelids twitched when he sensed the sword slash towards his stomach and those strands of fierce sword chi assaulting him. His wrist moved to place the bloody blade horizontally before him, and then his right leg tapped lightly on the ground, causing his figure to shoot backward. During the process of his retreat, the bloody blade in his hand spun without end. Ding! Ding! All the strands of sword chi were blocked off. However, after he did that, Bloodhand's expression changed once more. He saw a cold glow flash before a sword, and a few strands of sword chi were stabbing towards his face. Bloodhand didn't dare be careless when facing this attack. His right leg stomped once more on the ground, and his figure shot backward like a cannonball. The woman didn't stop, and she transformed into a shadow while the sword in her hand was like a whirlwind, and it carried a few strands of fierce sword chi as it stabbed explosively towards Bloodhand. How formidable! After he witnessed the battle between them, Yang Yi, who lay in the bushes, was shocked in his heart. Had naturally not died, because when the bloody red light had just shot towards him, Yang Yi had forcefully twisted his body, causing that blood-red glow that was originally targeted at his heart to strike his left chest instead. Even though there was a hole in his left chest, it wasn't lethal. He wanted to flee, yet he didn't dare flee. Even though the two of them were in an intense battle, it was simply too easy for them to kill him. So, he continued laying on the spot and watched their battle. Yang Yi was extremely shocked by the sight of their battle, especially that woman's sword technique. Every single sword strike carried a few strands of sword chi as it attacked, and that sword chi was extremely troublesome to the black-robed man, causing him to be hesitant, cautious, and not dare to exchange blows with her for extended periods of time. It really was like a single sword that could overcome all techniques. As he gazed at the whirlwind and sword chi, Bloodhand revealed a wisp of a savage expression, and the bloody blade in his hand suddenly started to tremble. Bloodhand let out a furious shout before the bloody blade suddenly slashed down. In an instant, a bloody glow that was numerous times larger than before shot out explosively from the tip of the bloody blade, and everywhere it passed, a deep trench appeared on the ground. Bang! The bloody glow collided forcefully with the whirlwind. Instantly, numerous blast waves appeared out of thin air within the forest. The waves swept swiftly towards the surroundings, and everywhere they passed, all plants and trees were completely destroyed. They left a mess in their wake. Huh! Right at this moment, a delicate shout resounded amidst the blast waves. 10 strands of sword chi shot out explosively from within the blast waves, and they were lined up in a row and seemed to tear air apart. Everywhere they passed, numerous sharp sounds of the air being torn apart resounded. As he gazed at these 10 strands of sword chi, Yang Yi's pupils constricted. This woman has actually cultivated the energy split sword technique to the highest level, and she's even able to make it attack in this sort of way. She's too formidable. Bloodhand's expression was extremely heavy when he saw those 10 strands of sword chi shoot explosively towards him. He stretched out his left hand before suddenly clenching it. Instantly, a bloody glow effused out from the point he clenched his hand at, and it instantly formed into an extremely thick blood-red shield that stood before him. Bang! The 10 strands of sword chi collided one after the other with the enormous shield. Under the impact of the sword chi, Bloodhand's figure was shaken to the point of retreating without end, and every single strand of sword chi that collided with that energy shield was able to cause it to dim down slightly. Bang! When the 9th strand of sword chi collided with the shield, The shield instantly became extremely thin, as if it was translucent. Bang! When the 10 strands of sword chi collided with the shield instantly dispersed to reveal Bloodhand, who stood behind it with a terrified expression. Hiss! A sword pierced through Bloodhand's chest like a bolt of lightning, causing a strand of fresh blood to spray out. The white-clothed woman flashed by Bloodhand and appeared behind him to catch her sword, and then her figure spun rapidly before she stabbed the sword through Bloodhand's back. At this moment, Bloodhand's left hand was holding forcefully onto the tip of the sword that pierced through his chest from behind, and fresh blood instantly dyed the sword red. Chapter 29, Making a Move. Black Blood Seal. Bloodhand's furious shout suddenly resounded. A strand of scarlet-red blood instantly effused out from where Bloodhand's hand held the tip of the sword, and then black energy tainted the scarlet-red blood, causing it to instantly become black blood. The black blood swiftly flowed along the sword, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through the sword and spread onto the woman's body. At the same time, Bloodhand's right leg suddenly stomped on the ground, and he utilized the force from this to leap forward. The sword left his body and carried out another string of fresh blood, yet this time, it was black in color. When she sensed the black blood enter her body, and the sword in her hand had actually become black in color and lost all of its spirit, the woman's icy cold face wasn't indifferent as it was before this. She finally revealed a trace of a serious expression as she raised her head to look at Bloodhand, and then she said in a low voice, "You actually dared to utilize a forbidden divine ability. Aren't you afraid of dropping a realm in your cultivation and be forever unable to advance again?" The woman's words seemed to have hit Bloodhand's sore spot, and his ghastly pale face was covered in a savage expression as he said in an insane manner, "Dropping a realm in my cultivation? That's better than losing my life. Fairy Sue, do you feel like the profound energy within your body is gradually flowing away now? Haha. In another moment, you'll become a cripple that doesn't possess any profound energy. At that time, it'll make you suffer." Cough. He seemed to have become too excited, and it caused 2 strands of black blood to spray out from the 2 holes on his chest. Yang Yi frowned when he heard Bloodhand, and he said in his heart, "Shit, Bloodhand is going to win." With Bloodhand's degree of ruthlessness, Yang Yi would most probably be killed. However, he was helpless at this moment. Even though Bloodhand seemed to be heavily injured already, Bloodhand was still definitely not someone Yang Yi could go against right now. Yang Yi took a deep breath and looked at the white-clothed woman at the side. At this moment, he just hoped that the woman had some sort of a contingency plan. The woman's beautiful brows knit together when she noticed the profound energy within her body was swiftly flowing away, and she glanced at Bloodhand, who stood in the distance while a resolute expression flashed on her face. With a flip of her hand, the sword in her hand vanished. After that, she fully opened her right palm, and then she bent her ring finger and little finger before her thumb pressed down on them. After that, her index finger and middle finger were pressed together to form a sword. She flicked this sword towards Bloodhand. In an instant, a strand of sword chi shot out explosively from the tip of her finger. "You're courting death by doing this." Bloodhand's eyelids twitched when he saw the woman utilized her profound energy by force, and then he dodged to the side while he shouted furiously with a voice that carried a terrified tone. At this moment, he was already completely spent, and if he were to be struck by the woman's sword chi, then he would probably be the one to die. The woman paid no attention to Bloodhand. The tip of her feet tapped lightly on the ground before her figure rose into the air, and then she charged towards Bloodhand as if she was gliding in midair. She rapidly swung the sword shed formed with her fingers while she flew in midair. Every single swing caused a strand of fierce and swift sword chi to shoot out explosively. As she charged rapidly all along the way, Shed executed no less than a few tens of strands of sword chi, and the sword chi that covered the sky seemed like dense droplets of rain descending towards Bloodhand. As he hid within the bushes, Yang Ye's heart surged like the tide. This sword technique is too formidable. It's absolutely much more formidable than the energy split sword technique. This woman's status in the sword sect is absolutely not low, and it's possible that she's an elder. Bloodhand's eyelids twitched when he saw so many strands of sword chi assaulting him, and he was extremely astounded in his heart. A trace of a resolute expression flashed on his face, and he disregarded the blood that flowed from his chest as he stretched his right hand forward and clenched it. A bloody glow effused out and instantly formed a black energy shield. As his profound energy was ceaselessly poured into the black energy shield, fresh blood sprayed out like fountains from the 2 holes in his chest. Even though his chest was bleeding without end, Bloodhand didn't stop pouring his profound energy into the black energy shield. He knew that this was the woman's final attack, and he would be the final victor if he was able to withstand this wave of attacks. On the other hand, if he was unable to withstand it, then the consequences were obvious. So, he had to withstand this wave of attacks no matter what. Bang! Countless strands of sword chi blasted onto the energy shield, causing incessant explosions to resound within the forest. At this moment, the woman had descended to the ground as well, and she stared fixedly at the place where the energy shield and sword chi collided and exploded. If Bloodhand was able to hold on, then it was obvious what would happen to the white-clothed woman who'd lost all her profound energy. Ha! After a short moment, the energy shield gradually vanished, and Bloodhand's unbridled and roaring laughter resounded from behind it. After the black energy shield vanished completely, the figure of Bloodhand, who had a ghastly pale countenance, was revealed. At this moment, even though his countenance was ghastly pale, his face held a trace of a smile, and it was a smile from surviving a calamity. The woman took a deep breath and revealed a wisp of a bitter expression when she saw Bloodhand was still alive. After that, she closed her eyes slowly before she flipped her right hand, and her sword appeared once more in her hand. Even though Shed lost all her profound energy, it didn't mean that she was willing to wait for death to arrive. Aren't you extremely disappointed? Fairy Sue, didn't I just kill a few outer court disciples from your sword sect? Yet you pursued me for 3 days and 3 nights. What will I do now? Not only will I humiliate you to death, but I'll even hang your corpse on the imperial city's gate and make the sword sect's reputation sweep the floor. Cough. Bloodhand held the bloody blade in hand as he gradually approached the woman. At this moment, he was extremely complacent because Head accumulated a bellyful of resentment since a long time ago after Head been pursued by this woman for 3 days and 3 nights. Now, victory was within his grasps, so he fully vented the resentment in his heart. The woman didn't prove the slightest reaction towards Bloodhand's words, and her face was extremely calm as if she hadn't heard him at all. Bloodhand instantly felt bored when he noticed the woman didn't become terrified from his words. Head originally intended to terrify the woman so that she would beg for mercy. However, he was disappointed because the woman before him was truly calm like motionless water in her heart, and she wasn't affected by anything in the outside world. It's over, Bloodhand shouted in a low voice as he charged towards the woman. He didn't utilize the bloody blade, and he kicked at the woman's stomach instead. Obviously, he wanted to cripple her dantian. When she sensed the sound of wind being torn apart that arose from Bloodhand's leg, the woman suddenly opened her eyes before she tossed with her right hand, and the sword in her hand transformed into a cold glow that shot out explosively. At the same time, she overlapped her hands before herself, and then suddenly pushed them forward to block Bloodhand's fierce kick. Bloodhand hadn't imagined that the woman still had the ability to attack, and in a moment of carelessness, the sword pierced through Bloodhand's chest again. On the other hand, the woman was blasted flying from the force of his kick, and she fell heavily to the ground after flying a few meters away. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart upon witnessing the sword penetrate through Bloodhand's chest. However, the smile on his face froze before it could even stretch out. Because Bloodhand Hood had his chest penetrated by a sword for the 3rd time, hadn't fallen to the ground. He gradually sat down cross-legged on the ground, and then withdrew a talisman and tossed it into the air. After it flew up into the sky, the talisman shook before it vanished in the sky. A transmission talisman? Yang Ye's face turned grim when he saw that talisman. As its name implied, the transmission talisman was utilized to transmit messages. This transmission talisman Bloodhand utilized was obviously a mid-grade transmission talisman, and it was capable of transmitting messages through a distance of 400 kilometers. In other words, Bloodhand had companions within an area of 400 kilometers in the surroundings. Yang Yi decisively withdrew a high-grade strength talisman and slapped it onto his body. After that, he withdrew the dagger before his right leg stomped swiftly at the ground, and then his figure shot out like a cannonball towards Bloodhand, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground. When he was only 10 m away from Bloodhand, he suddenly slashed the dagger in his hand at Bloodhand. Energy Split Sword Technique. A golden strand of sword chi shot out explosively from the tip of the dagger in Yang Yi's hand. After he executed this strand of sword chi, Yang Yi didn't stop, and he successively executed another 2 strands of sword chi. Kid, don't you dare. Bloodhand was horrified when he saw those 3 strands of sword chi that suddenly shot towards him. He stretched out his right hand and clenched it, causing a slightly thin blood shield to flash into appearance, and the blood shield had just appeared when a mouthful of blood sprayed from Bloodhand's mouth. Bang! The first strand of sword chi blasted onto the blood shield, and the shield shook slightly while Bloodhand, who sat behind the shield, spat out another mouthful of blood. When the second strand of sword chi blasted onto the blood shield, the already dim blood shield dispersed in the air with a bang. Bloodhand's pupils constricted into the shape of needles when he saw the blood shield vanish. Never had he imagined that this piece of trash at the mortal realm would actually be able to break through his blood shield. Even though he was exhausted, this fellow before him was only at the mortal realm. The mortal realm. Hiss! The golden strand of sword chi penetrated through Bloodhand's heavily wounded chest, and then a shrill and miserable cry resounded while Bloodhand was blasted flying. Moreover, right when Bloodhand was blasted flying, a figure appeared before him, and the dagger in the figure's hand swept towards Bloodhand's head. When he saw the dagger sweeping over, Bloodhand disregarded the injuries on his chest, and he clenched his right hand before swiftly smashing it at Yang Yi's dagger. Hiss! Yang Yi's dagger that was suffused with a golden glow sliced through Bloodhand's right hand as if was cutting through vegetables, and then it didn't slow down at all as it swept towards Bloodhand's neck. How could this? Bloodhand's eyes were opened wide and filled with disbelief. He wasn't even able to finish his last words when a head that carried a strand of black blood along with it was tossed into the sky. Yang Yi wouldn't give this fellow an explanation. After he sliced off Bloodhand's head, Yang Yi hurriedly put away the bloody blade that Bloodhand held in his right hand and the spatial ring Bloodhand had on his hand, and then he ran to the white-clothed woman that sat cross-legged on the ground. Gold element profound energy? A disciple of the sword sect? The white-clothed woman gazed at Yang Yi and was slightly shocked. She had clearly witnessed the entire process since Yang Yi attacked until the battle ended, and it was exactly because she had witnessed it clearly that she was slightly shocked. Yang Yi was actually someone that possessed the gold element profound energy of legend, and had even shattered Bloodhand's blood shield. Even though that blood shield didn't even possess 5% of its usual strength, it wasn't something a profounder at the mortal realm could shatter. Yang Yi didn't answer the woman, and he said in a low voice that Bloodhand utilized a transmission talisman earlier, and his help is definitely rushing over right now. Can you still run? The woman was stunned when she heard this, and then she shook her head and said, No, that black blood seal was a type of forbidden technique amongst divine techniques. Presently, my cultivation has been sealed, and only by returning to the sword sect would I be able. Forgive me. Yang Yi interrupted the woman, and then, under the astounded gaze of the white-clothed woman, Yang Yi carried the woman up into his arms before he dashed swiftly towards the distance. He didn't dare to leave the woman here, because he would be finished if the woman exposed him as Bloodhand's murderer after Bloodhand's help arrived. Even though this woman before him didn't seem like such a person, Yang Yi didn't dare bet on it. Of course, he could deal with the woman with a swift slash to the throat, but he was truly unable to do it. Only attack when attacked. This was Yang Yi's principle in conducting himself. If Bloodhand didn't make a move against him, then he would have just fled and not risk his life to kill Bloodhand. As for rescuing the woman, besides being worried that the woman would give him away, it was also because the woman was from the sword sect. Having one more friend was better than having one more enemy. Moreover, in his opinion, it made no difference whether he fled alone or fled with her. Chapter 30 Fleeing. Less than an hour after Yang Yi left with the white-clothed woman, a bald middle-aged man appeared by Bloodhand's corpse. The bald man was over 40 years old, and his upper body was bare. His bare upper body and head were covered in tattoos of various strange symbols, and those symbols were actually wriggling slowly as if they were alive. It was extremely strange. The bald man sized up the surroundings before finally looking at Bloodhand's headless corpse at the side. As he gazed at Bloodhand's corpse, the bald man shook his head while a wisp of a heavy expression floated up onto his face. He said in a low voice, Bloodhand said his opponent was inflicted by the black blood seal. Yet why has Bloodhand died a miserable death? Could it be that other experts of the sword sect appeared here? When he spoke up to hear, the bald man walked over to Bloodhand's corpse, and he gazed at the holes on Bloodhand's chest. The bald man's gaze focused when he noticed one of those holes, and he said in a low voice, 3 holes made by a sword, and they ought to have been inflicted by Fairy Sue. As for that tiny sword chi at the side, it was probably not executed by Fairy Sue. As he gazed at the tiny hole, the bald man went silent for a moment before he said, the sword chi is superficial, not condensed and messy. The person that executed this sword chi probably only possesses a strength at the first heaven realm. When he spoke up to hear, the bald man instantly came to an understanding. Bloodhand hadn't perished at Fairy Sue's hands, and he ought to have been killed by a fellow at the first heaven realm. Hood made a sudden appearance. When he thought up to hear, the bald man waved his right hand, and he tossed a transmission talisman into the air and said, Bloodhand is dead. There's no need to rush over. Fairy Sue had already been inflicted by the black blood seal, and she has completely lost her cultivation. This is an opportunity. Bloodbale and Bloodsickle, head to Snake Forest to block the way. All the others at the first heaven realm, stop everything you're doing for now and search Nether Wolf Gorge and Death Abyss. She must not be allowed to return alive to the sword sect, otherwise, my sect's plans will probably suffer some setbacks. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure flashed and transformed into a black shadow that flashed towards the distance. In the thick forest, Yang Yi carried the white-clothed woman on his back as he dashed swiftly like a madman. Even though the woman on his back was like a cushion of softness, Yang Yi couldn't be bothered to think about this as he was only thinking about how to survive now. Head killed a member of the ghost sect, and he didn't believe that they would let him go. Moreover, based on Bloodhand's strength, his help would definitely not be trash at all. Even if Bloodhand's help was trash, that person would definitely not be someone he could go against. However, he didn't regret his actions because Bloodhand wanted to kill him, so why couldn't he kill Bloodhand? I sense an expert searching for us. At this moment, the woman's voice sounded out from behind him. You've recovered your strength? Yang Yi was delighted in his heart. Head carried the woman and fled because he was betting on the woman being able to recover her strength, or if she had some help. After all, the sword sect was so close to here, and she ought to have already utilized some sort of secret technique to call for help. No. The woman said indifferently, the black blood seal is a divine technique, and it was executed by Bloodhand after paying an extremely high price. I'm utterly unable to recover without any external help. The reason I was able to sense this was because of my divine sense. Even though my strength had been sealed up, my divine sense is still working as normal. Yang Yi's heart sank when he heard this, and then he said, Have you called for help? No. Why? Yang Yi almost fell straight to the ground. He originally thought that Shed already called for help, so even though he was slightly anxious, it wasn't to the extent that he would be terrified. But now, my entire cultivation is sealed, so how would I execute a secret technique to notify the sword sect? When he heard this, Yang Yi hurriedly said, Use a transmission talisman. Didn't Bloodhand utilize one? I don't have one. Yang Yi was speechless. He suddenly stopped moving, and then he flashed towards a different direction. When she noticed Yang Yi was remaining silent, the woman said flatly, Are you regretting taking me with you? Slightly. Yang Yi replied honestly, Put me down here and flee on your own. Perhaps you'll have a slight chance then. Yang Yi was slightly tempted when he heard this, but he shook his head right after that. If she didn't die after he left her here, then with this woman's strength and status in the sword sect, it would be he who would die. Moreover, he didn't believe that the members of the ghost sect would let him go. After all, Head killed someone from their sect that seemed to possess a high status. They won't let me go. So, you'll suffer endless troubles if you bring me along with you. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, after I leave you here and they kill you, would they just forget it and not come looking for trouble with me? The woman said, even though I don't know the exact cultivation of Bloodhand's help, it probably isn't too difficult for that person to perceive that Bloodhand hadn't died at my hand. Moreover, I've completely lost my cultivation, so it would be absolutely impossible for me to get so far. Perhaps they're already aware right now that someone brought me along and fled, and with the ruthless methods of the ghost sect, they wouldn't spare your life. Exactly. Yang Yi laughed bitterly and said, since they won't spare me, then bringing you along or leaving you behind makes no difference at all. Moreover, I feel slightly safer with you by my side. He was telling the truth. The woman's strength was something Head witnessed with his own 2 eyes, and if she hadn't been careless, then how could he have the chance to take advantage of the situation and finish Bloodhand off? Perhaps there might still be a chance to turn the situation around with such an expert by his side. But no matter what, Head bet on her this time. The woman went silent for a short moment and said, why aren't you running towards Snake Forest and have changed directions instead? You ought to be clearly aware that we'll only have a chance at survival once we return to the sword sect. If you were Bloodhand's help, what would be the first thing you thought of? The woman went silent. If she was Bloodhand's help, she would definitely stop the 2 of them on their path back to the sect. When she thought up to here, the woman lowered her head to glance at Yang Yi, and her eyes revealed a wisp of praise. At such a young age, not only does he possess the gold element profound energy of legend, his strength and intelligence are extremely extraordinary as well. If the sword sect fosters him with all its might for a few years, then perhaps he'll be able to enter Southern Territory's Ascension rankings. No one within the sword sect has entered the Ascension rankings for a few decades. At this moment, Yang Yi really wished he had the little fellow's ability. If he possessed the little fellow's speed, then would he even be afraid of the useless ghost sect's pursuit? After dashing madly for almost 4 hours, Yang Yi was finally slightly exhausted, and he brought the white-clothed woman along to hide within a thick tree. As he gazed at the woman's exquisite and flawless face, Yang Yi's heartbeat betrayed him and sped up. He forcefully suppressed that sort of strange feeling in his heart and said in a low voice, continuing to run like this without any objective will get us nowhere. Once this goes on for long, we'll definitely be captured. Do you have any ideas? No. The woman's words were simple and direct. Yang Yi's face twitched, and he was almost angered to the point of spitting blood. He said, please, your strength is so formidable. Yet could it be that you don't have any thoughts or ideas? The woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, take me back to the sword sect, and then I'll bring others with me to annihilate them. That's all I can come up with. Yang Yi was speechless, and he thought in his heart, I want to bring you back to the sword sect as well, but is that even possible? There are definitely experts waiting on the way back to the sword sect, and we'll be giving our lives away by going there. You possess 5-element profound energy. Why haven't I heard of your name in the sword sect? The woman revealed a wisp of curiosity and interest from her eyes. I'm a labor disciple. Yang Yi had an energy stone in his hand and was absorbing the energy within it, and he answered casually when he heard the woman's question. A labor disciple? The woman's beautiful brows knit together as she said, how could that be possible? Even though your cultivation is low, your strength isn't low at all. Moreover, you possess gold element profound energy. How could you possibly be a labor disciple? Is it a huge glory to be a labor disciple? Do I have any reason to pretend to be one? Yang Yi spoke angrily, because at this moment, this woman before him actually had the mood to discuss these random questions with him. Could it be that she doesn't know there are one or even a few formidable fellows pursuing us? The woman went silent for a short while, and then she seemed to have thought of something. Her beautiful face turned cold as she said, If an outer court elder of the sword sect is trying to suppress your growth, then don't worry. If we're able to return, he'll personally investigate this matter, and no matter who it was, he'll absolutely not forgive anyone that dares to try and suppress a genius with potential. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart. This woman's status in the sword sect is absolutely not low. Right when he was about to ask about her background, the woman suddenly turned to look towards the distance before she said in a low voice, "More than one First Heaven Realm experts are coming towards us, and they're from the ghost sect." Yang Yi swiftly stood up when he heard this, and he didn't hesitate at all to carry the woman on his back. After that, he leaped down from the tree and flashed towards the distance. As he ran madly, Yang Yi asked, "If I have a transmission talisman, would you be able to utilize it to notify the experts of the sword sect?" The woman was stunned, and then she said, "Yes. However, it has to at least be a mid-grade talisman. Do you have one?" "Not for now." The woman. Chapter 31 Jump. Not long after Yang Yi and the white-clothed woman left, two young men who had skulls branded on their left chests appeared beneath that large tree. The comparatively taller young man amongst the two closed his eyes slightly before he sniffed lightly. After a short moment, he opened his eyes and said, "The smell of humans lingers here. Fairy Sue and that man who brought her along with him as he fled have definitely been here." When he heard this, the shorted man behind him revealed a lusty glow in his eyes and said, "Xiaozi, I heard that Fairy Sue's beauty is peerless. Now that she has been inflicted by the Black Blood Seal, it means she doesn't possess any strength at all, right?" Xiaozi frowned and said, "Haizi, put those dirty thoughts of yours away. Even if her cultivation has been sealed, an expert of such level definitely possesses other methods to protect herself. Moreover, the orders we received were to immediately kill her on sight. Are you not afraid of the punishment if any mishap occurs?" The expression of that man called Haizi turned grim when he heard the word punishment, and he smiled embarrassedly and said, "I was joking. Come, let's continue searching for them." Xiaozi grunted coldly, and then they flashed towards the direction Yang Yi fled towards. In the boundless grand myriad mountains, besides the people pursuing them from behind, there were also countless terrifying dark beasts. Especially as they moved forward, the number of terrifying dark beasts grew more and more numerous. If the white-clothed woman didn't possess her formidable divine sense, then they'd probably already be within the bellies of dark beasts. Yang Yi placed the woman down in a hidden cave, and then he withdrew the talisman crafting materials Bauer gave him. After that, he completely disregarded the woman and directly started to craft a transmission talisman. Yang Yi was aware that if they continued to run like this without any objective, then there would be no need for those people to pursue and kill them because even those dark beasts would be sufficient to deal with them. Now, he could only craft a transmission talisman and ask the woman to call for help, otherwise, they would definitely die. When she saw Yang Yi holding a talisman brush and drawing on the empty paper, the white-clothed woman's eyes lit up, and she walked over slowly to Yang Yi. When she saw that golden, profound energy was twisting about like lines on the paper, she was shocked in her heart and asked unconsciously, "You're a talisman master?" When he heard the woman, Yang Yi's hand trembled, causing a line to slant, and then all the lines on the entire talisman twisted into a bunch. It had turned into trash. Yang Yi raised his head to look at the woman and said angrily, "Don't you know that you shouldn't disturb someone while he's crafting talismans?" As soon as he finished speaking, he withdrew another empty talisman paper and started drawing again. When she heard Yang Yi's practically criticizing words, the woman didn't get infuriated, and she became even more interested instead. Her tender eyes stared at the blank talisman paper because it was very rare to have a chance to watch one craft a talisman at such a close distance. Yang Yi held the talisman brush and carefully drew on the paper, and he didn't even dare take a deep breath. However, no matter how careful he was, the second talisman had still failed. Had never crafted a transmission talisman, so he couldn't help but be slightly nervous. Moreover, when he thought about how numerous First Heaven Realm experts were pursuing him out there, his heart was unable to calm down. The white-clothed woman was slightly disappointed when she saw that talisman fail, But this disappointment only appeared for an instant. She gazed at Yang Yi and said, "You have to calm your heart down, otherwise, it's impossible for you to craft a transmission talisman. You have sufficient time, and you don't have to hurry because those first Heaven Realm experts outside seem to have gone the wrong way, and they seem to have headed towards the other way." Yang Yi felt relaxed in his heart upon hearing this, and then he nodded. After a short moment, when he felt that his heart had calmed down, Yang Yi held the brush before gradually starting to draw on the blank talisman paper. After around an hour of time, Yang Yi lifted his brush and sat on the floor while gasping for breath. He said, "This talisman really is difficult to draw. Fortunately, I've succeeded." As she gazed at the strange and lifelike diagram on the talisman, a wisp of happiness flashed past the woman's eyes, and when she discerned the quality of the talisman clearly, undisguised shock appeared in the woman's eyes. It's actually a high-grade talisman. Even though she wasn't a talisman master, she knew what a high-grade talisman represented. Could it be that this young man is an earth talisman master? The white-clothed woman shook her head and stopped thinking about this. She picked up the talisman from the stone and tossed it into the air. When she saw it vanish in the air, she turned around to look at Yang Yi before she said, "Let's flee quickly, otherwise, I'll be too late." "Well, what?" Yang Yi was puzzled. 2 First Heaven Realm experts are only less than 5 kilometers away from here, and they're rushing towards here at high speed. Didn't you say that they ran the other way? I lied to you. Yang Yi was speechless, and he stopped wasting his time. He carried the woman on his back and left the cave before running towards Death Abyss. Around how long will it be before the experts of the Sword Sect will be able to arrive? Yang Yi asked in a low voice. Around 2 hours. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief in his heart when he heard this. Luckily, if it's only 2 hours, then we ought to be able to persist until then. However, what the woman said next caused that sigh of relief. He just heaved to return right back into him because he heard the woman say, "A spirit realm expert is rushing towards here, and his strength is on par with that blood hand." Yang Yi's heart instantly went almost completely cold. On par with Bloodhand? What sort of notion was that? It meant that if that expert wanted to kill him, the expert merely had to tap his finger lightly. What should I do? He'll definitely be unable to fight him. Surrender? Even if I'm willing to do it, would they be willing to accept it? I only have a single path left, and that's to run. Run like my life depends on it. Head to Death Mountain Range's Death Abyss. The woman spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi didn't hesitate and immediately dashed towards Death Mountain Range at full speed. This was an extremely precipitous mountain range. The mountain range wasn't high, yet it was extremely long and wide. It continued on for a few thousands of kilometers, and it was like the body of a colossal dragon. This was Death Mountain Range. Entering this mountain range was equivalent to truly entering the Grand Myriad Mountains. It could be said to be a barrier in the Grand Myriad Mountains, however. If one desired to pass through this mountain range before attaining the first Heaven Realm, then it would absolutely be impossible, because this mountain range was filled with countless dark beasts comparable to the first Heaven Realm. It was precisely because of these countless dark beasts that human experts beneath the first Heaven Realm could only hunt dark beasts and search for herbs in the border of the Grand Myriad Mountains, and they didn't dare to truly step foot within the Grand Myriad Mountains. Of course, even if those dark beasts didn't exist, humans that hadn't attained the first Heaven Realm wouldn't dare venture deep into the Grand Myriad Mountains as well. Not to mention that the Grand Myriad Mountains was the world of dark beasts. The tall mountains and thick forests that covered it would probably cause most humans to get completely lost within it. Of course, the true reason that caused humans to stop and not dare step foot into the Grand Myriad Mountains was because of this mountain range's name, Death. There was an abyss at the border of this mountain range, and it was called Death Abyss. Death Abyss spanned for 3 kilometers in distance and was 300 m wide, and both of its sides were smooth and precipitous, causing it to be extremely dangerous. Death Abyss was beneath this precipice. It was bottomless, and it was enveloped by a type of dark red mist all year round. According to rumor, there were a few hundreds of thousands of human skeletons at the bottom of this abyss, and these humans were human experts that had stepped foot into Death Mountain Range. To put it simply, dark beasts didn't welcome humans in Death Mountain Range. Yang Yi carried the woman on his back as he arrived at Death Abyss. Right when he was about to flash towards the depths of Death Mountain Range, the woman stopped him and said, "Don't go in there. There's a king-rank dark beast on guard there, and it'll tear you alive once you go there." A king-rank dark beast. Yang Yi gulped. King-rank dark beasts were comparable to humans at the first heaven realm, but their strengths were absolutely more formidable than humans. Because the defense and physical strength of dark beasts were too formidable. "What should we do now?" asked Yang Yi. Since the woman had asked him to come here, then she ought to have a way to save them. The woman pointed towards Death Abyss with her fair hand and said, "Jump down." "Well, what? Jump down?" Yang Yi thought that had misheard. The woman nodded and said, "This abyss contains a mysterious force that seals the cultivations of anyone that descends to its bottom. Will only have a chance at surviving by jumping down." Yang Yi glanced at the abyss. It was impossible to see the bottom of the abyss, and it was suffused with a scarlet-red mist. Just a single glance made it obvious that there was absolutely nothing good waiting for them at the bottom. "Are we really going to jump down?" Yang Yi gulped. He wasn't cowardly, and it was truly because this abyss was a bit too terrifying. "Ha ha. Fairy Sue, you're cornered now." Right at this moment, a black dot flashed over from the horizon. The black dot was extremely swift. In a blink of Yang Yi's eyes, the black dot had become fist-sized, and when he blinked once more, he noticed that it was already the size of a head. He didn't dare blink again and stopped hesitating. He lifted the woman on his back, and then he took a deep breath before he leaped towards Death Abyss. Just as the woman had said, they would absolutely die if they stayed up here, whereas if they jumped down, then they still had a chance. Since it was like that, it was better to just jump. At the instant Yang Yi had just jumped down into Death Abyss, the bald and tattooed man descended on the spot where Yang Yi stood moments ago. He gazed at the mist that Yang Yi and the white-clothed woman had vanished behind, and his expression was extremely gloomy. He hesitated for a short moment, yet didn't give chase in the end because it was too mysterious down there, and he didn't dare rashly descend it. With a swing of his right hand, a transmission talisman flew into the sky. The bald tattooed man said in a low voice. The two of them fell down Death Abyss. "Stop the search and stop the plan for now. Everyone, hide yourselves immediately. Those that disobey will be punished according to the rules of the sect." Chapter 32. Beauty in his embrace. Yang Yi held the white-clothed woman tightly. Because the speed of their descent was too swift, the wind pressure that arose from this caused Yang Yi's face to hurt slightly. On the other hand, the woman in his embrace was in a much better state. Even though her countenance was pale, she was extremely composed as if they weren't falling off a cliff. The woman's beautiful brows knit together tightly as she gazed at Yang Yi, who had his eyes closed tightly. At this moment, both of them were hugging tightly together. Especially Yang Yi, who seemed to be deeply afraid that she would fall down. So his hands held tightly around her waist, causing there to be no gap between them at all. Even though it was a special situation right now, she was still slightly unaccustomed to it. As for Yang Yi, even though there was a beauty in his embrace, how could he have any moon to think about all of this? He just hoped they would reach the bottom sooner because, with the strength of his body, a height of 300 meters would probably be unable to make him fall to his death. At most, the bones in his entire body would fall apart. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi opened his eyes, and he noticed that the two of them were still falling without and hadn't reached the bottom, causing a strand of terror and panic to instantly creep out from his heart. What shall we do? Yang Yi was helpless, and he could only entrust his hopes to the woman. Since Shed asked him to jump down, she ought to have a way. Otherwise, if they arrived at the bottom now, then they would definitely become a pile of mush. Or at the very most, only his corpse would be slightly more intact. "I don't know." The woman glanced at Yang Yi and spoke indifferently. "How could you not know? How can you not know? You asked me to jump down." Yang Yi was instantly infuriated. The woman in his embrace was truly too irresponsible. Shed asked him to jump down, yet just skipped over it by saying "I don't know." This was like treating the lives of others with utter disregard. If you were up there, you'd already be dead now. At the very least, you're still alive now. The woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi, and then she turned her head and refused to look at Yang Yi anymore. Yang Yi was speechless. Even though these words were sheer nonsense, he had to admit that what she said made sense. Yang Yi took a deep breath and worked hard to calm himself down. I absolutely can't die. If I die, then what would Mother and little Yao do? Who would protect them? Think of a way, think of a way. What's going on? Suddenly, Yang Yi's eyes opened wide, and he said, Why's the profound energy within my body vanishing? It's already gone. The woman said indifferently, There's a mysterious force within Death Abyss. All those who descend it will lose their cultivations and become an ordinary person. Since the profound energy in your body has vanished now, then it means we're about to arrive at the bottom. When she spoke up to hear, the woman turned a glance at Yang Yi and said, I never imagined that I would actually die here with you today. You knew that we would die after jumping down here, right? Yang Yi spoke in a low voice. The corners of the woman's mouth curved up slightly to form a wisp of a beautiful smile, and she said, You've only realized now? If we died up there, then you ought to be clearly aware of what would await me, right? Of course, it wouldn't be very good for you as well. The ghost sect has a secret technique called the soul restraint technique. They'll restrain our souls and make us into their slaves. At that time, we'll never be able to be reincarnated. Then I should thank you. Huh? Yang Yi ridiculed. This woman fought Bloodhand from the ghost sect and caused an innocent bystander like him to be implicated. Originally, they could have fled from the ghost sect's pursuit, yet Head never expected that she would actually court Death and ask him to jump down Death Abyss. Even though he knew that it was mostly not this woman's fault, but he was still displeased. The woman smiled, and she didn't say anything. She was able to understand the feelings of this man because no one would be in a good mood after being dragged into trouble by others. When he saw the woman had gone silent, Yang Yi gave up on arguing with the woman. He went silent for a moment, and then his eyes lit up. His head seemed to have thought of something. He pushed the woman slightly further away from him, and then he patted his stomach and said, Little fellow, quickly get out here and save me. If you still don't come out, then you'll be unable to stay in there forever. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to be concerned that an outsider was here, and he could only place his hopes onto the mysterious little fellow. As soon as he finished speaking, a violet glow flashed, and the violet mink appeared on Yang Yi's shoulder. When she saw this violet mink that had appeared abruptly, the white-clothed woman's eyes opened wide. Even with her indifferent and calm disposition, she was shocked by this little fellow that had suddenly made an appearance. How did it appear here? What sort of dark beast is it? Why have I never seen such a dark beast? A string of questions instantly flashed within the woman's mind. After the violet mink appeared, it rubbed its head on Yang Yi's cheek, and then it seemed to have noticed that something was wrong. Its large eyes swept the surroundings, and then it looked at Yang Yi with a dazed expression in its eyes. Little fellow, do you have any way to save us? Yang Yi spoke in an anxious voice as he gazed at the cute little fellow. The violet mink blinked. It looked at Yang Yi, then glanced at the white-clothed woman. After that, it blinked again before it nodded in the end. Yang Yi instantly heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the little fellow nod. At this moment, he wished for nothing more than to hug and kiss the little fellow. This little fellow is truly too cute. The violet mink aimed its claws at Yang Yi and the wild-clothed woman, and then it waved its claws a few times in the air. Instantly, a violet light barrier enveloped Yang Yi and the white-clothed woman, and after the violet light barrier appeared, the speed of Yang Yi and the woman's descent instantly slowed down. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart when he sensed their speed of descent had slowed down, and his eyes glowed as he gazed at the violet mink. I truly picked up a treasure. This little fellow is definitely a huge treasure. Not only is it able to subdue dark beasts, it even possesses such ability. It's truly an enormous treasure. The white-clothed woman was extremely shocked in her heart. She turned to glance at Yang Yi, and she felt that she was slightly unable to see through this man. First, he possessed 5-element profound energy, then he was a talisman master. Now, he actually summoned a dark beast, And this dark beast was even so mysterious to the point that even Shed never seen it in her lifetime. Is he really a labor disciple? The white-clothed woman had deep doubt. After it formed a violet light barrier for Yang Yi and the woman, the little fellow entered into Yang Yi's vortex dantian, and this caused the white-clothed woman to be extremely shocked in her heart. Where did it go? She couldn't restrain her curiosity and asked about it. Yang Yi glanced at the white-clothed woman and said, "It's a secret." The vortex dantian was a secret. The little fellow was a secret as well, and he didn't want others to know about these two secrets, especially this woman that possessed formidable strength. Because if she intended to dissect him and study the vortex dantian after she recovered her strength, then it would be a tragedy for him. "Oh," said the woman. After that, she was extremely sensible and stopped asking about it because everyone had secrets, and she understood this. After there was no need to worry about falling and being transformed into mush, Yang Yi's mind became active. Because the soft body of a beauty was in his embrace, and he was a normal man, so he very naturally showed certain normal reactions. The woman in his embrace was extremely beautiful, and she could be said to be the most beautiful woman Yang Yi had seen in his lifetime. In the past, if he saw such a beautiful woman that possessed such formidable strength, he would definitely not offend her. It wasn't because he felt a sense of inferiority, but he knew his own limitations. Women like this were extremely ambitious and proud, and if an ordinary man set his sights on her, then that person would undoubtedly be asking to be humiliated. Just like this very moment. Even if the woman had lost her cultivation, the seemingly innate pride she possessed was still extremely obvious. Even though the woman didn't display it intentionally, she really did possess it. For example, since the moment Shed lost her cultivation until now, Shed never asked him for anything. Yang Yi felt that she was an extremely proud woman. If it was at any ordinary time, Yang Yi would definitely not place his thoughts on this woman. However, at this moment, they were embraced tightly together. Even though he didn't have any perverted thoughts, his body did. As if Shed sensed the unusualness in Yang Yi's body, the woman's beautiful face turned cold, and she gazed at Yang Yi as she said in a deep voice, "Do you want to die?" Even though it was only a sentence, the woman emanated an imposing and mighty aura that didn't seem indignant as she spoke, and killing intent was faintly emanated from it. When he sensed the killing intent emanated from the woman, Yang Yi felt his scalp go slightly numb, and he hurriedly shook his head and said, "Don't act impulsively. I don't have any intention to disrespect you. The reason it's like this is that it's entirely a natural reaction. It really is a natural reaction. We're on the same boat now, and we should work together with each other. We absolutely can't fall into conflict with each other." The woman didn't speak, and she just stared at Yang Yi. Yang Yi smiled embarrassedly and continued, "Our fate is still unknown now, so how could I possibly have such thoughts? It's true, I didn't do this intentionally, and it's my boat's own natural reaction. You ought to be aware of it." Yang Yi had no choice but to guarantee all of this. Even though this woman had lost her cultivation, Yang Yi didn't dare guarantee that she didn't possess any trump cards. Moreover, just as he said, they were both on the same boat, and they shouldn't fall into internal strife because of a tiny misunderstanding. The woman gazed at Yang Yi for a short moment, and then she turned around and looked towards a different direction because she seemed to feel that Yang Yi was telling the truth. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. This woman's cultivation has been sealed, yet her gaze and imposing aura are actually so sharp. As expected of an expert. With that embarrassing scene from before, both of them didn't speak another word, and only the sound of breathing resounded, causing the atmosphere within the violet light barrier to instantly become slightly heavy. After an unknown period of time, Yang Yi suddenly opened his eyes, and his eyes contained extremely obvious excitement and delight. Because his legs had touched solid ground, they'd arrived at the bottom. Meanwhile, the white-clothed woman opened her eyes as well. Both of them exchanged glances before their gazes immediately separated, and their gazes shot through the violet light barrier and towards the distance. After they saw the scene in the distance and beneath their feet clearly, their expressions instantly became solemn. What did they see? Chapter 33 Made a Fortune. Bones. A dense expanse of bones filled their eyes. These bones belonged to both humans and dark beasts, and they were piled up into a thick layer on the ground, causing this scene to seem extremely terrifying and mysterious. Yang Yi frowned when he noticed these bones. This place is obviously not a nice place. Now that I and the white-clothed woman have completely lost our cultivations, the situation is very bad. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi turned his head to look at the white-clothed woman by his side, and when he noticed the woman's brows were knit together tightly as well, his heart instantly sank. He said, "Even you've unfamiliar with this place?" When she heard Yang Yi, she glanced at him and said, "According to the records in the Sword Sect, Death Abyss is a place the dark beasts utilize to deter humans. All those humans that entered Death Mountain Range without permission would be killed by dark beasts, and then tossed down Death Abyss." When she spoke up to hear, the woman swept the surroundings with her gaze and said in a low voice, "However, based on the situation here, it isn't as simple as it seemed on the surface." Yang Yi went silent for a short while before he said, "Can we utilize a transmission talisman to notify the members of the sword set?" The woman shook her head. She looked up slightly towards the scarlet-red mist, and then her exquisite face revealed a wisp of a solemn expression as she muttered, "There's a type of strange energy here, and it's the energy of the laws." When she spoke up to hear, her eyes revealed a trace of yearning, and then she glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, "Don't ask me what the laws are because you wouldn't understand even if I told you. You're so amazing. But aren't you still an ordinary person now?" Yang Yi smacked his lips and was slightly displeased in his heart. He originally intended to ask what the laws were, yet now that the woman had spoken in this way, he could only give up on this thought. Yang Yi stopped making opportunities for her to embarrass him. He withdrew the spatial ring head seized from Bloodhound earlier, and his spiritual energy swept through it. When he noticed the treasures within it, Yang Yi instantly revealed an overjoyed expression. Just the energy stones within it was no less than 30,000, and besides the energy stones, there were around 20+ treasures. Moreover, there was even a sword amongst these treasures. Yang Yi instantly felt excited when he saw this sword because this sword was actually a profound rank sword. Even though it was only a low-grade profound rank sword, it was still at the profound rank. After all, even numerous outer court disciples of the sword sect didn't possess profound rank treasures. However, besides this sword that was at the profound rank, the rest of the treasures were high-grade yellow rank treasures, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly disappointed. However, it wasn't long before he wasn't disappointed any longer, because there were 3 scrolls within the spatial ring, and all of them were actually techniques. They were respectively a low-grade profound rank technique, Bloodthirst Slash, a high-grade yellow rank movement technique, Gale Steps, and a low-grade profound rank technique, Black Dragon Wave. Yang Yi didn't feel any reluctance with the presence of the woman, and he withdrew these scrolls. Right when he was about to look through them, the woman suddenly said, "Besides that Gale Steps, you can't cultivate the other 2 techniques." Yang Yi was stunned, and then he asked, "Why? These are profound rank techniques." As if Head thought of something, Yang Yi glanced suspiciously at the woman and said, "You wouldn't have taken a liking to these 2 profound rank techniques, right?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi felt even more assured of its possibility the more he thought about it, and Head unconsciously moved slightly away from the woman. When she heard Yang Yi and noticed his actions, the woman's eyelids twitched, and her chest suddenly rose and fell even more quickly. But in next to no time, she recovered her calm and said indifferently, "Do as you like. In any case, you ought to be able to escape the Ghost Sect and Sword Sect's pursuit with your current strength." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. He could understand encountering the pursuit of the Ghost Sect, but why would the Sword Sect want to pursue him as well? When he noticed that the woman didn't seem to be lying, Yang Yi hesitated for a moment and said, "It's only 2 low-grade profound rank. Is there any need for that?" The woman originally didn't intend to speak with Yang Yi. However, when she thought of how Yang Yi was a disciple of the Sword Sect, and it was very likely that he would become the leading figure of the Sword Sect's future generation, she didn't want Yang Yi to fall into the wrong path. She went silent for a short while before she said, "The Sword Sect and the Ghost Sect are bitter enemies. So long as the members of the sects encounter each other, then they would usually enter into battle. If you cultivate the techniques of the Ghost sect, then the disciples of the Sword sect and Ghost sect would definitely not let you off, and the Ghost sect wouldn't allow a member of the Sword sect to cultivate their techniques. Most importantly, Blood Hand's techniques require blood as a medium, and you'll be utterly unable to cultivate its basics without killing around 10,000 people. Kill around 10,000 people? Yang Yi was slightly doubtful, so he opened the scroll and scanned through it. After he finished looking through the introductions of the two techniques, he couldn't help but laugh bitterly. Just as the woman had said, these techniques required blood as a medium, and if he intended to cultivate them to the level that Blood Hand had, then it would be utterly impossible to accomplish without killing a few tens of thousands of people. He would kill, yet he would only kill those who offended him. As for killing to cultivate, he was unable to bring himself to do it. In the end, Yang Yi gave up on these two techniques. On one hand, it was because he wasn't able to get himself to kill so many people, and on the other hand, he would probably really suffer the pursuit of both sects once he cultivated it. Even though profound rank techniques were great, his life was even more important. When she noticed Yang Yi's reluctant and unwilling expression, the woman grunted coldly and said, "It's just two techniques. Do you have to be so reluctant? It isn't like my sword sect doesn't have any good techniques." When he heard this, Yang Yi was infuriated and said, "Can you not criticize? Do you know what I've cultivated? I've cultivated the sword sect's basic cultivation technique and basic sword technique. The best technique I have, the energy split sword technique, was something I only obtained by luck, and it was the type that was copied by hand and didn't contain any annotations. Do you think it's easy for me?" When she saw Yang Yi seem like an enraged bull, the woman ridiculed and said, "Isn't it just techniques?" As she spoke, her wrist flipped, and she tossed a scroll to Yang Yi as she said, "This is a mid-grade profound rank technique, Sword Chi Finger. When cultivated to an advanced state, the Sword Chi will be endless so long as profound energy remains." Yang Yi flushed red when the woman exposed him, yet he was extremely excited in his heart. Because this Sword Chi Finger was probably that technique the woman had utilized against Blood Hand during their final clash. When he thought of the Sword Chi that covered the sky, Yang Yi was extremely excited, and he said, "Mid-grade profound rank. I have a profound rank technique as well." How could he not be excited? Even outer court elders like Elder Qian didn't possess mid-grade profound rank techniques. Yang Yi's eyes lit up when he unfolded the scroll and took a look. He raised his eyes to look at the woman and said, "Are these annotations yours?" The woman glanced at Yang Yi yet didn't speak a word. Yang Yi didn't get angry from this. He smiled and said, "Thank you." These words were heartfelt and sincere. Because profound rank techniques were extremely precious, yet this woman hadn't hesitated to give it to him. Moreover, it was a technique that contained annotations. In other words, when he cultivated this technique in the future, he would definitely be able to obtain twice the results with half the effort. "Take it as my repayment for saving me." The woman spoke indifferently, and then she seemed to have thought of something and said, "Don't utilize that bloody blade of Blood Hands." Yang Yi was stunned when he heard this. I'd almost forgotten that bloody blade. With a flip of his wrist, the bloody blade appeared in his hand. As soon as it appeared, a strand of the pungent stench of blood assaulted him. Yang Yi frowned, and he forcefully endured that stench of blood as he looked carefully at it. The bloody blade in his hand was over a meter in length and around 5 fingers wide, and numerous skulls were inscribed on the handle. The blade was scarlet red in color as if it was forged from fresh blood, and when he scanned it carefully, Yang Yi realized that red liquid was actually flowing within this blade. "That's a mid-grade profound rank treasure." The woman gazed at the bloody blade in Yang Yi's hand, and she said in a low voice, "This is a treasure that can grow. Based on its current state, it ought to be able to advance into the top grade of the profound rank after drinking the blood of a few tens of thousands of people." Mid-grade profound rank? Yang Yi's eyes lit up. What a treasure! Even though one's cultivation realm was important in battle, techniques and treasures were similarly important. When she saw Yang Yi's eyes light up, the woman said in a low voice, "This bloody blade has killed countless disciples of my sword sect, so it'll definitely kill you if you utilize it." Yang Ye's smile was instantly restrained when he heard this, and he said, "Are you threatening me?" His principle was that if others respected him, then he would respect others, and if others threatened him, then no matter who it was, he would take that person to be an enemy. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? The woman gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke calmly. Yang Yi put the bloody blade away and said, "If you are, then we're enemies, and I'll show no mercy to my enemies, even if that enemy is a beauty or a disciple of the sword sect." As he finished speaking, Yang Yi had already aroused killing intent. There were many reasons for him to not kill the woman, but the reasons to kill her outweighed them. For example, the woman knew some of his secrets, and just this alone was sufficient reason for him to kill her. Not to mention that Shed even threatened him. "You want to kill me?" The white-clothed woman revealed a teasing smile. Chapter 34 Unexpected Event. Yang Ye's heart shook. He hadn't expected that it would actually be noticed by her. He looked at the woman for a long time before he said, "No matter what, I can be considered to have rescued you. You don't deny that, right?" "You rescued me." The woman didn't deny it. Yang Yi continued and said, "I don't have the extravagant hopes that you would feel grateful, but I don't hope that someone I rescued is ungrateful. Your status in the sword sect isn't low, and your strength is extremely formidable. Your likes and your principles in doing things are all your problems, whereas I don't need anyone to tell me how to act or what I should do." It wasn't that he didn't want to make a move against her, but he gave up when he noticed her teasing smile. Yang Yi didn't believe that an expert of the woman's level didn't possess any life-saving abilities. Moreover, they were currently in a hopeless situation, and he didn't want to arouse internal strife between them. The woman went silent for a short while before she said, "You're a disciple of the sword sect, so it isn't good for you to utilize a treasure from the ghost sect that's covered in the blood of the sword sect's disciples." Yang Yi said, "I'm not a disciple of the sword sect. I'm just a labor disciple, and a labor disciple isn't considered as a disciple of the sword sect." "What do you mean by that?" The woman looked at Yang Yi and said in a low voice. Yang Yi said, "Nothing much. I just don't want others to tell me what to do. Of course, if you don't like that, then I'll return to the Grand Qin Empire once we leave this place. At any rate, I'm a talisman master, and I don't have to worry about my future." He didn't want to leave the sword sect because he wanted to take vent his rage. Moreover, if he had a sect as his backing, then he would have a safeguard when he roamed the world in the future. However, if this woman before him was petty and caused trouble for him after they left, then he would have no choice but to leave. "The punishment for betraying the sect is death." The woman spoke in a low voice. Yang Yi shook his head and said, "According to my knowledge, labor disciples are only people the sword sect recruited from the mortal world to clean the sect, and the names of labor disciples aren't recorded in the sword sect's name register. In other words, I'm not a disciple of the sword sect. Since I'm not a disciple of the sword sect, then how could I betray it?" The woman went silent. If it was any other person, and even if it was one of those extraordinary geniuses on the outer court rankings that spoke these words, she would laugh with disdain and ridicule. However, this man called Yang Yi was different. He possessed gold element profound energy and was a talisman master. Moreover, his strength was the strongest amongst the experts of the mortal realm that Shed seen in her lifetime. If such a disciple left the sword sect, it would be the sword sect's loss. When she thought up to here, the woman said, "I don't have any interest to care about your private affairs. If you're not afraid of the ghost sect chasing after you, then use that bloody blade." Yang Yi revealed a smile when he saw the woman make a compromise, and he said, "I never intended to utilize this bloody blade. I cultivate sword skills, so how could I possibly utilize a blade?" When she heard him, the woman came to an understanding. This fellow at the mortal realm had aroused killing intent towards her and spoken about leaving the sect because Shed threatened him. When she thought up to here, the woman gazed at Yang Yi and said in her heart, "I never expected that a profounder at the mortal realm would actually possess such an unyielding character and resolution. I really underestimated him just now." After dealing with the conflict between them, Yang Yi sized up the surroundings. Perhaps it was because it was almost night. The visibility in the surroundings had lowered continuously. Of course, even if it was daytime, Their field of vision wouldn't reach more than a distance of 100 steps while the red-colored mist was present here. It definitely won't work out if we just sit here doing nothing. Do you have any ideas? Asked Yang Yi. No. The woman's answer was extremely direct. Yang Yi had never placed any hope that she would have an idea. He walked towards the south, yet he noticed mist still covered the area in front of him while the ground was still covered in bones. He stopped moving, and then he walked back to where he started from and said, "We don't have food here, nor do we have water. We'll definitely be transformed into a member of the skeletons in the surroundings if this goes on." Even though both of them were profounders, they still had to eat and drink, especially under the current circumstances where their cultivations were sealed. "Do you have any idea?" asked the woman. Yang Yi pondered deeply for a short while, and then he said, "We'll walk south, and we'll continue forward and see if we'll be able to leave this place. I don't believe that this abyss is round." "Why south?" The woman frowned as she asked this question. "The sword sect is in the south," Yang Yi explained. The woman shook her head and said, "Under the circumstances that we possessed profound energy, then it wouldn't take long to travel from Death Mountain Range to Snake Forest. However, our cultivations have been sealed up at this moment. Even if we're able to exit somewhere outside Snake Forest by walking towards the south, it'll definitely be impossible to accomplish without over 10 days of time. Are we able to survive without eating and drinking for over 10 days of time?" Yang Yi chuckled and said, "You don't have to worry about that. I have a way." As he spoke, he commanded in his heart and summoned that 9th-rank dark beast. The gray wolf was extremely displeased from being summoned by Yang Yi, and it glared fiercely at Yang Yi, because it was extremely comfortable for it while it was inside there. The white-clothed woman was shocked when she saw a 9th-rank dark beast appear. She glanced at the dark beast before she glanced deeply at Yang Yi. When he saw the gray wolf actually glared at him, Yang Yi couldn't help but be slightly infuriated, and he said angrily, "What are you glaring at?" As he spoke, he pointed towards the south and said, "Take us towards that direction, otherwise, just fuck the hell off. I don't provide for freeloading people, I mean wolf." When it heard Yang Yi, the gray wolf hesitated for a long time, yet it compromised in the end. It didn't want to leave that place that was filled with energy, and it didn't want to infuriate the little fellow. When he saw the gray wolf compromise, Yang Yi leaped up onto the gray wolf's back, and then he looked at the woman and said, "Come on up. We don't have to walk ourselves with it here." The woman glanced at the gray wolf, and then she leaped up to descend behind Yang Yi. She had descended slightly far away from Yang Yi, and this caused Yang Yi to be slightly disappointed. Had originally intended to make the woman sit before him, and then embrace the woman as he urged the wolf to dash forward swiftly. Unfortunately, this plan died before it could even be executed. He patted the gray wolf, and it understood what he meant. Swoosh! It transformed into a gray shadow that charged forward. The gray wolf dashed swiftly for around 2 hours. All along the way, the ground was completely covered in bones. This caused the expressions of Yang Yi and the woman to become heavy. With the gray wolf's speed, it was able to cover a distance of over 150 kilometers in 2 hours. However, this distance of over 150 kilometers was covered in bones. This caused both of them to be shocked in their hearts, and they wondered exactly how many lives were buried here. Moreover, this was far from the end of it. After the gray wolf dashed swiftly for another hour, the sky had already turned completely dark, and it was an expanse of pitch-black darkness ahead of them. Yang Yi was helpless towards this, and he could only ask the gray wolf to stop. He withdrew a moonlight stone, and his brows knit together tightly as he looked ahead. This death abyss was too mysterious. The ground all along the way was covered in bones, and there was even that red mist, causing it to be fully covered in a mysterious aura. Even if besides the bones and mist they saw all along the way, nothing that was a threat to them had appeared, but Yang Yi kept having the feeling that something bad was about to occur. Meanwhile, the woman suddenly asked, "How did you subdue this 9th-rank dark beast?" She was very bewildered by this matter. After all, dark beasts didn't have a good impression of humans at all, and it was practically impossible to make them submit to a human. Yet Yang Yi actually possessed 2 dark beasts, and both these dark beasts obeyed his every word. If she hadn't witnessed it with her own 2 eyes, she would definitely not believe it. Charm. When I met it a nether wolf gorge, it was subdued by my charm. After that, it refused to leave me. Just like this, it became attached to me. Yang Yi sized up the surroundings as he casually made up an excuse. Do I look very stupid? The woman spoke in a flat voice. Yang Yi said, I think you should be concerned about how we leave this place, and not about why this gray wolf is following by my side. Your strength is so formidable, and your knowledge is so vast. So could it be that you have no ideas at all? Or no thoughts about all of this at all? Could it be that you're really unafraid of death? I don't have any ideas, and I don't have any thoughts as well. Are you really not afraid of death? Yang Yi gazed at the woman as he asked this question. All along the way, their path was filled with danger. Yet this woman hadn't shown even a trace of nervousness or fear. Even if it was at the moment that they were falling down the abyss, the woman was still calm and composed. Needless to say, he really felt slight admiration towards her. The disciples of the sword sect can die, but they can't have fear in their hearts. The woman seemed to be guiding Yang Yi. Yang Yi rolled his eyes and said, If you want to say that I'm afraid of death, then be frank about it. You aren't afraid of death. Why? Yang Yi asked curiously. The woman glanced indifferently at Yang Yi and said, If you were afraid of death, then you wouldn't have made a move to kill Bloodhand. If you were afraid of death, then you wouldn't have brought me along as you fled. This character and disposition of yours are very suitable to cultivate in the path of the sword. As she finished speaking, the woman's eyes actually revealed a trace of praise. Squawk. Right when Yang Yi was about to say something, a sharp and ear-piercing cry suddenly resounded above them. Along with this first cry, the second and third cry resounded in succession, and it wasn't long before sharp and ear-piercing cries resounded throughout the surroundings. Yang Yi's expression changed rapidly when he heard these cries, and then he gazed up into the sky. The sky was covered in numerous pairs of green dots of light. Even though he was unable to see the appearance of these dark beasts clearly, Yang Yi knew that these green dots of light were definitely the eyes of those dark beasts. As for the 9th-rank gray wolf, it revealed a terrified expression instead, and its body shivered while it lay down on the ground and refused to move. If it had a pack of wolves with it, then it wouldn't be afraid of these dark beasts that were of lower rank than it. However, the problem was that it was in their territory, so it could only wait for death to arrive. 8th-rank dark beasts, nightbirds. They lay dormant at day and emerge at night, and they like to move in groups. Their favorite food is human brains. I never expected that such dark beasts were actually living within Death Abyss. The white-clothed woman muttered while she gazed at the dense green dots of light in the sky. Can you talk about the method for us to survive? Yang Yi spoke angrily. The woman shook her head and said, Even if my cultivation wasn't sealed, I'd have to be fearful of such dark beasts that moved in groups. I never expected that we would still be unable to escape death in the end. The woman had just finished speaking when the dense green dots of light in the sky rushed down towards Yang Yi and her. Chapter 35 Bloodline Pressure. Yang Yi flipped his wrist, and the profound rank sword appeared in his hand as he revealed a savage expression. He wouldn't wait for death to arrive, and even if he died, he would die fighting. As for the white-clothed woman, she had a calm expression, and it seemed as if all those descending dark beasts were merely fireflies. The swarm of nightbird enveloped down towards Yang Yi and the woman like a black net, and the impetus they revealed was extremely shocking. Am I really going to die here? As he gazed at the nightbirds that covered the heavens and the earth as they charged down, Yang Yi muttered in a low voice. Even though he didn't want to die and wanted to resist, he was very clearly aware in his heart that even if his cultivation wasn't sealed, he would be unable to escape the siege of so many nightbirds. Meow. Right when that black net formed from nightbirds was 1.5 m away from Yang Yi and the woman, a violet glow flashed, and the violet mink appeared before them. After that, a resounding cry that wasn't sharp nor ear-piercing shot into the sky, and at the same time, a strand of violet light enveloped Yang Yi and the woman. After the violet mink appeared, the scene that followed was strange. As soon as the violet mink appeared, the dense mass of nightbirds instantly stopped moving, and they didn't dare move forward at all. However, because there were too many nightbirds at the back and the nightbirds at the front had stopped, it caused the nightbirds at the back to push towards the front while the nightbirds at the front held their position. Yang Yi and the white-clothed woman were dumbstruck when they saw those nightbirds being afraid to move forward at all. By relying on the illumination of the moonlight stone, the two of them clearly noticed that the nightbirds at the front were actually shivering, and they seemed just like the gray wolf that lay down and shivered before them. Even though they didn't dare move forward, layer after layer of seemingly boundless nightbirds encircled ceaselessly towards Yang Yi and the woman under the veil of endless darkness, and it was to the extent that in the end, it seemed like Yang Yi and the woman were enveloped by a black bell. As he gazed at the boundless green-colored eyes, Yang Yi felt his scalp go numb because the amount of nightbirds was truly too numerous. Not to mention if his cultivation wasn't sealed. Even if the cultivation of the woman by his side wasn't sealed, they would probably still perish at the bottom of this abyss. The woman at the side seemed to be in a better state than Yang Yi. She didn't look at the nightbirds, and her gaze had descended onto the violet mink instead while her brows knit together tightly. Meow. When it noticed that not only had those nightbirds not stopped, more and more were arriving instead, the violet mink seemed to be angry. It let out a resounding cry while the violet fur on its entire body stood on end, and then a strand of an invisible pressure effused out from its body. This pressure couldn't be seen, but it was extremely clear to Yang Yi and the woman. Those nightbirds sensed it as well, and especially that row of nightbirds at the front. They seemed to be unable to endure it any longer, and they let out sharp cries before turning around and colliding with their companions. There were too many nightbirds at the back, so how could those few rows in the front charge off immediately? So, another strange scene appeared. Countless nightbirds from the rows in the front seemed to be unable to knock their way out, and they actually started to attack their companions. It seemed like if they stayed here, then something extremely terrifying would occur to them. When the gray wolf on the ground saw those nightbirds attacking each other, its eyes actually revealed a glow of pleasure from the nightbird's misfortune. Moreover, after the violet mink made an appearance, the gray wolf had stood up, and its body had stopped shivering. When they noticed that those nightbirds had actually started to attack each other, Yang Yi and the woman exchanged glances, and they both noticed the shock in each other's eyes. After that, both their gazes looked towards the violet mink in midair. Exactly what were the origins of this violet mink? It's actually able to make those nightbirds to not hesitate to kill each other for the sake of fleeing for their lives. After around an hour of time, the nightbirds had finally dispersed. However, they hadn't vanished, and they'd appeared in the sky instead. Countless pairs of green eyes seemed to have formed a vast and dense starry sky. Obviously, they hadn't given up on eating Yang Yi and the woman's brains, and they were only staying away for now. When it saw those nightbirds remaining in the sky, the little fellow intended to head up there and continue driving them away. However, Yang Yi hurriedly restrained it. Even though these nightbirds were extremely afraid of the little fellow, but cornered beasts would act desperately. So, if the little fellow pressured them too much, then if they went berserk, all of them would have to leave their lives behind here. The little fellow was slightly helpless when Yang Yi restrained it. In the end, it glared hatefully at the nightbirds in the sky, and then it seemed to feel that these lowly beings weren't sensible. So, it waved its little claws to display its displeasure. "Don't be angry." Yang Yi embraced the little fellow and rubbed the little fellow's furry little head while he said, "Thank you." He was speaking from the heart. The little fellow had saved him twice. In the beginning, he thought that the little fellow only knew how to flee and didn't possess any other abilities. But the facts proved that he was wrong. The little fellow's eyes narrowed while it revealed a cute smile, and then it flashed onto Yang Ye's shoulder before it started rubbing its head on Yang Ye's cheek as if they were very good friends. Yang Yi embraced the little fellow again and said with a smile, "Little fellow, don't go in for now. Stay outside and help us deter those." As he spoke, he pointed up above him. The little fellow looked up at those green eyes, and then it nodded. Yang Yi smiled when he saw the little fellow nod, and then he asked, "Why are they so afraid of you?" On that day, Yang Yi was extremely shocked when he saw the gray wolf being afraid of the little fellow. However, never had he imagined that so many nightbirds would actually be so fearful of the little fellow as well, and they didn't dare come forward in a situation where they would absolutely be able to attain victory. Moreover, they actually started killing each other for the sake of fleeing for their lives. The violet mink blinked, and it seemed to not know how to convey the answer. That's bloodline pressure. Meanwhile, the white-clothed woman at the side said in a low voice, "Dark beasts stress upon bloodlines. Dark beasts with noble bloodlines aren't just able to cultivate with amazing speed. They're able to put pressure on inferior dark beasts, just like the draconic pressure emanated by the divine dragons of legend. When dark beasts with inferior bloodlines stood before dragons, then not to mention battle, they wouldn't even be able to resist that pressure." The little fellow looked at the woman and blinked, yet it didn't shake its head or nod. A noble bloodline? Yang Yi was puzzled, and he asked, "How does a bloodline become noble?" The white-clothed woman glanced at Yang Yi as if she was looking at an idiot, and she said, "It's naturally because there's a Saint Realm expert amongst that person or dark beast's ancestors. No matter if it's humans or dark beasts, so long as they become Saint Realm experts, then the bloodline within their bodies would mutate and possess some miraculous abilities. Moreover, their relatives and descendants would obtain some miraculous abilities because of this mutation of the bloodline. For example, natural talent in cultivating, being born with extraordinary physical strength, and so on and so forth. Of course, they have to activate their bloodline." Yang Yi disregarded the woman's contemptuous gaze and said excitedly, "You're saying that Saint Realm experts have appeared amongst the little fellow's ancestors? Saint Realm experts. In order to become a Saint Realm expert, one had to pass through the mortal realm, first Heaven Realm, King Realm, Spirit Realm, Exalt Realm, and Monarch Realm before one attained the Saint Realm. Every single one of these realms was divided into 9 ranks. So, becoming a Saint Realm expert was simply as difficult as ascending the heavens. In any case, there seemed to be no Saint Realm experts in the Southern Territory." The white-clothed woman gazed at the little fellow and said, "Since it can emanate pressure through its bloodline, a Saint Realm expert has probably appeared amongst its ancestors. However, I'm truly curious. It's a mink, but why have I never seen such a mink? Moreover, there isn't any information related to it recorded in any records about dark beasts." Yang Yi was slightly bewildered as well. The little fellow's origins were really too mysterious. However, he didn't care about that, because in any case, the little fellow was his companion now, and it wouldn't harm him. As for it being mysterious, the tiny vortex he possessed was already sufficiently mysterious. Meanwhile, the little fellow pointed its little claw at Yang Yi, and then it pointed towards the north. "There's something there?" asked Yang Yi. The little fellow shook its little head and pointed again. "You're asking us to head over there?" The little fellow nodded. Yang Yi didn't hesitate to leap up onto the wolf, and then he looked at the woman. She hesitated for a moment before she leaped up and descended behind Yang Yi. Yang Yi patted the gray wolf, and it understood what he meant and charged swiftly towards the north. Even though he didn't know why the little fellow wanted them to head in that direction, Yang Yi still chose to believe it unconditionally, because his intuition told him that the little fellow wouldn't harm him. Moreover, moving north or south made no difference at all to them. With the little fellow present here, the gray wolf spared no effort and ran even more swiftly than before. This caused Yang Yi to feel extremely satisfied. However, there was one thing that made him be unable to feel happy: the nightbirds above him. Those nightbirds had actually started moving along with them, and their speed wasn't slow at all. So, when Yang Yi turned back and took a glance, it was a boundless expanse of green light that entered into his eyes. Besides making the gray wolf run faster, Yang Yi was utterly helpless towards this, and it was fine so long as those nightbirds didn't dive down and offend them. During the night, the gray wolf had dashed madly for 8 hours without stopping at all, and it had ran from the night until the day, yet it was still a path of bones that lay beneath their feet. However, those nightbirds above them had vanished completely when dawn arrived, and this allowed Yang Yi to heave a sigh of relief. After running for another 2 hours, a beam of light suddenly appeared ahead. When he saw this beam of light, An overjoyed expression surged onto Yang Ye's face. Since sunlight could illuminate that area, then even if they still hadn't left Death Abyss, it still represented that they had hope of leaving Death Abyss. After all, sunlight wasn't even able to enter the place they were at before this. When she saw that beam of light, the white-clothed woman behind Yang Yi revealed a rare wisp of a smile as well. Chapter 36: The Disaster That the Little Fellow Caused. There were no bones, nor was there red mist. There was only a blue sky, white clouds, the sun, and verdant mountains that towered into the clouds. Huff! Yang Yi leaped off the wolf and took a deep breath as he gazed at all of this. What a familiar scene. The little fellow was obviously extremely happy as well, and it appeared in the distance with a few flickers. Yang Yi didn't stop it, and he allowed the little fellow to do as it pleased. The white-clothed woman sized up the surroundings, and as he looked and looked, her brows had knit together. Even though this place didn't have the rest mist and bones from before, the surroundings were covered in mountains, and these mountains towered into the clouds. So, the spot they stood at right now was like the bottom of a wok. "We still haven't left Death Abyss," the woman said in a low voice. Yang Yi was stunned, and then he sized the surroundings up before sensing the situation within his body. He noticed that his body still didn't have a trace of profound energy, and his expression became solemn once more. "This place is slightly strange," the white-clothed woman said in a low voice. "Look, the mist behind us is actually unable to float over, and there are no bones here as well. Moreover, it's very quiet here, extremely quiet. There isn't even a sound." Yang Ye's brows knit together tightly. Just as the woman had said, he noticed that this place was slightly strange. It was still at the bottom of the abyss, yet why was the difference so great? This was extremely unusual. "Do you have any thoughts about it?" Yang Yi looked at the woman and asked. She pondered deeply for a moment and said, "No." Yang Yi rolled his eyes, and he was truly rendered speechless by this woman. Since they'd started fleeing for their lives until now, she had basically not given him any ideas besides jumping down here, and she allowed him to do as he pleased. "Isn't she afraid that I would sell her out?" Swoosh! At this moment, a violet glow flickered, and then the little fellow appeared before them. There were numerous little violet shells of light before the little fellow, and there were over 10 red fruits within the shells. The little fellow sent those little light shells of light to Yang Yi as if it was presenting a treasure. Yang Ye's heart was warmed by the little fellow's actions, and he stretched out his hand to rub the little fellow's head. After that, he received the pile of fruits, and he passed 2 over to the woman. The woman didn't refuse, and she just sized Yang Yi and the little fellow up with curiosity. The fruits were the size of a fist, brightly colored, and were sweet. They tasted really good. Yang Yi ate 2 of them in one go, whereas the white-clothed woman ate one as well. The gray wolf seemed to desire to eat some as well, but after it was glared at by the little fellow, it lowered its head obediently and stopped looking at the fruits in Yang Ye's arms. The little fellow pointed towards the distance, and it seemed to be asking Yang Yi to head in that direction. Yang Yi smiled and was just about to walk forward. Suddenly, he frowned while he held his stomach with both his hands. He felt like a strand of flames had arisen within his body, causing his entire body to swiftly heat up, and it was even to the extent that even his breathing had clearly quickened. Yang Yi turned around to look at the woman, and he noticed that there was something slightly off about the woman. The woman's face had flushed red like the glow of sunset, and it was unusually red. When he saw the appearance of the woman, Yang Yi swiftly glanced at the red fruit in his hand, and then he looked at the little fellow and said, "Little fellow, what is this?" When it noticed the unusual state Yang Yi was in, the little fellow blinked and hurriedly shook its little head. "This is union fruit, and it's a profound rank fruit." Right at this moment, the white-clothed woman walked slowly towards Yang Yi, yet a sword had suddenly appeared in her hand. She walked over as she said, "Dark beasts can eat them as fruits, and it would improve their cultivations. However, if humans ate this fruit, then it would draw out their most primitive desires, and if these desired aren't released, it would cause the flames of desire to incinerate them to death." Yang Yi forcefully suppressed the flames in his heart, Yet his gaze couldn't help but look towards the woman. He bit the tip of his tongue and tried hard to keep his mind clear. And then he looked at the white-clothed woman who was walking towards him with a sword in hand as he said, You, what do you intend to do? The woman's gaze was getting more and more blurry. However, she was in a slightly better state than Yang Yi, and her mind could still be considered to be clear. But she knew that she wouldn't be able to persist for long. The woman took a deep breath and gazed at Yang Yi as she said, Kill you, and then kill myself. As soon as she finished speaking, the white-clothed woman didn't seem to do anything at all, yet the sword in her hand emanated a sword howl before it struggled free of her fair hand, and it transformed into a green ray of light that shot directly at Yang Yi. She knew that since Yang Yi had consumed the union fruit, then even if she killed herself, Yang Yi wouldn't let her corpse go. So, only by killing Yang Yi before killing herself would she be able to maintain her purity. Yang Yi was extremely shocked in his heart. Had never expected that this woman would actually attack him with the intent to kill, nor had he expected that this woman would actually be able to utilize that green sword while her cultivation was sealed. Fortunately, at the critical moment, a gray shadow pounced and struck the sword to the ground. However, in the next moment, the green sword shot once more towards Yang Yi. The sword has a spirit of its own. Yang Yi was shocked in his heart when he saw the sword actually attack on its own. That's a sword spirit of legend. The word sword spirit referred to swords that possessed intelligence, and they were able to protect their masters on their own. Some were natural sword spirits, and this meant that the sword's quality was too high, or it obtained some sort of fortuitous encounter, allowing it to form intelligence. Another type was artificial sword spirits. These artificial sword spirits were fostered by the masters of the swords. Only disciples of the sword sect that had attained the king realm were able to place their swords into their dantians to be nurtured by their profound energy, and after a long time passes, the swords would have a chance of forming intelligence and be linked to the heart of its master. Of course, artificial sword spirits weren't as formidable as natural sword spirits. Natural sword spirits chose their own master, and their intelligence was basically no weaker than humans. On the other hand, artificial sword spirits were fostered by their masters. Even though they possessed intelligence, if they didn't obtain an extremely great fortuitous encounter, then it would be utterly impossible for them to possess true intelligence. At the very most, their intelligence would just be a bit greater than ordinary swords. In short, no matter if it was a sword with a natural sword spirit or artificial sword spirit, they were extremely precious. Yet now, Yang Yi had never imagined that he would actually encounter a sword with an artificial sword spirit here. Right when the green sword shot towards him, a strand of violet light appeared before Yang Yi, and it blocked that green sword. However, the sword didn't give up on attacking Yang Yi, yet it was forcefully pinned down by the violet mink and gray wolf. For a time, the violet mink and the gray wolf entered into battle with the green sword. Yang Yi didn't pay any attention to the two beasts and the sword. At this moment, his entire body felt as if it was being burned by fire, and it was extremely burning hot, whereas his consciousness became more and more blurry. In the end, his gaze looked towards the white-clothed woman at the side, and he noticed the woman's watery eyes were completely crimson red right now. Moreover, her clothes were partially removed to reveal a large expanse of skin. Yang Yi walked unconsciously over to the woman, and then he instinctively embraced her before naturally starting to kiss her. They'll kill you. As she gazed at Yang Yi, whose face was completely flushed red, 2 rows of clear liquid gradually flowed down from the white-clothed woman's eyes. After that, the last trace of clarity in her eyes was covered by crimson red. At this moment, there was only a single thought in the mind of Yang Yi, who had lost all consciousness. Vent. He had to vent. As for what the woman said, he hadn't heard it at all, and for a time. Clothes flew into the surroundings while bodies lay across each other. An amorous scene silently unfolded here. Unfortunately, there was no one who had the fortune to enjoy such a feast for the eyes. At this moment, before Death Mountain Range, 2 old men that carried swords on their backs and wore robes that were a mix of blue and white stood there. The bearded, white-haired old man amongst them gazed at Death Abyss as he said in a low voice, "Junior brother Yu Hong, Do you think that little girl, Qingshi, really jumped down Death Abyss? Can that disciple from the ghost sect be trusted? The old man called Yu Heng said in a low voice, Senior brother, the disciples of the ghost sect naturally can't be trusted. However, this time, those two disciples of the ghost sect were probably not lying, and Qingshi ought to have really jumped down Death Abyss. Otherwise, Qingshi who'd been inflicted by the Black Blood Seal would have definitely fallen into the ghost sect's hands. If she fell into the ghost sect's hands, then her soul tablet ought to have vanished. However, her soul tablet hasn't vanished, so it means that Qingshi is still alive. If Qingshi is still alive, then she has definitely jumped down Death Abyss. Otherwise, it would be impossible for her to escape the ghost sect's pursuit while her cultivation is sealed. The ghost sect. When he heard these two words, the bearded white-haired old man's face turned cold, and his eyes revealed ghastly killing intent. Moreover, a strand of invisible, imposing aura surged explosively from within his body, yet it quickly dispersed. When he noticed the killing intent in the old man's eyes, Yu Heng hurriedly said, Senior brother, the sect master is in closed-door cultivation in order to charge into the monarch realm. At this moment, we absolutely can't disturb him with this matter. On the other hand, Martial Uncle Zue is roaming the world and isn't in the sect. You're in charge of the sect now, so you absolutely can't act impulsively. The white-haired old man shook his head and said, I won't act impulsively to the point of attacking the ghost sect. However, so many experts of the ghost sect have actually appeared in the Grand Myriad Mountains, so they're definitely hiding some sort of secret. Yu Heng, notify the Sword Sect's Sword Guard and ask them to send 5 people over here. You'll lead the group to search for the disciples of the ghost sect. Kill every single one you find. Yes. Yu Heng replied before he said, Senior brother, Qingshi. The white-haired old man sighed and said, If Qingshi really jumped down Death Abyss, then we're utterly powerless to do anything. Unless Martial Uncle Zue makes an appearance, otherwise, even if we go down there, we'll only have a slim chance at survival. When he spoke up to hear, the white-haired old man pondered deeply for a moment before he continued, Or we could ask a dark beast to help. But how could dark beasts possibly help humans? This isn't the ancient battlefield. We still have to give it a try. Yu Heng said in a low voice, Not to mention that little girl is the sect master's daughter. Even that little girl's natural talent gives us no choice but to rescue here. With that little girl's natural talent, an extraordinary expert would definitely emerge from my sword sect in the future. Moreover, that little girl is the one and only member of my sword sect that has left her name on the hidden dragon rankings. The white-haired old man pondered deeply for a short moment, and then he gazed at Death Mountain Range and said, Yu Heng, you lead the group to clean up the members of the ghost sect. We'll go pay Tiger Exalt a visit. As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his right hand, and the sword on his back transformed into a ray of green light that descended beneath his feet. After that, his entire body transformed into a wisp of green light along with the sword, and he instantly vanished into the distance. Yang Yi felt dizzy, and his consciousness was slightly blurry, so he shook his head. After a long time, he opened his eyes, and he was directly stunned when he saw the scene before him. Chapter 37 Ascension Rankings. The white-clothed woman was lying silently in his embrace, and his hands were holding a pair of softness. He instinctively squished them a few times, and that soft feeling allowed him to realize that this wasn't a dream but reality. He looked towards the side in a slightly dazed state. The little fellow was gone, the gray wolf was gone as well, and the sword was standing not too far away from him, and it seemed as if it was considering if it should attack him. This is going to be difficult to deal with. As he looked at the woman in his embrace, this was what Yang Yi thought at this moment. Right at this moment, the woman opened her eyes, and she stood up from Yang Yi's embrace. After that, she picked up her clothes from the side and wore them in a composed manner, and then she went over to get her sword after she finished wearing her clothes. The woman didn't even spare Yang Yi a glance, nor did she say a single word, and it was as if Yang Yi didn't exist. At this moment, Yang Yi had finished wearing his clothes as well, and his eyelids twitched when he saw her get her sword. He took 2 steps back and said, I think we should deal with this matter peacefully. Even though he had the little fellow and the gray wolf, the woman had that sword which had a spirit of its own. So, if they were to enter into battle, he wasn't confident in his ability to win. The woman held the sword, and then she turned around to look at Yang Yi before she said with an emotionless expression, "Go ahead. Tell me how we should deal with me. How else are we supposed to deal with it?" Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, "It's already not important to discuss who's right and wrong in this matter. I know that if I say that I'm willing to take responsibility, you definitely feel disdainful towards it, but I still want to say that I'm willing to take responsibility. At least you're bold enough to take responsibility. Not bad." The woman said coldly, "However, do you know? I'm at the 7th rank of the spirit realm, and I'd become an exalt realm expert in another year of time. I'm not even 30 yet this year. What about you?" There was no ridicule on the woman's face, nor did she reveal disdain towards Yang Yi. She was extremely calm, and her face didn't carry any emotions. "I knew this would happen." Yang Yi sighed in his heart, yet he didn't seem to have suffered a blow from her words. He said, "I heard a saying that love isn't divided by cultivation or wealth. I think these words are extremely well said." As he finished speaking, his face couldn't help but flush red. "It is very well said." The woman nodded, and a smile had just appeared on Yang Yi's face when he heard her say, "But, is there love between us?" Yang Yi's smile froze. He went silent for a short while, and then he looked at the woman and said, "You're less than 30 this year, and I'm less than 20 now. Even though I'm only at the mortal realm now, but do you dare say that I would definitely be inferior to you at your age?" The white-clothed woman gazed at Yang Yi for a short moment before she said, "Whether your strength is strong or not is meaningless to me. I won't kill you merely because you're a disciple of the sword sect that might ascend the ascension rankings, and it's only because of that." Yang Yi felt slightly uncomfortable in his heart upon hearing this. Of course, anyone would feel uncomfortable from being disregarded. However, he knew that she had the qualifications to disregard him. At the very least, she had those qualifications now. "Then how do you intend to deal with this matter? Let me tell you beforehand that if you intend to kill me, then I won't allow you to succeed without putting up a fight. If we were at the outside, then I can't do anything but take my own life. However, we're here, and if we fight, then it'll only be a life and death struggle." Yang Yi decided to be frank. In any case, it had already happened, and it was best for everyone to just be frank. The woman glanced at Yang Yi, and then she gazed towards the distance and said, "All the large powers of the Southern Territory hold a competition every 3 years, and these powers include the Grand Qin Empire's Imperial Academy and the 6 Extraordinary Powers. This competition is called the Ascension Rankings." When she spoke up to hear, the woman turned around to look at Yang Yi as she said, "I want you to enter the Ascension Rankings, and to enter the Ascension Rankings, you have to obtain the top 30 positions. All those years ago, I obtained the 20th position on the Ascension Rankings, and as for you, you'll get into the top 10. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched. "My God, I haven't even passed the outer court exam, and I haven't even completed the battle with Lu Qingyu that's occurring in 3 months. Yet this woman before me wants me to participate in that Ascension Rankings? Moreover, based on what she said, this Ascension Rankings is a place where geniuses converge. Just thinking about the geniuses in the entire Southern Territory is terrifying." Yang Yi wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and said, "This Ascension Rankings probably has some sort of restrictions, right?" The woman said indifferently, "Below 20 years of age and below the King realm. Just these 2 restrictions." "What's the meaning behind this Ascension Rankings?" asked Yang Yi. "The meaning?" The woman pondered deeply for a moment and said, "To the geniuses that participate in the competition, it's an opportunity to become famous, and to the sects, it's an opportunity to redistribute resources." "Redistribute resources?" Yang Yi was puzzled. The woman explained, "There are 9 states in the Grand Qin Empire, and there are over 1 million cities in every single state. We sects and the Grand Qin Empire require a continuous flow of new blood to join our forces because this is the only way to maintain the continuity of the sect. In the past, the large sects and the Grand Qin Empire frequently fought amongst each other for the sake of obtaining talented recruits. In the end, because of certain reasons, everyone couldn't fight amongst ourselves any longer. So, the Ascension Rankings was created, and the higher the rankings obtained by a sect's disciples were, the more cities would be distributed to that sect. For example, during the last Ascension Rankings competition, the Origin School obtained the first, third, and sixth positions, so they obtained 3 states and over 500,000 cities. On the other hand, because no one from our sword sect entered the Ascension Rankings, our sword sect only obtained a few small cities around our sword sect. Is the sword sect that weak? Yang Yi blurted out, and then he felt slightly regretful as soon as he finished speaking. This woman before me obviously has a great deal of affection to the sword sect, so she'll definitely be infuriated by what I said. The woman didn't get angry, and she just sighed and said, the sword sect is very weak now. It only possesses less than 6,000 outer court disciples and around 2,000 inner court disciples, whereas there are only a little over 1,000 elite disciples. If the sword sect didn't possess the support of its ancestors, then it couldn't even be considered a second-rate power. Those geniuses on the sword sect's outer court rankings and inner court rankings are unable to enter the Ascension Rankings as well? Yang Yi frowned as he asked this question. The woman shook her head and said, a genius in a mountain village is a genius in the eyes of all. But if this genius head to a town, then he would be not bad at most. If he arrived at a city, then he would probably only be ordinary, and if he arrived at a state, then he might not even be considered as ordinary. If that genius was compared to the entire Southern Territory, then perhaps he would be a piece of trash. The geniuses of the sword sect can be said to be geniuses within the sword sect, yet if they were placed at the Ascension Rankings, then they can at most be considered to be pieces of trash. Then why did you ask me to enter the top 10? After all, I'm not even an outer court disciple now. Yang Yi spoke in a light voice. The woman gazed at Yang Yi when she heard this, and then her brows raised as she said, what? You aren't confident in your ability? I need motivation. Yang Yi looked directly at her and spoke. What motivation? The woman frowned. Yang Yi took a deep breath and said, if I enter the Ascension Rankings, then I want you to give me a chance to pursue you. Did he like the woman before him? Yang Yi didn't know the answer to that. All he did know was that this woman already belonged to him. Since she belonged to him, then they should be together. It was just that simple. 1. What? The corners of the woman's mouth rose slightly, and she revealed a trace of disdain and said, you think that just because that happened between us, then I ought to be together with you? I'm not that type of woman that will fall into a man's arms just because I lost my purity. In my opinion, the sword Tao and the sword sect is everything to me. Do you really hate me? Asked Yang Yi. Not really. The woman said indifferently. Besides possessing a slightly weak strength and being slightly chauvinistic, your character and disposition isn't bad. I don't hate you as well. Yang Yi hurriedly said, besides your slightly cold and proud disposition, you're still all right in every other aspect. Since you don't hate me, and I don't hate you, then why don't you give me a chance? If it's because my strength is a bit weak, I'm still young, aren't I? What do you think? The woman gazed at Yang Yi, and she just gazed at him like that. Yang Yi wasn't willing to show weakness, and he met her gaze. At any rate, it was already like this, and both of them were frank with each other. This was for the best. After a long time, the woman said, 5th on the Ascension Rankings, and I'll give you a chance. Deal. Yang Yi spoke hastily. At this moment, he seemed to have forgotten that the Ascension Rankings was where monstrous geniuses converged. When she saw Yang Yi's slightly excited appearance, a trace of an unusual feeling flashed in the woman's heart, but it vanished in the blink of an eye. For the sake of the sword sect's future, she had cultivated in the sword throughout her life, and her life belonged solely to the sword. Not to mention falling in love, she rarely even came into contact with someone of the opposite sex. Earlier, when that had suddenly happened between her and Yang Yi, her first thought was to kill Yang Yi. However, she didn't do that because, just as Shed said, Yang Yi might be able to bring a trace of vitality to the sword sect. However, when Yang Yi raised this request, a type of strange feeling had arisen in her heart for some unknown reason. She didn't know what this feeling was because Shed never felt this feeling in the past. My heart is in disorder. The woman gazed towards the distance as she muttered in a low voice. 1. TL note. It's how people from years ago think. Please observe an old-fashioned mindset when reading this paragraph. Chapter 38, Mysterious Old Man. After they came to an agreement, they continued on their journey while riding the gray wolf. However, they didn't get along so naturally with each other as they'd done in the past. If Yang Yi didn't speak, then the woman would absolutely not speak before him, and Yang Yi was slightly helpless towards this. Something worthy of mentioning was that Yang Yi's cultivation had improved. Had arrived at the 8th rank of the mortal realm from the 7th rank. As for the reason for his sudden improvement, according to Yang Yi's guess, it was probably because of the effect of that union fruit. However, he wasn't sure, and he wanted to ask the woman behind him about it, yet he was afraid it would cause the atmosphere between them to be embarrassing. So, he could only bury this question in his heart. The two of them traveled for over 4 hours, traversed a few small mountains, and arrived near a mountain. It was a ramrod straight mountain that stood before them, and it shot into the clouds. They were utterly unable to lay eyes upon its peak while they gazed up from the ground. There's a house over there. Suddenly, Yang Yi looked towards the foot of the mountain, and he pointed at a cottage in the distance while his voice carried pleasant surprise in it. As she gazed at the cottage, the white-clothed woman frowned. However, she didn't stop Yang Yi from rushing over there. Even though she felt that something was slightly off about it, they didn't have any other way to leave this place now. The two of them had just arrived at the cottage when they saw the cottage door open slowly, and then a hunched old man in a tattered black robe walked out from within. The old man was very old, extremely old, and this was Yang Yi's first impression upon laying eyes on the old man. The old man's face was covered in wrinkles, and he only had a few strands of hair on his head, so it wasn't going too far to call the old man bald. The old man supported himself with a walking stick and walked slowly as if a gust of wind could push him down. A wisp of surprise flashed in the old man's eyes upon laying eyes on Yang Yi and the white-clothed woman, yet his gaze quickly recovered to normal, and then he supported himself with the walking stick as he walked slowly towards Yang Yi and the woman. When he saw this, Yang Yi suppressed the shock in his heart and hurriedly got off the wolf to greet the old man. He bowed to the old man and said, "Senior, the two of us fell down Death Abyss, and we arrived here by chance. May I know who Senior is?" Even though the old man before him seemed to be terrifyingly weak, Yang Yi had no choice but to be careful, because this old man was actually staying beneath Death Abyss, so how could he be an ordinary person? When he saw Yang Yi act so politely, the old man's wrinkled face revealed a trace of a gentle smile. Suddenly, his eyes opened wide, and he seemed to have seen something unbelievable. He stared at Yang Yi for a short while before he withdrew his gaze and said, "It has already been many years since someone has come here. Since both of you were able to arrive here, then it can be considered to be fate. Wait a moment." As soon as he finished speaking, the old man supported himself with the walking stick and turned around before walking into the cottage. As he gazed at the old man, Yang Yi turned around to look at the white-clothed woman that had already arrived by his side, and he said, "Qingshi, are you able to see through his strength?" After that had occurred, the woman was unable to endure Yang Yi's repeated requests and told him her name. Su Qingshi glanced at Yang Yi. Obviously, she wasn't used to Yang Yi addressing her in this way. However, she wasn't opposed to it as well. She went silent for a short while before she shook her head and said, "I feel that he's just like us, and his cultivation had been sealed. He's an ordinary person. However, there also seems to be something off about him." Yang Yi was just about to say something when the old man walked out once more from within the cottage. However, at this moment, there was a black-colored scroll and a pair of bracelets that flickered with a multicolored glow in his hand. While Yang Yi was bewildered by this, the old man had already arrived before them, and he blew off the dust on the black scroll in his hand before passing it to Yang Yi. He said, "After allowing dust to pile up on it for so long, it took me some time to find it. I noticed you train in the sword, and this sword control technique ought to be of use to you." As soon as he finished speaking, he gazed at the white-clothed woman by Yang Yi's side and said, "Since you're his Tao companion, then it wouldn't be good for me to allow you to return empty-handed. I'll give this pair of illusory crystal bracelets to you." "I'm not his Tao companion." Su Qingshi's brows raised. If this old man didn't seem like he was halfway into the coffin, she would have probably made a move against him. Yang Yi was afraid a conflict would arise between Su Qingshi and the old man. So he hurriedly stood in front of the old man and bowed to the old man before he said, "Senior, there are no gains without pains. We've only just met for the first time, yet you've given us such presents." This, Yang Yi and Su Qingshi both hadn't accepted the presents because this old man before them was too strange and had given them presents upon meeting them. So, how could Yang Yi dare to accept the presents? The old man glanced at the angry Su Qingshi, and then he glanced at Yang Yi. After a short while, he said, "I was rash. However, I don't have any ill intent. These two things are only growing mold in my possession, so it's better to give it to the two of you." When he heard this, Yang Yi felt that it wasn't good to refuse, so he received the scroll from the old man. He was just about to open it and have a look when the scroll instantly transformed into a wisp of green light that vanished in his hands. Suddenly, the scene before his eyes suddenly changed and had arrived at a vast gray world. Right when Yang Yi was utterly bewildered, he saw a black figure suddenly appear not too far away from him. The black figure held a sword and had his back towards Yang Yi as he said, "Sword control technique, a low-grade earth-rank sword technique. I created it by gathering a myriad of sword techniques, and it comes from a myriad of sword techniques. However, it's unlike the other sword techniques of the world. This sword technique stresses upon controlling the sword with the heart, and it isn't restrained by sword chi or sword moves. It moves at will." As soon as he finished speaking, the black figure waved his right hand, and the sword behind him shot into the sky. After that, the black figure didn't seem to make any movement, yet the sword seemed like a playful child in midair. It moved right for a while, then moved left, then charged forward, then swiftly descended, and it carried out all sorts of movements in the air. At the side, Yang Yi's chin almost hit the ground from this sight, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva with force before he muttered, "Controlling the sword with the heart? He really is controlling the sword with the heart." That wasn't the end of it. The sword that was ceaselessly dancing about in midair suddenly trembled rapidly. After that, a strand of sword chi shot explosively towards the sky from the tip of the sword. In the next moment, the sword shot a few strands of sword chi towards various different directions, and for a time, sword chi crisscrossed throughout the sky. After shooting out over 100 strands of sword chi, the sword and the black figure gradually vanished. At the same time, a voice suddenly and gradually sounded out. "One that comes after me. Remember the heart technique of the sword control technique. The sword control technique depends on the regulation of breathing, maintaining a clear mind, concentration, and allowing man, sword, and the elements to fuse into one." After it finished reciting this formula, Yang Yi instantly felt the heavens and the earth spinning around him, and when he opened his eyes next, he saw the old man looking at him with a smile. Yang Yi looked at the white-clothed woman as he hoped that she would explain the situation from before to him. A technique inheritance. The white-clothed woman understood and explained. Some experts utilize divine abilities to record some of their techniques into scrolls. These are called inheritances, and they're able to allow one to personally feel everything about the technique. There are numerous benefits from this. When he heard this, Yang Yi suppressed the excitement in his heart, and he turned around to bow to the old man before he said, "Thank you, senior." Even though he didn't know why the old man gifted him a sword technique, he had really obtained an earth-rank sword technique. The old man smiled, and then he passed the pair of bracelets in his hand to Yang Yi and said, "I know you have many questions, but because of certain reasons, I can't tell you the answer. As for your desire to leave this place, I can help, but I want to raise a condition." Yang Yi received the pair of bracelets, and then he said, "So long as I can accomplish it, then I will absolutely not refuse." The old man nodded and said, "This condition isn't anything difficult. I just hope that if you attain the monarch realm one day, then please make a trip here. At that time, I'll have something to entrust you with." Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when heard this because he felt fortunate that the old man didn't ask him to do something difficult right now. He immediately agreed and said, "If I attain the monarch realm, then he'll definitely come looking for senior. I'll do as I've said." even though he didn't know if he would be able to attain the monarch realm in his entire lifetime. Since the old man had said this, then he could only agree. In any case, it was a matter for the future. The old man nodded with satisfaction upon hearing Yang Yi, and then he waved his right hand. A blue-colored circle appeared by the side of Yang Yi and the woman. The blue circle could fit around 3 people, and a dense expanse of symbols flickered at the bottom of the blue circle. A teleportation formation. When they saw this blue circle, the expressions of Yang Yi and the woman changed immediately. They'd seen teleportation formations in the past because the sword sect had a teleportation platform, and there were numerous teleportation formations there. Moreover, those teleportation formations could teleport one to numerous cities. It could be said that teleportation formations weren't really rare. However, to their shock, this old man before them had actually made a teleportation formation with a wave of his hand, and this was extremely terrifying. It wasn't just Yang Yi who was shocked, even Su Qingshi was the same. She glanced deeply at the old man, and besides wonder, there was also deep fear in her eyes. The old man seemed as if he didn't notice the shock on their faces at all, and he said, "This teleportation formation can teleport the 2 of you to Death Mountain Range. Right? Don't expose this place to anyone else. It's for your own good. Go on." Yang Yi took a deep breath and bowed once more to the old man. After that, he pulled Su Qingshi's hand and walked into the blue circle. As soon as they walked in, a strand of blue light surged up from beneath them, and it instantly enveloped the 2 of them before the 2 of them vanished with a swish. As he watched the blue light vanish, the smile on the old man's face was gradually restrained, and he muttered in a low voice, "Why was I unable to see through his future? Why?" Chapter 39, Giving a Treasure Away. The heavens and the earth spun around him. When Yang Yi opened his eyes next, the scene before his eyes caused his expression to turn grim. There were over 10 brown bears around the size of the gray wolf that were staring fixedly at him, and there were a few dark beasts that were still bleeding and hadn't breathed the last breaths in between Yang Yi and the brown bears. Obviously, these brown bears were enjoying the fruits of their victory. How misfortunate! The corners of Yang Yi's mouth twitched, and then he didn't even give it a thought before pulled Su Qingshi behind him. After that, he withdrew the low-grade profound rank sword and laughed embarrassedly as he said, "It's an accident, a coincidence, a real coincidence. All of you go on ahead." A wisp of a strange expression flashed in Su Qingshi's eyes when Yang Yi pulled her behind him, and when she heard Yang Yi's words, the corners of Su Qingshi's mouth curled up slightly to form a wisp of a moving smile. Unfortunately, only the brown bears remained in Yang Yi's eyes now, and he didn't notice this gorgeous scene. It was fine when Yang Yi remained silent, yet as soon as he spoke, those brown bears instantly stood up before slapping their cattail leaf-sized paws on their chests. After that, they leaped and pressed down towards Yang Yi and Su Qingshi like mountains. Yang Yi's pupils constricted. Right when he was about to fight desperately, a sword light flashed, and then Yang Yi watched to his astonishment as those 9th-rank dark beasts instantly transformed into a few pieces, causing fresh blood to spray like a fountain from all the brown bears. It was a rather magnificent scene. Bang! The brown bears fell to the ground and caused a huge cloud of dust and dirt to rise into the air. Yang Yi was jolted back to his senses by this, and he turned around to look at Su Qingshi. He saw Su Qingshi standing proudly with the green sword in hand, and she had a carefree expression while Shed recovered the confident, imposing aura that she had that day. You've recovered your strength?" Yang Yi instinctively took 2 steps back as he spoke. Su Qingshi nodded. When did you recover?" Yang Yi was puzzled. He remembered that Shed told him that if she didn't return to the sword sect, then it would be utterly impossible for her to recover from the divine ability that Blood Hand utilized on her. Su Qingshi looked towards the direction of Death Abyss, and she said in a low voice, "It was probably that old man who did it for me." Yang Yi nodded when he heard this. It was understandable if it was that old man. Yang Yi didn't know how strong that old man was, but since the old man had casually gifted away an Earth rank technique and was living at the bottom of Death Abyss, such a person was definitely not a frail and weak old man. Suddenly, Su Qingshi turned around to gaze at Yang Yi, and she casually waved the green sword in her hand. Even though she didn't reveal any killing intent, Yang Yi's eyes still twitched, and he took another few steps back before he said, You wouldn't go back on your word, right? What do you think? Su Qingshi spoke indifferently. Yang Yi took a deep breath, and then he shook his head and said, You want? Why? Yang Yi smiled and said, Even though I've only known you for a short period of time, my instinct tells me that you're not someone that'll go back on her word. If you wanted to kill me, then you ought to have been able to while we were still at the bottom of the abyss, and even if you were unable to accomplish that, you would have at least been able to take me down with you. Since you didn't kill me down there, then you probably wouldn't after we've come back up here. Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi, and Yang Yi refused to show weakness and met her gaze as well. After a short while, Su Qingshi waved her hand, and the green sword transformed into a wisp of green light that appeared beneath her feet. She said, Remember, I'm sparing your life because you're valuable to the sword sect, and if you don't display proper value, then I won't show mercy. Yang Yi smiled lightly when he heard this. This woman is all bark on the outside but soft on the inside. Yang Yi seemed to have thought of something, and he withdrew the pair of bracelets the old man gave him and walked over to Su Qingshi before passing it over to her while he said, This is yours. Yang Yi didn't determine the quality of the bracelets, but he knew that this pair of bracelets was definitely not ordinary. Su Qingshi glanced at the bracelets before she said, He gave it to you. Then I'm giving it to you now. Yang Yi smiled as he spoke. Su Qingshi gazed at Yang Yi for a short, while before her gaze descended onto the bracelets. After a long time, she said in a low voice, This pair of bracelets are at the mid-grade of the Earth rank. Even our sword sect doesn't have many treasures at the Earth rank, and this is even a pair of them. Are you sure you want to give them to me? How precious were Earth rank treasures? No one in the Southern Territory knew because Earth rank treasures were treasures that only existed in legend to most of the cultivators in the Southern Territory. Just as Su Qingshi had said, even large sects like the Sword Sect didn't possess many Earth rank treasures, and that was why she asked this question. Yang Yi was shocked as well when he heard Su Qingshi because had never expected that this pair of bracelets were actually at the Earth rank. But so what about that? In next to no time, his expression recovered his calm, and he directly grabbed Su Qingshi's hand and placed the pair of bracelets in her hand. He said, Truthfully speaking, I'm extremely shocked in my heart, but so what? They're yours now. Su Qingshi gave Yang Yi a deep glance before she wore the bracelets. Instantly a wave of dazzling light erupted from her hands, and then the scene before Yang Yi's eyes changed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared in a world that was covered in golden icy crystals, and sharp golden ice crystals were everywhere within his field of vision. Suddenly, the ice crystals moved, and this scene shocked Yang Yi. In the next moment, those ice crystals suddenly transformed into numerous sharp blades that shot violently towards him, and Yang Yi was astounded as he watched this occur. However, right at this moment, the scene before his eyes changed once more, and all the ice crystals vanished while he returned to reality. Yang Yi shook his head, and then shot his gaze at Su Qingshi, and his expression immediately changed when he saw her. Because at this moment, Su Qingshi's body was actually covered in a layer of multicolored light. The multicolored light seemed like a set of tight-fitting clothes that tightly covered her graceful body, and it flickered with an illusory glow under the rays of sunlight. What's going on? Yang Yi was puzzled. Su Qingshi glanced at the bracelet in her left hand, and a wisp of fondness flashed in her eyes. She explained, Earth-rank treasures usually possess unbelievable abilities. Amongst these two bracelets, one is offensive while the other is defensive. That illusion formation from before was created by the offensive bracelet, and the environment within that formation isn't an illusion. If you're injured within there, then your spiritual energy and the energy of your soul would suffer a heavy injury in reality. When she spoke up to hear, she glanced at the bracelet on her right hand and continued, This is the defensive bracelet, and it's able to form an energy armor on my body with a single command in my heart. I tested the energy armor earlier, and even with my strength, a full force strike of mine was actually unable to harm it at all. With this pair of bracelets, I'm confident in my ability to go against experts at the Exalt realm. Moreover, these two bracelets also contain space within them like spatial rings, and when combined, the two spaces within them covers an area of around 300 m. Yang Yi was extremely shocked when he heard this. In the past, had heard that Earth-rank treasures were extremely abnormal, yet had never expected that they would be so abnormal. Not to mention anything else, just that illusion formation from before was absolutely able to crush him without giving him any room to resist if Su Qingshi didn't stop it in time. Moreover, the bracelets even had spaces of their own within them, and an area of 300 m was a few tens of times larger than his spatial ring. When she saw the shock on Yang Ye's face and the admiration in his eyes, Su Qingshi said indifferently, "What? You regret giving them to me?" Yang Ye's expression changed when he heard this, and he took a deep breath and gazed at her as he said in a serious manner, "I admit that Earth-rank treasures are extremely tempting. But so what about that? Fairy Su, you underestimate me." Yang Yi. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yi turned around and walked over to the pile of brown bears that Su Qingshi had dealt with, and then he dug up their inner cores because Head wanted to do this since a long time ago. Truthfully speaking, was Yang Yi regretful? Actually, he wasn't at all. An earthly rank treasure was tempting indeed, but he really wasn't regretful. In any case, he didn't regret giving it to Su Qingshi. He didn't know if this could be considered as affection, but in any case, he didn't regret it in his heart. Moreover, the bracelet was obviously for women. So, not only would it be useless in his possession, it would even bring disaster to him. As she watched Yang Yi dig the inner cores out, Su Qingshi suddenly started chuckling, yet she quickly returned to normal. For some unknown reason, when she noticed Yang Yi get angry because of what she said at the end, an unprecedented feeling had actually arisen in her heart, and for some unknown reason, she actually felt slightly happy. She shook her head and raised her head to gaze at the horizon, and for some unknown reason, her heart grew more and more uneasy. Yang Yi happily put all the inner cores away because these 10+ inner cores were quite a huge amount of wealth to him. As for the bear skin and the other parts of the brown bears, with his current level of wealth, he didn't value them at all. "Let's go." Su Qingshi walked up onto the green sword, and then she gazed at Yang Yi as she spoke in an indifferent voice. Yang Yi was delighted in his heart upon hearing this, and he didn't hesitate to hurriedly run onto the sword. Flying atop a sword and looking down upon the world was something Yang Yi had dreamt of doing. After Yang Yi stood onto the sword, Su Qingshi waved her hand lightly, and the sword instantly transformed into a strand of green light that charged up into the sky. Yang Yi was caught off guard by the sudden flight of the sword, and he almost fell off from it. Fortunately, his reaction was sufficiently swift, and he held forcefully onto Su Qingshi. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Qingshi's beautiful brows knit together slightly from being embraced forcefully by Yang Yi. She hesitated for a short moment, yet in the end, she didn't kick Yang Yi down and just sped up instead. Chapter 40, Returning to the Sect. Cultivating. After she sent Yang Yi to the training grounds, Su Qingshi turned around and left. During this entire period of time, she hadn't spoken a single word to Yang Yi, and this caused him to feel slightly helpless and reluctant. However, he was clearly aware that it was mostly because of his tight embrace that her attitude seemed so cold and indifferent now, and Yang Yi's face flushed slightly red when he recalled his display on the sword. Yang Yi took a deep breath and discarded all the distracting thoughts in his mind. It wasn't the time to think about relationships because he had even more important things to do right now. He still clearly remembered that the outer court exam was about to begin over 10 days from now. Of course, becoming an outer court disciple wasn't his main objective, and his objective was to become an inner court disciple instead. However, he had to first become an outer court disciple before he could become an inner court disciple. Besides that, he had a battle of life and death against Lu Qingyu. He could only win in that battle because defeat was equivalent to death, and he didn't want to die. Moreover, there was also the Ascension rankings a year from now. In short, no matter if it was for his loved ones, himself, or for his future Tao companion, he had to cultivate with all his might. Only with pressure is there motivation. Yang Yi walked towards Clear Breeze Gorge. Now, it was time for him to cultivate desperately. There were 7 main peaks in the sword sect, and the largest peak in the sword sect, Sky Peak, was where the sword sect's master resided. Sky Peak was the residence of the sect master's line resided, and it was the highest of the 7 peaks. Sky Peak, Sky Hall. Sky Hall was the largest building on Sky Peak, and at the same time, it was the place where the sword sect discussed important affairs. It was extremely vast, and it could accommodate over 10,000 people. If any major incident arose in the sword sect, then the peak masters of the 7 main peaks and all the elders of the inner court would converge here. At this moment, 2 men and a woman were standing within Sky Hall. The woman was precisely Su Qingshi Hood, just returned to the sword sect. As for the other 2 men, they were exactly Yu Hong and the white-haired old man that had headed to Death Mountain Range to search for Su Qingshi that day. After he finished listening to Su Qingshi, the white-haired old man's expression turned icy cold, and ghastly killing intent flashed through his eyes as he said, "Those disciples of my sword sect were really killed by the ghost sect. How audacious of them! They actually dared to enter into the territory of my sword sect to kill our disciples. The ghost sect is really getting more and more unbridled." Su Qingshi said in a low voice, "Martial Uncle Yulin, the members of the ghost sect would probably have not traveled such a distance to the Grand Myriad Mountains just to temper themselves and kill a few outer court disciples of my sword sect. Qingshi feels that the ghost sect is definitely planning something in the Grand Myriad Mountains. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to dispatch Bloodhand and another few spirit realm experts to the Grand Myriad Mountains." Yu Heng nodded with agreement from the side and said, "Senior brother, Qingshi is right. The ghost sect arrived silently at the Grand Myriad Mountains and even dispatched so many spirit realm experts. They're definitely planning something, and Outsword sect must take precautions against it." When he heard this, Yu Lin pondered deeply for a moment, and then he said in a low voice, "Yu Hong, ask Yu Sha to dispatch 10 sword guards, and ask them to search Netherwolf Gorge, Snake Forest, and Death Abyss inch by inch and kill any members of the ghost sect they see." As soon as he finished speaking, he paused for a moment and said, "Yu Hong, for safety's sake, you go as well. If you encounter any trouble that you're unable to deal with, then notify me via transmission talismans." "Yes." Yu Hong nodded before turning around and leaving the hall. After Yu Hong left, Yu Lin looked at Su Qingshi and hesitated for a moment before he said, "Qingshi, Yu Hong and I captured 2 disciples of the ghost sect that day, and they said that you leaped down Death Abyss with someone. Is that true?" "It is." Su Qingshi didn't conceal the truth. Yu Lin's mouth opened when he heard this, and he intended to say something. However, when he noticed Su Qingshi drooping eyes, he didn't say anything in the end, and he just smiled and said, "No matter what, it's good since you've returned. Besides that, if you encounter disciples of the ghost sect in the future, you must remember not to be careless and underestimate your opponent. After all, you're the only person in the sword sect that has occupied a position in the Hidden Dragon rankings. Qingshi will commit it to memory. That's good. Go on and rest." After she left Sky Hall, Su Qingshi looked towards the direction of Labor Peak. In the end, she hadn't spoken about Yang Yi while she was within the hall. With Yang Ye's strength and 5-element profound energy, if she told them about him, then he would definitely be valued highly by the sword sect. However, conversely, Yang Yi would also become a target for all. A tree that stood above the forest would definitely be destroyed by the wind. If others were to know that Yang Yi didn't just possess gold element profound energy, and he was even a talisman master, the powers that had hostile relationships with the sword sect would definitely dispatch experts to eliminate Yang Yi. Especially the ghost sect, they would absolutely not allow a disciple like Yang Yi to grow. So, after considering everything, in the end, Shed decided to not disclose the fact that Yang Yi was a talisman master and possessed gold element, profound energy. The sword sect is still a bit too weak. Su Qingshi sighed. If Yang Yi was a disciple of the Origin School or the 2 Palaces, then no matter how audacious the ghost sect was, it would dare make a move against Yang Yi. However, Yang Yi was in the sword sect, so the ghost sect dared to do it. It wasn't only because the ghost sect and the sword sect were bitter enemies, and it was also because the sword sect was at the bottom in strength amongst the 6 great powers. His trip to the Grand Myriad Mountains allowed Yang Yi to obtain sword skills at the profound rank and earth rank, and Head even obtained a movement technique. All of these three techniques were extremely useful to him now, especially the sword control technique. When Yang Yi carefully recalled everything about the sword control technique, he almost jumped up with excitement because he would be able to control a sword and fly once the sword control technique was cultivated to the once level. The sword sect had sword techniques related to controlling a sword to fly, but the outer court elders had said that one had to attain the spirit realm before it was possible, because only the profound energy of spirit realm experts was sufficient to sustain the consumption of this technique. Moreover, once one attained the spirit realm, the sword could be placed within the dantian to be nurtured, allowing one to communicate with the sword and form a certain level of a link with the sword. Only in this way would one be able to control a sword and fly. So, even though flying on a sword was something all the disciples of the sword sect dreamt of, its difficulty caused them to stop before it. Even outer court elders utilized flying treasures when they left the sect. However, now, Yang Yi didn't have to attain the spirit realm in order to fly on a sword like the disciples of the sword sect had to. He only had to cultivate this earth rank technique to the once level, and he would be able to utilize his profound energy to control his sword and attain the effect of flying on a sword. Of course, it was a slightly huge consumption of profound energy, but Yang Yi, who possessed a few tens of thousands of energy stones, didn't care about the consumption of profound energy at all. The sword control technique was divided into two levels. The first level, controlling swords with profound energy, and the second level, controlling swords with the heart. Of course, as an earth rank technique, the sword control technique didn't merely make the sword move according to one's will, and it had numerous profound methods of usage. Just like when Head obtained this inheritance that day, and that black figure had made the sword emanate sword chi while it had left his grasp. If the sword control technique was cultivated the second level, then it would be equivalent to possessing independent support. The sword moved according to will, and this was extremely terrifying. Actually, strictly speaking, the sword control technique couldn't be said to be a sword technique, and it should be considered as an auxiliary technique. Because it wasn't a move at all, yet it was absolutely not weak because its auxiliary ability was extremely heaven-defying. Just think about it. If one sword suddenly flew behind one's opponent in battle and executed a strand of sword chi, what would be the outcome? Moreover, the black figure in the inheritance didn't state that one could only control a single sword. As for how many swords one was able to control, it depended entirely on one's own ability. In the next few days, besides eating, Yang Yi spent all of his time cultivating sword techniques in Cool Breeze Gorge. He had to cultivate 3 sword techniques now, and it could be said to be extremely laborious. However, Yang Yi felt extremely excited instead when faced with this, because in the past, he didn't possess any techniques to cultivate, yet now had suddenly obtained a profound rank and earth rank sword technique. So how could he not be excited? The sword chi finger technique wasn't too bad, and after 3 days of bitterly cultivating it without end, Yang Yi was finally able to execute a strand of sword chi with his finger, whereas he was able to execute 2 strands of sword chi with the energy split sword technique. However, the sword control technique's progress was extremely slow. So long as his sword left his grasp, it was at most able to stay in the air for around 10 breaths of time before it would fall to the group, let alone move. However, Yang Yi wasn't dispirited by this. He was able to train in the basic sword technique for 2 years, so how could he be unable to persist in cultivating an earth rank technique? If once wasn't enough, then 100 times. If 100 times weren't enough, then 10,000 times. Success would arrive eventually. On this day, Yang Yi stood atop that enormous rock he usually utilized to cultivate on in Cool Breeze Gorge, and a sword floated in the air before him. His hands remained in a forward lifting position while his eyes stared fixedly at the sword that floated in the air before him, and he didn't even dare blink his eyes. The violet mink wasn't too far away from him, and it mimicked him and was staring fixedly at the sword as well. However, it wasn't as serious as Yang Yi, and its lively eyes blinked frequently. It seemed extremely cute. At a certain moment in time, Yang Yi gradually moved his hands. Along with the movement of his hands, the sword that floated at their center suddenly started to tremble before it gradually started moving as well. However, it was slightly slow, and if one didn't look carefully, it was utterly impossible to notice its movement. Yang Yi was delighted when he saw the sword move slowly, but he didn't dare be careless, and he held his breath in concentration for a while before continuing to move slowly. Little laborer, you're finally back? Right at this moment, a clear, melodious, and familiar voice sounded out from the right. When he heard this voice, Yang Yi's hand trembled, and the sword instantly fell to the ground. Yang Yi's entire face turned black when he witnessed this scene, and then he turned around to look at the culprit. Chapter 41: The Little Fellow's Charm. On the enormous rock, Yang Yi concentrated his mind and stared at the empty talisman paper on the rock. At the same time, the fine talisman brush in his hand was gradually moving on the paper. The little fellow and Bauer stood at his side, while they stared fixedly at the empty talisman paper. However, Bauer wasn't as serious as the little fellow and Yang Yi, and she alternated between watching Yang Yi craft the talisman and looking at the cute little fellow. Moreover, her eyeballs spun frequently, and she seemed to be coming up with some sort of plan. After a long time, Yang Yi withdrew the brush and took a deep breath before he looked at Bauer and said in a light voice, "How is it? I craft talismans just like that. There's nothing wrong with it, right?" As soon as she arrived today, Bauer had said that she wanted to watch him craft a talisman, or it should be said that she said she intended to guide him. As a beginner, how could Yang Yi dare disobey his senior sister's request? For the sake of pleasing his senior sister, Yang Yi had been unprecedentedly serious and careful this time, and it was all for the sake of pleasing this senior sister of his. Bauer moved her gaze away from the little fellow with great difficulty, and then she picked up Yang Yi's strength talisman. When she noticed that the strength talisman was a high-grade talisman, Bauer's eyes blinked swiftly before she looked at Yang Yi for a short while. In the end, she said, It's actually not bad. Of course, your speed is still a bit too slow, and it needs to be a bit quicker." As soon as she finished speaking, Bauer's face flushed red. Yang Yi nodded in agreement because even he felt that utilizing an hour to craft a strength talisman was slightly slow. However, he was clearly aware that he couldn't be impatient, and he could only gradually improve his speed. When she saw Yang Yi nod, Bauer's eyes narrowed while she revealed a brilliant smile on her little face. Actually, the speed Yang Yi crafted talismans at and the quality of his talismans was already very good, and at the very least, it was much better than when she was still a beginner. However, she refused to tell this to Yang Yi because her grandfather had once said that one couldn't be proud because pride would cause one to fall behind. When she recalled her grandfather's words, Bauer nodded with deep agreement, and she said in her heart, "Yes, I can't allow the little laborer to be proud. I have to strike a blow to his confidence." "Bauer, your grandfather master. Has he returned?" asked Yang Yi. Yang Yi really wanted to meet this master that had obtained so easily. Because based on the attitude those outer court disciples had towards Bauer, this master of his was definitely an extremely formidable figure, and it would definitely be extremely beneficial if he was able to lean on this large mountain. Bauer's smile vanished when her grandfather was mentioned, and she puckered her lips and said, "That geezer has already left for a month. What sort of talisman master's conference would take so long? He has definitely snuck off to have fun by himself, and he didn't even bring Bauer along. Once he returns, he'll definitely pull off his beard." "He still hasn't returned, huh?" Yang Yi was slightly disappointed. He didn't really desire to rely on this huge mountain that was Bauer's grandfather, and he just wanted to learn talisman crafting techniques from him. Presently, his speed of improvement was truly too slow because he was fumbling about by himself, and if he had the guidance of a great talisman master, then he believed his improvement would definitely be extremely swift. "Let's not mention him anymore." Bauer spoke with slight anger. Suddenly, her eyeballs spun before she pointed at the violet mink by Yang Yi's side and said, "Little laborer, who's that?" She had desired to ask this question since a long time ago. The violet mink blinked, and then it descended onto Yang Yi's shoulder with a flash because this little girl's gaze was too aggressive. Yang Yi was stunned. When he noticed Bauer's eyes that flickered with the glow of excitement, a bad feeling instantly arose in his heart. The little fellow is extremely cute, and this little she-devil definitely likes the little fellow. When he thought up to here, Yang Yi organized his words before he said, "It's my friend. and it has helped me greatly. I'll give you 10 high-grade talismans in exchange for it." Bower interrupted Yang Yi and directly laid down her price. Shed taken a liking to this little fellow as soon as Shed laid eyes on it, and she felt that it was too cute just like her. Yang Yi's head ached slightly because the little fellow absolutely couldn't be given to Bower. Moreover, even if he was willing to give the little fellow away, the little fellow would definitely be unwilling to go with Bower. He wasn't confident in the little fellow, and he was confident in his tiny vortex instead. 15 high-grade talismans. Bower's gaze moved from the little fellow and onto Yang Yi. However, when she gazed at Yang Yi, her gaze had become slightly hostile. The little fellow understood Bower, and it was naturally unwilling to go with Bower. For the sake of preventing Yang Yi from giving it away, it held Yang Yi's face with both its claws and ceaselessly rubbed its little head against Yang Yi's face in order to display its intentions. However, it hadn't realized that its actions had caused Bower to feel envious from the sight of it. Yang Yi rubbed his head against the little fellow's head and then laughed bitterly as he said, "Bower, the little fellow isn't an object, it's my friend, and it's following me out of its own free will. We haven't formed any contract between us, so I don't have the authority to give it away." When he noticed Bower seemed to be on the verge of flaring up, Yang Yi hurriedly said, "Of course, if it's willing to go with you, then he'll absolutely not object to it. This will completely depend on Bower's own ability." When she heard those last few sentences from Yang Yi, Bower's expression eased up as she said, "Little laborer, you're not allowed to go back on your word. If the little fellow is willing to go with me, then it's mine from then on. He'll absolutely not object to it," Yang Yi hurriedly guaranteed. Bower nodded with satisfaction when she heard Yang Yi, and then she looked at the little fellow and grinned as she said, "Little mink, come with Bower. Bower has a huge number of nice things. I have medicinal pills, talismans, and numerous high-grade spirit herbs. In short, if you come with Bower, then everything Bower has is yours, all right?" What a rich little girl. Yang Yi's eyelids twitched when he heard her because Bower was truly and utterly a rich little girl. The little fellow shook its head in an extremely decisive manner. At the same time, its little claws grabbed tightly onto Yang Yi's hair. Bower didn't become dispirited from this, and she continued to tempt it. If you don't like Bower's things, then Bower has a grandfather, and grandfather has a huge number of extremely nice things. For example, the inner cores of spirit rank dark beasts, spirit fruits, and numerous earth rank and profound rank spirit herbs. If you agree to come with Bower, then Bower will steal them for you. What do you think? When he heard her, Yang Yi really wanted to say, "Allow me to follow by your side." The little fellow still shook its head. It didn't take a liking to any of those things because it wasn't an ordinary mink. Bower was extremely patient, and she continuously tempted the little fellow for around 2 hours, and the conditions she raised caused Yang Yi to wish for nothing more than to become a violet mink. However, the little fellow shook its head from the beginning until the end. Moreover, in the end, it seemed to be unable to endure Bower's fervor, and it directly entered into Yang Yi's dantian, causing Bower to be angered to the point being on the verge of crying. Yang Yi was extremely pleased by the little fellow's attitude. Since it was able to endure such temptation, it would seem like the tiny vortex is extremely tempting to the little fellow, and it's even to the extent that such tempting conditions were unable to sway the little fellow at all. When she saw the little fellow vanish into Yang Yi's belly, Bower instantly vented the anger she suffered from the little fellow onto Yang Yi. She cried and bawled, and she seemed as if she'd continue crying until Yang Yi gave the little fellow to her. When she utilized this move against her grandfather, it had always worked like a charm. Yang Yi instantly had a headache when he saw Bower wailing like this. This little she-devil before me is around the same age as little Yao, yet why is there such a large gap in their dispositions? Even though little Yao is slightly mischievous, Shed extremely gentle, this little she-devil has really been spoiled by that master of mine. Yang Yi stretched out his hand to wipe the tears on Bower's face and said, "Don't cry. I have a way to allow you to get close to the little fellow." Bower's eyes blinked when she heard this, and she really stopped crying and said, "What method? You're not allowed to lie to Bower." Yang Yi rubbed Bower's little head in a slightly doting manner and said, "Just think about it. the little fellow and you've just met for the first time, and there's no relationship between the two of you. So, how could it possibly leave with you? You have to establish a relationship with it, allow it to get close to you, and become friends with you. Once you've accomplished that, then perhaps it would stop refusing your request for it to go with you. What do you think? Bower blinked and thought for a moment, and then she suddenly clapped and said, Right, Bower was too impatient. But how do I make the little fellow have a good impression of me? Yang Yes' gaze flickered when he heard this, and then he said, I frequently gave the little fellow some tasty things like spirit fruits and spirit herbs, and as time went by, it just started following by my side. Cough. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang Yes' face turned red, and a strand of guilt surged out from his heart. He asked himself, is it really good to trick Bower like this? However, when he thought of how Bower seemed to refuse to give up until she obtained the little fellow, that bit of guilt in Yang Yes' heart was instantly relieved, because if he didn't utilize this strategy, then the little fellow and him would definitely never have a day of peace again. Bower nodded in agreement and said, Little laborer, you're right. They'll return home right now to get some treasures. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned around and ran off swiftly. Yang Yi heaved a sigh of relief when he watched Bower's figure vanish at the entrance to the gorge, and then he raised his head to look at the sky while he said in a low voice, There are only 3 days left before the outer court exam. I presume that all the geniuses in the nearby cities that satisfy the requirements are already on their way to the sword sect. I have to double up on my efforts as well. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.